全てもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね brings you to the lost and found, dear. Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. 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 Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the When darkness falls, you are my light. You take my hand and hold it tight. You are my home, I know it now. Don't let me go, we're safe and sound. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Shine on and feel my heart. us, two souls the same. With you I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Stars shining with us, your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me, light the way so that we can see. And feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel we're lost. Even when I'm gone, let's circle from near and far, above the flower bed. As we watch the stars, and we'll never be apart.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect
They're about
fit.
to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out!
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain.
Another day, another throw. Welcome to your favorite region, the LEC, where regular season standings don't actually seem to matter. And G2 has once again managed to snatch up not only a spot in the season finals, but also at MSI. And we're only just starting the second week of playoff, during which we're going to be sending half of our remaining teams home. I'm Ginny, your host, and I'm joined with Finn and Jack. And you know what? It's great to know that the seeding doesn't actually matter.
Yeah, I mean, who would have thought? Who would have thought the teams that actually ranked higher actually lost? I mean, for me, the big surprise was that MKOI versus Casey series. I really thought Casey would come in strong in the upper bracket after the regular season.
I think we all did.
But kudos to MKOI. They came in prepared and they did it well.
I was really surprised about Fnatic G2. Maybe I got fooled.
He fell for
all
it.
this time. I don't know. But Fnatic looked so good and they had a great run. And G2 looked really weak. But then the actual matches happened and
then G2 looks really strong, and Fnatic looks really weak. And it's like, you know, everybody and their mother fell for it this time. Yay, Fnatic can do it! Unfortunately for them, though, they're now in this lower bracket. Nothing too crazy for them, nothing too crazy for KC, but they are going to be going up against GX and Heretics. So both of these teams also need to lock in.
They do, yeah. And I feel especially bad for Heretics who actually just drew KC in their first lower seed game. That's a tough opponent, but maybe the lower seed has a buff.
But also, like, the Heretics KC during regular season was, like, really close, so maybe...
Oh, it was a banger, yeah.
Right, so maybe they can replicate that, we'll get another banger. But it is actually, like, no secret, though, that this has been one of the most competitive and the closest splits that we've seen so far in the LEC in quite a while. Not just between teams, though, but also in between players. However, the votes are in, and the MVP LEC Spring split regular season is going to be...
Is who we now watch, setting up with a rend in hand. Razzle jumps in, but hiding back his eyes. He's still hitting Baron, though, and Baron's hitting back. Upset's getting reset off it, and I'm worried. I'm so worried that again, Upset will put everyone in tears. More than enough for the Renata. The re-engage, though. But Fnatic, they're going to look for a little bit more. Ishtal's impact. Razzle's going onto that one like Shy, having to flash away. Upset chases him down. And Linces is next up. Banned by the Breath of Life. On the Drake, down to 3,000. The spike comes out, and Yoi's the one to secure it. Also, Takeover coming out as well. As the re-engage happens onto Mirwin, but then Bob Blossom. Feathers flying. The roots come back. Upset pulls them through too. Jojo goes golden, but he's taken out where he stands. He comes back up. But there is no follow-up from the rest of the team. Infrared's going out as they dive forward. Razzle looking for a little bit more. Oscar actually still has that ultimate if he does want to dive in. And he finds the backline. He finds two.
The hunt is on.
Step back, good shot back as well. All in. Upset jumps in, but doesn't get knocked up. Now finds a way. Upset. KDA player no more. Nah. But you're here to stop Fnatic for now. Steals away the hostile takeover. Will pocket, but no one from Fnatic's going to get caught by it. Mirwin jumps in and immediately assassinates Humanoid. Hot Blossom as well. Onto Razzle, counter hostile takeover. Mirwin falling lower. It's Upset begins to open up. Mirwin's down. Super dive forward. And Upset dies. Reeled back by the GA. Super trying to survive. Has got an angel of his own. It's Oscar, Upset, and Mickey still alive. Stands up, holds the plate. Witness good from Parrot. He's zoning, but he can't get near Upset. He just walks into an auto attack. He ties up. Last shot from Ice doesn't work. Upset walks in. He's alive! He's alive! Upset with a triple. He's taking them all down.
Thank you so much, Ginny. I am standing here with the Spring Split MVP Upset, Elias Leaf. I want to congratulate you first. Is this something that you expected, or does it come as a surprise?
I wouldn't say I expected it, but I'm definitely felt I had a very good split, and I'm very happy that I was able to get this award.
Yeah, this accolade of yours. Now you're a two-time MVP bot lane together with Mickey X.
Sure.
And I mean, you've always had a long career, and I really want to ask you, like, in the future, when your career is over, I hope in the far future, what is something that you would like to be remembered as a player?
Well, obviously this award means a lot to me, but I really want to be part of the best team and make sure that we can get a title for Fnatic and for all the fans and everyone that's supporting me and the team. So I would like to be remembered as a champion, but obviously this award has been a great honor, and I'm really grateful for all the support I've been getting from the fans and also from my team, that they have been facilitating me, that I'm able to shine like I have this split. And yeah.
That's amazing. And while we're at like the, I don't want to say post-career, but I remember when you promoted to the league in 2017 with Schalke 04 Academy. Is there any piece of advice that you want to give to that young man promoted back then regarding your career?
Just be in the moment and enjoy it. I think time goes by so fast, and I've been playing now for a really long time, and it's already been like 8 years or 7 years or something crazy like that. So just really take it step by step, enjoy what you're doing, and do it with love. Yeah.
Yeah. And thank you so much for that insight. And you're talking about the fans before. Is there anything that you would like to say to the fans?
Yeah, I mean, we are kind of very good at bringing up the hopes and then crashing. So sorry, first of all. It's not easy for us too, I would say. We are working very hard to make you guys proud, but just don't have too much hope and just celebrate when it happens. I would say that's my advice until proven otherwise.
Thank you so much, Upset. We're going to send it back to the desk for more analysis.
Thank you, Finn, for the Finterview, and congratulations to Upset for winning the MVP of the regular split here for Spring. I mean, it is very well deserved. It's one of the players that has had such a glow up this time around, and it felt like, you know, he's meshing so well with Mickey, and it just feels like a continuous win condition for Fnatic, and that's something that GX is going to have to deal with.
Yeah, but GX, no slouches themselves. While Upset, I'm incredibly happy with him this split. He's gone from, you know, KDA player to carry player completely, and just been really 1v9. I think GX, their strongest assets has been their bot lane. Jun has looked absolutely amazing in pretty much all of their games, and I think Noah has been a little bit more hit or miss. I just feel like the way Jun facilitates the fights, the openings that he finds with especially the Nico, I think has been such a key pick for him, and all the engages that he's been setting up with his team has just been so pivotal.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jun has been really, really good, and I think we always see this player always being so good, but one of the players that had been a bit scrutinized previous split, and also in the beginning of this year, is Isma, and I think he had quite a nice glow up this season. I really, really, really enjoy how he plays the early game, and how proactive he is in trying to make really creative and resourceful plays with his laners, and I really, really, really enjoy how he kind of developed into this GX team atmosphere, and how they kind of adapted to him, so he can really play the game that he shines in.
I think that's a big one, right? It's this Jun and Isma, how they've been working together, setting up. It's kind of like more, it felt like in the beginning, they were trying to make Isma adapt to them, but now they're more adapting to Isma, going for his plays, his invades, everything that he wants to do, and it's just making the team gel so much better.
Yeah, and that's also what we would want them to focus on this game round, because again, like the jungle pressure can translate into wins, and we've seen it done in the past, and if anything, like GX is on that hot streak, so they're feeling themselves.
I mean, definitely. I think GX, they can come in there and they can be proud of how they played the later half of Spring. But we gotta also be realistic. This is Fnatic we're talking about. And while they have shown inconsistencies, they are the favorites. I
do agree with you, but I also think it's interesting we talk about the two strengths being bot lane. But there's top lane, which was the biggest weakness for Fnatic last week. I mean, Oscar, my man. I mean, it was a tough series for him. It was very, very tough. And Lot has just looked better and better. He had a great winter, then a bit of a slow start to Spring. But I think if there's some place you want to attack as Giant X, it's top lane.
And I just want to also say that, okay, sure, he had a tough series, but it was against Broken Blade. Probably one of our top 2 top laners right now we have in the league. And I really, really, really think Oscar is still on that upper half of top laners we have in the league. So even though he had a tough game against Broken Blade, I really, really, really still expect him to come in against Lot, who has shown improvements, I will say, but I still expect Oscar to be the better top laner today.
Yeah, and also when it comes to Fnatic, they now have had that experience of playing a best of 5, you know, fearless draft. They were on the stage, they're back into the swing of things. They really need to lock in. But GX on the other side of things, they were able to watch that series. They had the whole week to prepare as well. They were like, oh, okay, we're going to be going up against Fnatic. And I think for them, like coming into here, they have some key points that they really need to focus on to make sure that they can actually take Fnatic to Game 5 and maybe even cause the upset, send them home.
Yeah, for sure. I think if I'm Giant X and I was watching that Fnatic G2 series, I really think you just look at top lane and you think, how can we send resources up there? How can we put Oscar behind? How can we use Isma and Jun as resources to punish Oscar? Because I think punishing Upset, punishing Humanoid, it can happen, but it's much harder.
Yeah, and I also really want to side Jun on the engage. As we said time and time again, when he plays Rel, there's just something magic in the air. He keeps finding these really big engages, and alongside that, really making sure Isma has the tools in the early game. I think we simplified it a little bit down there as you see, but I really think these are the three main takeaways for me. That's how GX can beat Fnatic.
Win condition, pressure bot, let Isma do his thing, and let Jun do his thing. So I feel like if anything,
Kill Oscar.
Kill Oscar.
In-game.
Whoa, do you guys have like a personal vendetta at this point? Like, what is going on? But the thing is, like, you are going up against Fnatic, right? And they are the favorites here. And they are no strangers to being in this lower bracket. Feels like under pressure, they sometimes do perform pretty well.
Yeah, and now I'm going to show you now, as I bring up the graphic here behind me, I'm going to make a little magic trick and pull off a staff here out of my jacket. And I'm going to explain to you how Fnatic constantly make lower bracket runs. They always go through the lower brackets, and they always find themselves going really far, either to the finals or semifinals. And sure, we criticize Fnatic for being a team that kind of chokes under pressure, but they always make it to those pressure situations. They always make it really far, and they are a top team in our league, and I think that deserves a lot of respect, not only for our organization, but also the players who constantly have driven them this far.
But also from the side of GX, you're going to come into this and you're like, okay, we're going up against Fnatic. Yes, they looked a little bit iffy last week, and they had a really strong regular split, but you still need to lock in.
Yeah, and you got to try to match that pace that Fnatic had versus G2, because those were some bloody games. If you're just coming into this series not willing to go to the distance and actually just fight them every single time, they're going to get stomped.
But you know what I'm really excited about is the mid lane matchup as well. So earlier today, I had the chance to chat with both Humanoid and Jackies ahead of their game to see what they had to say about today's match in our Marriott Bonvoy pregame check-in with Ginny.
Thank you, Ginny. I'm standing here with Jackies and Humanoid against their game against each other, which is going to be really fun. I'm looking forward to the mid lane matchup. But you guys are also, you coined yourself best friends. Would you agree?
The bestest, yeah.
Number one, don't tell it to Karzi.
Okay, that's good to know. But going up against each other then on the Rift, on the server, is there a chance that it's going to be a little bit personal, or will you just tune out and try and win?
I will be very emotional if I have to beat this guy, which unfortunately I'm going to have to do, but I might even there might be tears on my face after the victory.
Aww.
After the victory?
Yeah.
There's not going to be a victory for you. But yes, same for me, right? If there's going to be a solo kill or a tempo play, I'm going for the solo kill. And then maybe I'll lose the game, but after the game I can say I solo killed him. Right? And there's a more valuable one, so that's it for me. Yeah.
Maybe in a solo lane, like on the side lane, you know, you got...
I kind of died there a lot, but...
Yeah, that's like the Jackie special.
That's, yeah.
I never do so. I don't.
That's just a lie, I think. I think he's lying.
Do you think?
It's my whole brand. Safe on silence.
For people around the Humanoid on side?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, true.
So you're not going to catch him on the side lane then, I guess, in that case?
No.
But what if you win? Would you cry?
But I mean, I think so. I think I'll go to him, hug and cry, honestly. I think that's like...
I think we will just both cry in each other's arms and yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be very emotional, yeah.
Oh, it sounds like it's going to be a very emotional game. But thanks, guys, I guess, ahead of your interview, whatever we're going to be looking forward to. But both teams here are going to be on the chopping block. Can Fnatic actually bounce back after they lost to G2 and are knocked into the lower bracket? Or is GX going to continue their hot streak and get one step closer to their first international? Let's find out.
Let's find out.
Fnatic versus Giant X is a story that has been very unilateral so far. Strong, confident wins from Fnatic every single time. However, Giant X have managed in this split to bring Movistar Koi and Carmine Corp to a 3-game series. They beat G2 in the LEC Roadshow in Spain and showed up in a way that really surprised me. This paves the way for a fascinating matchup.
Caps jumping in here, Q1 hitting the wing becomes lightning, upset the target, but look at the damage back on the Caps. Humanoid slides in, the Emperor's Divide, Caps goes in with perfect execution, but upset still has the flash to escape. Above is down, Caps follow suit, and Fnatic clean away G2.
There are two focal points for the series. On the Fnatic sides, we have Razor performing out of his mind lately, proving again and again how much he has grown in recent years, raising the team to new peaks and allowing everyone to shine. On Giant X side, we have Noah and John, the dynamic duo that, when supported properly, can crush their competition.
Giant X are the ones who's stinging like a butterfly, looking like the bee. It's GX locking in playoffs. And since Madrid, this team has changed completely.
I was confident that Fnatic will win against G2 last week. However, some of the underlying issues that they've had for a while keep popping back up when they're under pressure. If Giant X can apply this pressure on Fnatic, it will make for a tense match where anyone could win.
Hello everyone and welcome to the LEC playoffs. Fnatic versus GX, soon to be on your screens. It is hot out here, white hot. And I'm very excited to be here, as initialized, casting alongside my brother Nymera. How are you doing, my friends?
I'm doing very well, and so much better to be seeing these teams face off in our lower bracket. Since Madrid, GX have been on a hot streak. Fnatic took a bit of a stumble despite coming in as one of our upper seeds into playoffs. They lost against their old rivals in G2 and now against GX, a team which they have a much better rivalry record against, rather. They'll look to stabilize.
Of course, on the other side, for GX, that upward trajectory could take them to places I think people at the beginning of the split had kind of written them off from ever reaching. Noah and John as well going up against their former team, and the new bot lane, of course, in upset Mikyx, now MVPs as well, so it's all spice and narratives down there.
You're learning the tricks of the trade well, Sam. I think in the first 2 minutes we've got out all the game plays done this season, narratives which we would like to be talking about. And of course, the desk covered an awful lot of that.
I avoided the legacy so far, but that's a little bit later in the
should have
series.
saved that one for later.
No
Also,
kings either.
waiting to see what comes up in the Champions Select players getting settled on 2 stage. But yes, obviously very excited today. And of course, before we got onto our cast, saw that a lot of people here in the studio, a lot of people here for their first time at the LEC. So I very much hope you here in Berlin joining us for the festivities. Enjoy yourself as well, as we will get ourselves into that Champions Select.
Fnatic, understandably, over on blue side does seem to be the side of choice, and so we're already seeing a few bans come on through. That Jax away from Lot, no surprise, alongside the Yone. On the other side, the Vi, the Azir. First bans up for GX.
Of course, on 25-10 were some changes to some API itemization. We have some questions about champions like Senna 2. Here in Europe, though, we still love the Maokai. Currently not banned. Most LEC teams do love that. I suppose these two teams make a little less than some others, but that ban would be interesting. Of course, Rumble unbanned currently too.
Yeah, it means the Gwen is also potentially going to be up and available.
Yep.
So a lot of those high value AP top lanes up and available. Interesting is the Warwick ban. BB has been infected. He said GB, but I don't think he was the original Warwick.
No. And of course, Oscar did play a game of it too. He was the only other player to play towards that. So, it's a bit of a gambit being played. The Rumble available. Stuff like that. Shinzao, Pantheon, Taliyah. All of these power picks up and available. The choice of blind pick is very, very telling. They do go towards that Taliyah, good nullifier in the mid lane. And of course, now it goes over towards Isma and say, well, do you want to play something like that, Pantheon? And trying to separate out those two global champions from that mid jungle, which tend to be so powerful together.
Of course, something like Taliyah does empower people like Razork and Mikyx who do like to play with a little bit of pace and look for those aggressive picks.
There we go.
That option to follow up does feel good. And there's that Senna that we've all been hearing a lot about. They'll lock in the Pantheon as well. Could, I suppose, put that down bot side now. You've got the Senna if you so wished, even if it does feel like it's a farming Senna.
Okay. Now, I know that Senna Pantheon was a thing in the past at some points, less so nowadays. So they do what we asked of them. They separate out the Taliyah and the Pantheon, because when they go together somewhere and they just crash onto one part of the map, it's horrible. You don't really want to be stood there. And of course, the Senna with the global to add into the play too empowers that even more, of course, for the Pantheon. Even if you're not there with the Taliyah on the other side, you've separated them.
Looks like the choice of either the Gwen or the Rumble will be Gwen for the side of Fnatic. Certainly something we've seen a lot from Oscar in it, and it'll be his most played champion by a fairly significant margin here so far in playoffs. Skarner also locked in to pair up with that Taliyah.
Skarner, a champion which has gone up and down a little bit still. Pretty good as just being that frontline initiator as that is being hovered. I mean, I'd love to see it. There's a laugh on the other side. I see check mid laners, of course.
Just say we have seen a little bit of Zed junglers. Not
Sam, would you? So where does the Pantheon go at that point?
Obviously,
Wonderful.
At this point, you know, this is how I feed my dreams, Alex.
It's been hovered a little bit more. It's been hovered a little bit more as the Ahri instead. We had seen a tiny bit of Zed mid being played into that Taliyah, so you have to think about it. Pantheon Ahri though, point and click from the Pantheon. Charm afterwards. Ahri's doing quite well on the new patch with stuff like the Malignance and other items being buffed. that she does like to build. GX have a very proactive comp right now. Pantheon, Ahri go onto one target, the Senna ults over the top. Fnatic, I suppose with the Talia, can play some more aggressive things with the Weaver's Wall as well, but they need to be very aware that GX can pull the trigger quite fast and quite effectively.
Keep our eyes on it. The scaling, the team fighting, all very good from Fnatic, but as you noted, just a lot of response in terms of that ability to collapse from miles away. Very difficult to manage for the side of GX there, with the Pantheon Senna, as we've been kind of nattering about. It does seem like those bans now going towards primarily the bot lane, considering they're the two that have been left up and unpicked so far.
I wonder where something like Kai'Sa comes into play. It's the most played of both of these AD carries, and when you've got quite fast picks on the side of one table, the Kai'Sa is good at defending against that, because you can, ult out of harm's way. Or Noah, who's played 4 games on the champion, could also join in on that play. Oh, no, hang on. So, yeah, I guess he won't go towards that. But Upset on the other side, potentially looking at that as to help deflect some of those faster plays.
Yeah, and it's of course worth noting these days the Senna is generally a farming Senna as well, so you don't see as many weird support picks to go alongside it, because they're not getting the same amount of resources as Senna lanes in the past used to get. And there's our final ban on that site.
So the question is, what are you going to do into that Gwen, hovering over some fun champions on the other side? Now, typically when you see the Gwen, you do like to pick something like the Jax into it. That was banned very early on, Lot very successful in that champion. Hovering over that Vladimir quite a lot, and now most of the time it's not even just hovered!
Oh yes!
Blood for the Blood God, and apparently for the top laner as well. Lot locks Vladimir, and immediate Kalista Renata on the other side. Fnatic wasted no time in that.
Well, they're going to be playing aggressively through that bot lane, have no doubts about it, even if GX pulled out some spicy options for the top lane. Vladimir sometimes doesn't want to run the TP and stuff as well, so can kind of cheat that by having things like the Pantheon on the board now as well.
This raises some problems for GX, though. You probably wanted to leave your bot lane alone a little bit, and the Senna Alistar is fine if you reach one item and you can let the cow go roaming. You can't do that against a Kalista Renata easily, and you can't do that if the Ahri and the Pantheon are trying to go towards the Vladimir's lane. One of these sides of the equation, either the Vladimir or the Senna Alistar, must be self-sufficient. Otherwise, Fnatic will start to find some gaps in the armor, and particularly Upset on the Kalista has been a wrecking ball. This is danger for GX. Upset Mickey, they could just crash through the spot half the map.
They really could, and I want to call out the desk as well, because they said some good things on this front as well, saying, look, couple options to beat Fnatic as GX. Smash Oscar in, or set up that bot lane for success. And it feels like there's a little bit of a catch-22. You can do one or the other here, and it might not be easy to get both happening at once.
So, Fnatic looking to stabilize after dropping down to the lower bracket. GX, we haven't seen them play in a little while, but last time we saw them, they were on a bit of a hot streak. Madrid ignited something in Giant X in front of a very cool crowd out there in Madrid, and Fnatic, of course, were there with them too, against different teams. Now here against each other in playoffs, elimination on the line.
Exciting stuff there as the crowd, they look very happy to be here, and I can't blame them. Fnatic looking to right the wrongs and make another one of those lower bracket runs. GX, the story, the recovery since Madrid has been pretty meteoric. They take it that one step further.
Well, the fans are joining us in the energy here as well. Let's load onto the Rifts and get ourselves into proceedings. Fnatic coming in with something to prove. GX wanting to stop them in their tracks.
There's the Rift, a little bit of a cinematic overview. We log ourselves in, a match of the weekend, immediately a pause! I feel like that might have been a caster curse, I can only apologize.
Yeah, we're ready to get into the energy. Well, where do be the energy? We got it, we'll delay it for just a minute.
Folks, simmer, let it boil up. You can't, overdo it too early. You've got to hold on a little bit before you can completely let go. Still waiting to find out what's going on, but it looks like we're already conducting ready checks, so we should be back into game relatively shortly here. Just a brief pause in the action.
Yeah. I didn't get the chance to see what runes and summoners Vladimir was running, because that'll really inform a lot of the conversation we have around the early game. Now, we've seen little bits of that Vladimir, and of course, I'm sure that's probably what a lot of people are interested in, saying, why the heck is this champion being played? Why is it playing here? We saw a game of it, I want to say, from Flandre over an LPL. I don't think we've seen that much else of it. And it was into the Gwen, where you just try and play that range, and Gwen has limited ways to really jump onto you. Did end up losing that game, but I remember he smashed the individual matchup really, really hard. I'd be interested to see whether Lot can do that versus Oscar. I think Lot started the split quite poorly, but I think he's improved quite a lot. I think that could be said the same for a lot of GX players, as we are getting back into play, so we'll be back on to schedule shortly after this point, and we'll continue talking about Vladimir a little bit, because it's interesting.
I'm already going to look up some stats and see exactly how much he's been played. We'll see.
Wonderful.
We'll find out for you as we go. But there we go. A little bit of a bonus hit from producers as well. Center ADC, it could be some fun stuff there.
Absolutely. We will have a chat about that, because both sides of the match, very, very fun. A lot going towards the Airy, not going towards the Ignite, not for the Flash TP. It does mean it'll be a little bit safer in those team fights. Maybe a little less ability to dominate the lane with the stuff like the Ignite and the Flash, not the Flash, the Ignite and the Ghost, which we sometimes see from it.
Indeed. So, we'll keep our eyes on it. As this bot lane in particular, this top lane in particular, very interesting for both sides of the map in different reasons. There's those runes you're asking for. It is that Airy, as you may have noted. And looking to get some value and get some scaling going on is the Vladimir.
Gone for the Nimbus Cloaks. We did see some Axiom Arcanist on the champion, because it improves the healing which you get from it, which is really, really nice in some clutch scenarios, and of course that damage too. Focus onto this top lane then. Of course, there's so many important things to talk about. But this top lane was one of the things which the desk had highlighted, putting a ward down early, making sure that Oskep has to back off from that front bush. And this top lane matchup will definitely be one which we'll want to look at very, very closely.
Keep our eyes on it. Of course, these guys in topside have been very, very strong over the course of the split. In some ways, even if I feel like Oscar had a rough showing against G2, didn't have the easiest time. We're looking to redeem himself here in a lot. Fantastic Jax games, but still struggling to find some of those additional carries to really take over games.
Of course, we haven't seen that much of LOT since his hot streak began with the rest of GX. We were, we've been saying a lot about Madrid and post-Madrid, but haven't had that many series to showcase it. Of course, against Fnatic, tough opposition. Holds up that W level 2, denies some damage there. Man, remember that time when Vladimir was briefly played before Worlds, where people were maxing W, where you could just kind of wave clear through an entire stacked wave by maxing that out? It was really, really nasty for a while. It's the last time I actually remember seeing this champion a lot. You see that Oscar trying to stack up the Q on the wave, like Gwen does in many matchups, and then kind of jump forwards with the hard trade. Vladimir's W cooldown obviously very long. So if you can buy it on one wave, then the next trade you take is much more free. LOT doesn't have the same wave clear, especially not with the Emax just yet, as well as we do get a look at some of those stats there too. LOT done pretty well. This is since week 5, this is since Madrid, as we've been talking. Turns out that's quite an important timestamp for both of these, and you can see why there's a lot invested into this matchup and these players on your screen.
Very much so. And again, it's been a bit of an interesting one, hasn't it? Because I think for Oscar Inen, he had a tough showing, as we kind of noted. And it's on one of his more popular champions here, though, is the Gwen. So he can look to kind of make sure that he is up and running here in general. Of course, it's not going to be the only place we need to keep our eyes on, because bot side nearly guaranteed will be spicy at some point here, because that's a Kalista and Renata for Upset and Mickey. And they are some scary, scary members.
Once again, go back towards that top lane matchup, looking at what junglers are doing. Currently, Razork going in towards the enemy jungle, has a little bit of vision with him. Of course, with the Vladimir excitement, we've missed out a little bit on the early lanes elsewhere. You can see that Upset and Mickey, they pushed in that bot side. Humanoid doing quite well in the mid lane matchup there too. Haven't seen that explosive play just happening just yet. Both junglers have ways to interact with that early game. Of course, Sisma could potentially go towards Flash Gank. Currently off vision right now. Stops to put a vision towards that bot side jungle entrance. And no one's really decided where they want the first big play to be made just yet.
Relatively quiet for now. That is no bad thing necessarily for GX, I would argue. I think for Fnatic, when you're running a Kalista Renata, you often do want to make things happen a little early on, even if, of course, got
I have to say, if we don't have to focus the camera down, if you don't have to focus the camera down on bot side, typically that's a good thing for the other team. I'd much rather focus on the players on screen, because, they're pretty interesting, aren't they? So, got a bit of pause. We'll get you more information on that when we see that as well. Hopefully that everything is going to be okay on stage in terms of audio issues, tech issues, and game yada yada. Go through all the checklist. As, yeah, not too much to speak of from the early game.
No, not really. I mean, we had a bit of a natter about the topside matchup, obviously.
I feel like we've done that enough.
We've done that enough, exactly. Instead, I'd rather turn our eyes instead perhaps towards that bot lane. Because obviously you've got the Kalista Renata that's just pushing as it stands right now, but how do you feel that one's going to go over the next few months? You kind of said, look, until first item, the Senna and the Alistair could have a bit of a rough time.
Yeah, you typically tend to get wave control at level 2, level 3 as the Kalista, as the kill pressure mounts with it. You just don't want to stand there. One handshake can completely destroy an Alistar, who often doesn't have a way out of a play at that point. You can't headbutt backwards. There was a point where they were trialing, I think, like a free cast W.
Really?
Yeah, there was
that
a
sounds
point.
horrifying.
I'm not sure it ever left the dark realms of PBE, but for understandable reasons. But of course, in the player matchup too, it means an awful lot. The fact that Noah and Jun haven't given up too much early on, no summoners blown, no random deaths and stuff like that, that is actually an important thing versus the Kalista and Nata.
Quick update as well. It does look like it's been an audio issue on stage, so that's being investigated. Hopefully that all gets resolved soon, but it does leave us a moment to just continue chatting about the game and where it's going, I suppose. Fnatic, in general, have had some interesting playoff experience over the last couple splits, because obviously they came into playoffs in winter and you're like, oh my days, this team looks incredible, and then went down to lower bracket, had that rough series against BDS, and then had to crawl their way up the lower bracket and did a good job of that. But there has been those moments where they've come into playoffs with such hype and then kind of stumbled a little bit and had to recover across playoffs and still yet to really get that trophy. And well, I mean, ever since 2018, right?
Yeah, a team which has captured the hearts and minds in regular seasons fairly effectively. This team's been really, really good, and I was really excited for them once again heading in towards playoffs. Getting back in towards the game again now, it has been unpaused, and we'll get that back onto your screens ASAP. But yeah, Fnatic, once again, having to readjust. Now, they've buffed up their coaching team to help them with that. The Duffman effect we talked about once or twice, as the crowd is happy we're into it as well.
Bit of an engage down bot side, though, as in they go. Noah now in danger, trying to back away. Making sure they're safe on the top side. Looking for the 1v1. Lord gets it! Transfusion! And Oscarinin is exsanguinated.
The Gwen bled out by the Vladimir for the first blood of the game as bot lane survives. So we're saying, hey, Noah Jun doing a good job of not giving up too much in that bot side. They do, of course, have to hang on a second. Jun tried to stop a recall, might get caught now.
He's in danger, flashes for a head, but knocks him onto turret. Mickey's in danger, stunned up, and he's dead as well. The bailout, it's just too late. No money in the world will save Renata.
Supports go down, however, Upset gets the kill, so it does end up being a 1-for-1, but it favors Fnatic, especially since Noah is the one to lose out. GX decide to now remove themselves from the matchup, which is going wrong, and they move the center towards topside. Do wonder whether this will work against them at some point. Yes, Lot got himself the first kill in this matchup, and now he's going to have to farm up on the other side of the map and prove that he can still get resources and farm, whilst being against a Kalista, who's also going to be scary on the other side. Ult pulled in mid lane.
To look for that ult as Jackie's needs to back away. Should be safe for now. Senna so far in the LEC looking pretty hot. 3-0, undefeated. Huge KDA as well. So looks like the changes have been pretty good so far for that champion.
Of course, Senna escaping that 2v2 on the bot side early on. Particularly once you get towards that Shiv, you just wave clear on your own. It's a little bit different to how, and we'll talk about it when it comes through into the next 5 minutes, we're just setting up so you can watch it as it happens. As soon as Noah gets the Shiv, he's going to be sat in mid lane probably, tapping the wave with the Shiv, hitting it with the Q. Hang on a second, is Razzle going to go towards this? There's no summoners actually on Origin. Okay, nothing coming up so far, but I guess Upset walking up the lane. Have to pay attention to this.
So, Razzle looking for a potential dive angle here. Noah, to get a little chunked out, needs to be wary of the potential dive. Skarner with the boulder in. Claw, it's only hand, of course, as the insect creature. Now looking to potentially dive one in. Last embrace is good. Noah, though, eats loads of damage. The piercing darkness to Solid, but a handshake comes on through, and it is very firm indeed. Upset, putting a lot of spears into Jun, who will get rended. Isma, and I'm not sure he wants to be there, and will swiftly decide that that Grand Starfall can maybe go back up to the heavens.
Okay, this is a problem now. For a while, it looked like the bot lane was going fine, and now Upset suddenly has 3 kills. Reminds me a little bit what happened versus G2, and what's happened in most of the games for Upset on the Kalista this split. Very, very impactful for this champion. Jackie's taking a hard trade there against Humanoid. Of course, they're best friends against each other. Taking a lot of HP out of him. But Upset getting this far ahead, I don't know whether GX have the tools to deal with this. They just blew the ultimate from Pantheon 2, the first one of the game. How do you answer this Kalista? Who is going to farm against him? I don't think GX have anyone. Hang on a second, that's the Hemoplate popped in the bot side.
Look for some more damage. The needles coming on down, but that Hemoplate's going to be scary. Flashes on out. Snip briefly, but Lot does burn that additional summoner.
So Oscar trying to wave clear a little bit with the needlework. Lot flashing just to deny some damage. The problem is, if he's around this HP, Oscar doesn't have the kill threat, and Lot can still keep healing off the wave and keep whittling him down. Humanoid might go for a plant in mid lane, try and force the ult out of Jackie's.
Does get that Weaver's Wall across, and Jackie's will be forced to ult. Lot will burn that Sanguine Pool for a second. Isma is here, but it's just a double impale! And Oscar in and picks up the Vladimir. Needs to back away here, but Isma looking for a Q, flashes on forwards, and tries to get the shield vault that just doesn't end up being enough. Another kill over to Fnatic.
Oh, what looked so good for Lot in the early lane has now been pushed against him. Oscar skips out of that last Q from the Pantheon, which would have killed him, and now GX find themselves at a significant goal disadvantage. As we go into this replay, we'll look at how he gets caught out here. Razork has been very, very threatening, forced out that full long cooldown. Obviously, you're not going to get that again, and Lot doesn't have that flash to use it, despite the needlework earlier. He goes down, and then Isma just a second too late. Can't stun someone up. This is the key play here. Flashes forward, Q goes wide as the E was buffered through that stun. Oscar makes it out alive.
Take a brief breath, as it has been pretty all action for the last 5 minutes or so. Started slow, and then suddenly it really wasn't again. Fnatic starting up the grubs here, probably a GX specialty. They've been an early objectives-focused team, but Razork with the early lane priority and deaths going in their favor, be able to pick up this objective pretty easily.
It's so nice when you have the lanes to play around like that. That Kalista and Arta just exploding the map makes it so much easier to play the game. Now this is going to be very, very difficult for GX. GX are typically a very objective-focused team. They are now down the grubs. They're down a lot of ability to fight for those early objectives. GX have said if they can survive through the early lanes, if they can get towards one item, we'll have another chat about it. But being down, 2,000 gold before the 10-minute mark, that's definitely something which is going to be harder to do.
Lot now being attacked here. I believe we'll have the Sanguine Pool slowed down by the Smite. Mickey throws out a loyalty program, and the handshake is swiftly dodged away. Lot not interested. Gets one out of there.
3 grubs hitting the tower. On the other side, yes, the center is hitting the turret. Has no grubs. An Upset will get more value out of that and keep clawing ahead in terms of the gold lead. GX need to find an answer at some point. It's just so hard to do it against Fnatic, which are moving this way across the map, continually forcing GX to say, yo, what you doing about the Kalista? And the answer has been very, very quiet so far from GX.
Really found a lot of proactive moves right now, and 2,000 gold lead is pretty damn significant. There's the Heartsteel just completed for the side of Razork. First items in general will be getting completed, I'd imagine, over the next few minutes or so. Dragon's up, no one's taken as yet. Mickey X, though, did just get rooted up by that last embrace and is forced to flash over the wall as Isma shield vaults onto him, but is swift enough on the trigger pull to get out to safety.
Flash reward, heck yeah, I'll take that trade. Vision control, baby. Dragon is alive, and GX around the bot side of the map, ready to fight for them.
Would you have flashed for the ward, El?
Absolutely, I would have done. You know me, a team player. Jonah also on his controlling business, nice for him. Do have Isma with his ultimate up again if an opening is shown. With Mickey having flash down, is an opening, but of course he's playing with the Kalista. Makes it much harder to force that issue. GX pushing in this bot side. Lot does have that teleport, of course, on this Vladimir rune set, so he can join the fight in bot side if he so wishes.
Doesn't look like anyone's really willing to pull the trigger at the moment. There's a bit of fighting over the vision, as we've already seen. Mickey lost his flash for it even. That's commitment to the cause. All the while, though, Dragon still up. Oscar snaps on forward, throws down some needles, looking to jump onto Lot, who's eating a lot of that damage. Hemoblade now comes back on through, but there's a Grand Starfall! Comes out of the pool a little early, and it ends up being a 1-for-1.
The fact that's a 1-for-1 where you buy the ultimate from Isma is still a win, though. Razork on the other side can still cross-map, knowing that Isma can't get there.
Be a big deal indeed. The Impale does go very wide, though. Nothing on those barbecue skills. In comes the Dawning Shadow, though, and Jackie's looking to outplay. Mickey will go into the bailout, but I don't know how much time it's really going to buy. Gets the charm after onto Upset. Mickey dead, and Upset down his flash and his cleanse.
So both sides of the cross map don't really work out in the way that the teams initiating them would have wanted. Lot on Isma, lose a kill on top side, thought they'd be safe in the 2v1. On the other side, Fnatic end up losing a kill on a dive which they initiated, despite the fact that they had that Kalista ultimate, tried to buy time for the bailout by using it. Not able to get that much. Humanoid might have overstayed here.
They have. Isma now looking to find this Talia. You can surf all you want on all those rocks. It's going to get a little dicey. Jumps across the unraveled earth, though, and Razork being around makes this a much more interesting affair. Driven into the wall, and Humanoid was never as alone as he appeared.
Isma has just been a little too late to most of the players in the early game, and Razork has been gifted a lot more time to work with by his team. That time we're saying, okay, well, Humanoid maybe overstep. Well, Isma couldn't make the play quick enough to stop Razork getting there in time. on the other side of the equation. So 13 minutes in, Razork very far ahead in terms of kill participation, getting a bunch of Heartsteel stacks as well in the early game too. Stealing a blue buff away from the side of GX. Dragon's still up and available. No one's really found that time to go towards it until this point. Kalista Rand will secure this one. Fnatic will have 3 grubs, most amount of kills in the early game, and themselves the first dragon from that. Objective superiority for Fnatic so far.
Big lead in that bot lane now. Upset and Mickey, a fantastic position to really take over from this point. Gold lead is there, the early objectives are there. Fnatic has to snowball with this comp and doing just that.
Jackie's trying to wave through. Knows he's on the weak side of the map. Can't really do that much about it. Isma is stealing some camps away from the other side of the map, but once again, much like we saw a little earlier, 3 grubs to Fnatic. Help them do this cross map a lot easier. Yes, there is a Vladimir free farming on the top side, and Isma potentially looking to go for a 2v1 again if the right situation comes through. But the extra part of this, Fnatic very happy to, as we see in the bottom part of the screen, get turret plates from those 3 grubs like that.
A lot of value there. Lot will burn the Hemoplague top side. They're looking at Oscar Rinnin. Has got some support around him as Isma also around, looking to shield bolt in. Goes popped, and in comes the shield bolt, a flash, and a death onto the Gwen with a little assistance from that Dawning Shadow.
Okay, they get what the game for that time. Yes, the center ult comes in and helps with it. Senna now at that shiv point where she can start wave clearing and interacting with the map with that ultimate. Maybe GX can use that next time the cooldown's up to similar effect. GX gets something for free for once.
It does feel like every time one of those lanes gets attacked, the other is being cross-mapped on, which makes some sense, but we kind of saw it from the draft. Vladimir versus Gwen on one side, Senna versus Kalista on the other. Those are some pretty volatile matchups that people want to be influencing.
I gotta say, at least Noah didn't like get complete. It wasn't all him that lost the laning phase against the Kalista. Like, I think it's the 2v2, they actually did pretty okay. It's when Razork came to play, things got a little bit worse after that point. GX now have to deal with the consequences of that Kalista getting ahead. Regardless though, Herald started up. Fnatic once again moving the Kalista to the objective, helping them take it so much more easily.
When stacks do help, turns it into that weighted coin flip and swiftly secured. That is the objective mark towards feet of strength, and now Fnatic have those upgraded shoes they can put on, heading over towards Gucci to make sure their new boots fit on properly.
Noah using that shift away flare out in mid lane, as you were saying before. You know, it's not something which the old Senna would do. Old Senna would be walking around with the jungler trying to pick up souls from the jungle camps and stuff. This one can sit around and wave clear a little bit more. Noah needs to be safe. He needs to be safe. If he dies in the mid lane too much, it really becomes unplayable. So he needs to make sure that he's wave clearing well, impacting the map. His ultimate, of course, very long. Used that one to kill Oscar just before. Have to track his progress.
Razork looking mid lane. Noah will make himself untargetable briefly by covering himself with a black mist and gets on out of that. Ships in the night or something like that.
Noah has the Swifties too, which makes it much easier to run back. Always been a good pickup on the Senna. Helps you, again, stay safe. It's the biggest thing you can do right now. GX are kind of happy as long as they're not dying, and they haven't died in a little bit. Fnatic on the other side, you know, typically this is the point of the game where they absolutely explode. It's one of the things which they've been praised a lot for. When they do have a foothold in their game, the mid game is one of the best parts of this current roster. Need to see how they can translate powerful Kalista, powerful Skarner activity in this early game into something a little more than that in the next few minutes.
So, turrets auto, that'll be an extra one picked up there for Fnatic. First turret of the game falling down, like stuns the gold lead back up to about 1.8k. It was kind of being stabilized for a second there by GX, but it hasn't really changed from this mark over the last 2 to 3 minutes.
Ah yes, both mid laners in the side lane. For those of you who tuned into the interview before the game came through, both mid laners have found a bit of an identity playing towards this. He charms him up on the wall.
Drag straight back out, wipe out. Talia can surf all she wants. Unfortunately, she's tumbling off that board.
We literally had an interview before the game where Human was like, oh, I built my identity out of getting, ganked in side lanes. Well, there you go. Jackie is giving him back his rightful throne as Humanoid dies in the side lane there. Jackie's be happy to pick that one up. Isma has a good use of that ultimate there to get, once again, involved in one of the plays.
Does, however, give Oscar free reign to attack the turret on the other side of the map, so she'll be able to pick that one up. Jackie's will do his best to get shove on that bot side, but I think a lot of damage has been done to the tier 1, so I don't know how easy it'll be to take down here on the way, but with this Pantheon around, you could still keep look to push it further.
Realistically, you're already going to lose the turrets which you lost in those side lanes. Now, getting a play on the other side, getting a kill, potentially getting some chip damage back onto it, you take it as GX. Fnatic They need to tighten up a little bit in regards to the vision that they have onto the Pantheon there.
Of course, we do need to keep our eyes out though, because 20 seconds until the Dragon. That'll be second Dragon for Fnatic, and I think as far as a win con goes, looking to get towards Soul would be pretty valuable. Jackie's though still doesn't have the ult, and has stayed a long time in this bot side, especially with Dragon coming on up. Razork just walking and autoing, throws down the smite, trying to force at least something here. Gets a charm, but Upset coming alongside Mickey X. This box is going nowhere but an early grave.
GX overstaying that bot side, and now both Jackies and Humanoid have found their demise in that side lane. You can tell that they've learned from each other. Senna pushing that mid lane, Razork going deep into the enemy jungle now. GX not really in a position to do much about it. Herald summoned and going to take a big chunk out of the bot lane in a turret.
Looking to try and get a little bit more value here. That tier 2 swiftly going to fall though, courtesy of the Herald charge helping out. Look to get enough of this wave shoved in, and then look towards that Dragon that's just spawned. Nice moment for Fnatic. Accelerate the gold lead a little bit further.
Upset walking up again, actually. Very powerful. 4-kill Kalista, remember?
He is mighty indeed. Gets the bailout, keeps hunting. It's a fair amount of damage. I see what he was looking for. Forces a Hemo plague at the very least.
Yeah, you do not tangle with that Kalista. Knows that there's still a little bit of time on the Pantheon ult. There's no way you're going to get interrupted on that play. Dragon now started up by Fnatic. You know, a lot of people would have said, well, you know, they got that kill onto Jackies. Why didn't they immediately go towards the Dragon? Because they knew that they still had the full dominance on that bot side of the map. They didn't have to rush towards there. They got some other stuff first, and now they can make a play in the mid lane.
Gonna look for that Weaver's wall to come on down. Don't get as much value as they're hoping for. Last Embrace lands. Oh, back away. Dragon was taken by Fnatic, and the attempted follow-up doesn't really lead to as much as I think they were hoping.
So GX, they survived that play. One of the globals thrown out. Humanoids won. Razork spots Jun walking into his jungle, sees his old support and goes, yo, I need you just warded that. Get out of here. Drops another ward as well. Clears one of them. Did he get both of them? I think so in the duration of that sweeper. GX now needs to be aware that the Atkan is alive. That's the next thing potentially that could be fought over. Dragon not up just yet.
A bit of an early rift, but then again, you got Kalista with 2 items, you got the Talir, you got the Gwen. The worst taker of Atkan there overall. Absolutely not. Can look to set up around at the very least. Razork clearing out some wards. There goes Mickey doing the same. At least threatening the possibility of Fnatic with that vision control around the bot side of the map.
Upset. Someone we still need to very much keep our eyes on. Largest gold lead on the board, and it's not particularly close. 2 going on 3 items, going towards a Wit's End, coming in second against the double AP solo lanes. Also gives you some tenacity, which helps you against the charm. Center W and of course the Pantheon W as well. GX trying to get as much value out of Jackies and side lanes as they can here right now. Hovering Isma towards the side of the lane.
Going to be potentially ganked here. Potential turns into an actuality. Jackies will Spirit Rush away. Has got his Pantheon behind him. Feels safe enough to just threaten with a little more damage and then backs off.
Really like how quickly Upset and Mickey move towards that side of the play too, realizing, look, okay, we don't know whether Isma will jump into the play, whether they feel bold enough to go towards a multi-man play with the center ult on top of it. So Upset and Mickey move first. Always important to keep that in mind when you have globals like the Pantheon ult, the center ult thrown into the play.
Damn scary indeed. Looking to now return towards that mid lane, throwing up Evil at Isma. Noah just doesn't have the wave clear to help keep that turret up, and so Fnatic pick up the mid tier 1, no real contest. Void is around here, does have the Weaver's wall. Jun will face check that, needs to be wary of a seismic shove. Needs another threaded volley, that'll be the end of that.
We'll see if Isma has the flash. He's currently not in the best terrain possible. Yeah, he's gonna have to flash out of this, surely. There he goes.
A little bit greedy there with the Pathling, trying to catch someone out in rotation, ends up having to blow the extra summoner. Fnatic happy to pick that one up.
No, Fnatic doing really well at just pressuring the lane, moving slightly off of it, see if there's something to be found. That's just very good fundamentals, right? You have the Kalista that can push in places, so push it in, and then move to the side of the map with your other members and just try your luck. Now they go back towards the Atkan after forcing out the bot side of the map. They will lose that top lane turret, but with the work that Jackie's had put into that earlier, it's likely to go down anyway. Jackie's get some gold, Fnatic get the Atkan.
Enough with that. I think GX trying to get what they can off the map, because it has been a little bit rough for them over the last 10 minutes, so the mid game hasn't gone their way really. Still look to scale up well enough, of course. They've still got the Vladimir, hit 2 items on the Pantheon. Ari's there as well. The Senna scaling up pretty well. Still wants to pick up a few more souls. Only at 50 or so right now is Noah, so not exactly at the biggest break point ever on the Senna, but the scaling in general will be there.
In fact, last week on the analyst desk, I think it was our last day, we had a graphic up which talks about the average souls at 20, I think it was. I think around about average is about 60 at 20 minutes, so no, is a little bit behind that. However, in this game, you've been in a hard 2v2, you've been forced to swap around the map a little bit. Typically, Senna, when you're farming, you need to hit enemy champions to get more souls quite a lot too, because you get the double tap on enemy champion every 8 seconds. You can get yourself another mist. So no, a little bit on the lower end, but you can understand where that's come from in the game. It's not like him just forgetting to click.
Yeah, he's not like left them on the ground.
Yeah.
You know?
No, I say that he's done that there. Mickey might get jumped onto here. He needs to be a little bit careful.
Handshakes Jun though, for an easy headbutt. Pulverize still goes forwards and will run away swiftly there. Maybe going to be jumped on regardless though. Can make his will unbreakable at some point and does so. Weaver's Wall now coming on in. Fnatic want this fight. Upset, bouncing onto Isma. Hostile takeover across everyone. But in they come as Lord the backline on the Vladimir. Finds a few, still low. It's dangerous. Soskarenin begins to hunt, makes it a double of his own. Continuing to snip people down to side. Into the Sanguine Poogal's lot. Noah continue to try and heal people up. They've gone so damn deep. Humanoid doing his best to throw down to Freddy Foley, but Oscar will surely fall as well. It's a bloodbath. And Vladimir wins those.
Both top laners dive into the backline and try to carry the fight, and the Vladimir gets more value out of it. Upset and Mickey go very far in, and Lot manages to find a great teleport angle. GX, they show some fight in this game. This is, after an early game where they were against this Kalista, they got so out of hand. The fact they can win the fight here is a really important marker in this game. See that, Jun goes forward for the combo, tries to see if he can get himself a pick off there, doesn't get Upset, and then has to find himself in a slow retreat back. It's a good way to jump forward from Upset, but then they buy into the fight a little bit too much. The teleport angle from Lot is absolutely wonderful. Find himself a 1v2 in the backline against 2 squishies. Perfect opportunity for Vladimir. Gwen does the same on the other side, but then after that point, it's just the Vladimir versus the Gwen. And actually, Lot's been doing very well in that matchup so far, at least on the individual level. It shows his strength here in this team fight.
Oskarenin desperate to try and get one and does actually make it a full 3 in the backline, so credit to him. This Gwen is online. Dragons just spawn though after the replay, and this will be sole point for Fnatic. I think, Nymera, we're going again.
May well do. Lot doesn't have teleport this time, does have flash. Can you find himself a flank angle? We don't have that many wards on the bot side of the map right now. Blue buff stolen by Fnatic. Will be a team 1 because we're both, because we're past 25 minutes. Baron upgrades those. Can Lot do the same? Or will Fnatic find themselves a cleaner fight this time?
The river is dark and full of scorpions, apparently, which just sounds awful, as Jun has popped his ult, trying to face check there, and I think with that, GX say, yeah, maybe we don't go again, actually.
Easy tool pops. Fnatic will find themselves a soul point, I presume. I don't think there's going to be any more contest from that, especially with the Alistair ult being so easily blown. That try to cheat through vision, couldn't quite manage to do so. GX lucky to not lose a cheap kill onto Jun. Third dragon to Fnatic.
Soul point secured. Fnatic was a scrappy last fight, but the end result is still an overall macro advantage. Ocean Soul when you've already got a Gwen and a pause.
Fnatic are just gaining power. So much power from pauses.
Pause. There we go. We know what that means. Still waiting to see exactly what's going on when we know more.
What do you mean we lost a fight with a 4-kill Kalista? It was a really good flank buy. It was a really good teleport hit from Lot. I'm not trying to dunk on it too much.
Yeah, funny as it was a great Vladimir
angle.
I am happy to see some creativity there from GX looking to threaten the likes of Fnatic here. Still waiting to find out exactly what's going on with the pause, but it does give us a moment to kind of take stock and see where the game is at.
I was really afraid after bot lane happened the way that it did, with, the murder.
Yes.
There
was a lot of it.
There was a lot of it, and I thought that would be it. Honestly, we've seen so many Kalistas, particularly from Upset as well, get so far ahead of the game over recent days, where he's just managed to get very far ahead of the game, and things have just not been controllable after that point. See that there's a headset being toyed with on stage. Presume that's going to be the issue for the pause. And hopefully it'll get sorted out nice and quickly after that point.
Did just get a note from production. Indeed, it is an audio issue that is being investigated. So hopefully that is solved soon. We can get right back into the action.
GX though, good little fight for them. Now that needs to be not the only one, right? Because we've seen how if you do give yourself an opening like Jun missing that combo onto the clump, not quite catching the Kalista, the turnaround is vicious and very, very quick. If you give those openings to someone like Upset, who's just been awarded our MVP from the regular season, absolutely well earned too. This guy was an absolute machine in the regular season. If you give those openings to him on a champion, which he's been very well aggressively on, you cannot win those kind of fights consistently. You need to make sure you find another way to make sure he is not just hopping and skipping untouched around the fights.
it's going to be very challenging. And there's bailouts and stuff behind him. There's a lot of CC with Unravel there.
I'm not saying it's easy. You just got to do it.
It needs to be done. Like, easy or not, you just do it.
I'm giving them the checklist. You got to stop upset.
All right, yeah, let it go now.
Do or do not. There is no try. No, you should probably try as well, though, is the problem. You do need to do that one. Let's see if it's... What's harder, lifting an X-Wing from a swamp or stopping an upset from auto-attacking in fights? You tell me. Has some pretty good stats on this. Did lose one game to G2 in the playoffs, but even then, he got ahead in that early game. KDA's been massive. Gold advantage at 14, been massive. And once again, in this game too, did have near enough a 1.5 to 2,000 gold lead onto the bot lane of GX. This guy is really scary on Kalista and has had good results with it. Even in games where Fnatic have looked completely dead and buried, this guy on the Kalista has carried them out of those depths before. And he's ahead of the game now, and Fnatic are looking in a much better point than some of the worst games he's carried on this champion.
Picked up that Wit's End as well. Bit of tenacity, but obviously, importantly, also gives him some magic resist when he's got someone like this Vladimir gunning for his head every single fight. Does make some sense there in terms of the itemization. Lots of people laughing. I hadn't realized. Is that Renata's laugh? She's got a very evil laugh.
Yeah, believe it is.
Don't think I'd heard it before.
Well, now you have.
Now I have.
You have. Not really sure where to go with that.
No, I'm sorry about that. It was just a moment that was like, huh, that's an interesting sound effect. What could I say?
GX once again on the defense in their own jungle. We haven't seen that much of GX being able to push up because Fnatic have been, you know, using the gold leads that they've had to push in. Starting on the Baron early, but it is on Vision.
Mickey just spotted out a little bit as well. Sweeper comes on down. Charm lands, but not really all that much avail. The Celestial opposition makes sure Mickey is relatively tanky right now. GX looking to fight their way into their own red side jungle, and Fnatic only baited the Baron. They haven't actually fully committed, and that one ward at the back of the pit is giving GX a lot of information.
But what Fnatic can just keep doing is quite simple, right? They just kind of jump forward, they push forward into a lane, just dip off of that lane, and they clump up as 3 members. Makes it harder for the Pantheon to punish, right? Because he wants to make an uneven numbered fights. If you group first, doesn't get the chance to do that. And if you don't find any opportunities, that's fine. Go back to the next wave, push it in again, try it again the other time. I think that Upset and Mickey having so much control has allowed Fnatic to very safely and very methodically approach the way that they want to take fights.
Eyes on Lock here as well, nearly at that death cap, has got 2 NLRs in inventory, and at some point that will be completed into a very large pack. Humanoid's already got it, of course, and that Talia certainly stings, but do keep your eyes on that Vladimir when that completion comes on through.
We've talked a lot about, of course we have, because it's a fun champion. On the other side, though, he is behind gold.
Yeah.
Oscar had some great plays earlier on, too. And, you know, we asked him to step up on the desk. I think it's quite clear for those of you that watch the G2 series, he does need to step up an individual form. He's ahead right now, and the Gwen can also do, of course, scale well. Maybe even can impact this fight if GX look for something. Isma on an angle.
There you go. A lot of work there between those two. Yeah. Versus head-to-head there, been very, very important this game. Oscar had a fantastic last fight, getting that triple kill, kind of 1v3 bluntly for the majority of it as Razok kind of fell away. GX now looking to fight their way into River, get that Scuttle Crab. Isma stepping on forwards himself there. Won't shield vault or anything, but GX doing a good job of fighting for some control in the River. Jackie stands charm onto Razok, doesn't really lead to all that much.
No, he's not really the champion that can do that much towards Skarner. That could be a problem in general, but I think it'll be less of an issue. Noah and Lot can gun him down for a little while. They're much better at killing tanks. Vladimir. Vladimir's disappeared for a while, but for those of you that watched in... When was Vladimir first really came back into it? For season 5 and 6. That champion was around for forever, for a good couple of years of League, actually. It's been a while since we've seen him back. This champion, though, is one of the most scary champions once he gets to items in towards that late game. I
just remember Kleptomancy Vladimir top from Nuggery back in the day.
I hated that rune, and I hated the way that he destroyed everyone. Actually, no, I didn't. I really enjoyed the way that he played that champion. Turns out he's a real fan-favorite champion player because of that. Dragon now spawning in under a minute. Would be sold for Fnatic. That is going to be definitely something that GX wants tonight. How do they approach this?
Both top laners just picked up 3rd items. Jun already forced to ult. Look at it go in with the flash pulverize. Impale comes on down with the Dawning Shadows buying a lot of time. Hostile takeover, though, afterwards from Mickey X is exquisite. And Jun goes down. The last embrace lands with the handshake back on it. Isma puts him in a dangerous position, tries to shield bolt in, and Upset's having none of it. The redemption, not enough to keep Mickey alive, but he gets another in the backside. Upset continues to hop, skip, and jump. It's not quite the penta because Oscar gets 1, but it's still a quadra kill for MVP bot laner.
Upset on the Kalista is a force of nature. Fnatic jump through the fight. They'll go towards the Baron. They teased it earlier. This time, they'll take it for free. They'll take the soul at the same time. And in one fell swoop, Fnatic claim 2 Uber buffs going in towards the late game. We'll have a look at that fight again, because once again, Jun is caught out at the start of the fight, fishing for vision, and he has to pop his ult early. Now, it's not a bad combo coming in from him, because he does get the double pulverize, but again, it's not onto the carries, so it's not still, even then, what he wants. Hostile takeover to buy time. Upset gets himself the lethal tempo, has the follow-up to go beyond it too. And Lock can't keep this Kalista locked down for long enough. He hops away from the Vladimir. It's not about Lock this time. In fact, he's CC'd up at the back end of the fight, and Upset keeps going on his merry way.
Probably sending a stern DM to Oscar about how dare you take that extra kill. That could have been mine. Still a fantastic performance. That's a Jack show, basically one shot afterwards as well. This Kalista is getting mighty hard to kill.
You've heard of the one shot, now get ready for the one shot. Go back to base and say, I'll have the lots. Put the Jack show
He's in the top lane on the other side, man. Don't think you can do that.
Oh man, he's, well, I'm sure that lot would like to have the amount of items which Upset has on the other side too. He is so far ahead of Noah. And they've just not been able to deal with this Kalista. We asked them just into them a good charm there.
That's a fair amount of damage. The problem is, it's not enough to get a kill or anything, and Fnatic now, with Ocean Soul and a 7k gold lead, are going to be nigh on impossible to move out of any lane in any easy way.
Yeah, this game is now very hard to strategize with GX. Hang on a second, they're trying to attack the side lane. Maybe that's a way they can get some stuff. It's quite far away.
It's a level 17 Gwen with Ghost Ult and an Ocean Soul. I'm not sure how easy that's going to be, and Oscar kind of just walks away.
Well, what were your options? You can't take group fights easily. Razork or Upset with the bailout with the Ocean Soul. It's too hard to cut through the first target in front of you. Maybe try and find someone isolated. Try and use the Hex Flash over the wall, maybe.
BP coming on in as well. Weaver's Wall there as well. Goes for the pulverize. It's only onto Razork. The hostile takeover doesn't really land onto anyone, but it has kept people split off. Jackie did fine get caught by that one, but his Law is dead. The Vladimir is staked. Van Helsing becomes Upset. Very appropriate considering the stakes he keeps throwing out. They'll look to get a hold of this mid lane tier 1.
GX try and go for a last gasp, but this might just be the base falling. 1 lane down, 2 lane down, 3rd one to fall after that point. This is going to be tutorial League of Legends. All of the inhibitors down on the same push.
And with a man down, and a very important one of that in the Vladimir, there is no creature of the night here to defend them. That final inhibitor down and tutorial completed. Next step, Nexus turrets.
GX have been on a bit of a hot streak, but Fnatic, they've got a point to prove coming into that lower bracket, and they have not taken prisoners this game.
They were looking to prove themselves still very deadly here in playoffs, and they have done just that in game 1. An upper bracket blip, and they come back with a vengeance. GX defeated in short order.
Fnatic are so good at playing Kalista. Upset is a really good Kalista player. As soon as he got ahead of that game, it felt like it was just very hard for GX to find the right moments to take fights, to stop this Kalista from doing damage.
But that's enough from us for now. We're going to toss to a break, and when we come back, the desk will tell us exactly how Fnatic that went.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A-rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New tower, new objective.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect
They're about
fit.
to lock in.
Whoa, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die, or you will turn it all to ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. You waste your life to gain power. You shift to gain rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every sin will be forgiven if you lay down your weapons to the ground.
Looking for the 1v1, Lord gets it! Transfusion! And Oscar in it is exsanguinated.
Don't press scanner, don't press scanner. Just scanner, just scanner, just scanner. Go in doors. Don't get gun. Yeah. Watch out, Talia. Combo and you guys win. I will kill him, I will kill him. Yeah, I nice!
Vladimir, careful. I have in 2 seconds, guys. I can E on the blood. Here. Look, Oski.
Yeah.
Blood dead, blood dead. Penta. We cannot dead, guys.
Okay, get Soul and Ashen.
And welcome back. Even though GX did not end up winning, I still would like to explain why Vladimir into Gwen is such a favorable matchup. This is something we started to see during MSI of 2022 when Bin started playing it as a counter pick into the meta Gwen. And I think Lot showed really well this game why the champion works so well in this instance. Turns out a champion with the ability to dodge any damage is really good in the champions whose kit's entire damage is loaded into one ability early game. What will happen is that when Gwen goes for a Q forward, the Vladimir is gonna pool all that damage and then look for a quick trade back when the Gwen then steps out. And I think Lot played a really good game and manages to transition that into another solo kill this game, as you see here. And in the late game team fights, the Vladimir's goal is kind of to flank and then get onto the enemy's carries and really try to assassinate them. And here we show the runes behind. You go to Airy, and most importantly, I want to highlight the Transcendence and the Legend Haste. Because all Vladimir cares about is getting as many Qs out as possible. Really itemizing into that ability haste is crucial for him. His build was Proto Belt into Crypt Bloom with the Magic Pen boots, and then he finished off the build with a Rabadon. So if you queue up to solo queue and you see someone blind pick Gwen, maybe try out the Vladimir and see if you can make it work as well as Lot did, and maybe also transition that into a victory.
And you're going to be fine, because I've seen your match history, and you've seen mine. I don't want to talk about it. Anyways, so GX, unfortunately, was not able to close this one out, but they did focus on that top lane quite heavily. And we said it earlier, like, right, Jack? We're like, okay, you want to shut down Oscarin, because that could be like that weak point of them. And they tried, but they weren't able to succeed.
I mean, I like the creative counter pick, tried to shut down Oscar, but bot lane was just bleeding. It was a really rough game from Noah and a fantastic game from Upset here, really showing that MVP caliber in his first game. And it just felt like they could continuously punish and force on this GX bot lane, and Noah could not really breathe at all, and you'd kind of hope that you would eventually get to outscale the Kalista, but even in later team fights, Noah's performance was just so diminished.
Yeah, and also want to highlight the two champions that GX picked early in the rotation was the Senna, and it was also the Pantheon. And I feel like Isma really struggled to make an impact due to that first ult being used in a defensive manner to protect his bot lane, where they still died anyway.
Just so disjointed.
Yeah, I feel like, especially we were talking about Jun and Isma in the pre-show, and I really feel like we didn't really see them work in tandem as well as we would like to. And I really want to see them try to maybe be a bit more on the same page going into game 2.
Yeah, and Fnatic for this one as well was just locked in, as we can tell from the gold grab. They didn't actually like drop, they just kept on going, kept focusing ahead. And we talked about the top lane, we talked about the bot lane, but also when we're looking at Noah, he was on the Senna, and when you prioritize Senna so heavily in the draft, I feel like there are certain expectations that comes with it, especially when it comes to getting some of these souls under lock and key.
I mean, clearly they think Senna is an overpowered champion, right? And they had really high prio on it. But Senna is so reliant on actually getting souls. And if you see here, he had the lowest soul count out of anybody in this graph, with only having 40 souls at 20 minutes. And if you are a Senna without souls, it's as if you're not really even a champion, because even Kalista is going to outscale you at that point. So I think the biggest thing that what GX really need is, sure, they don't need to put all their resources toward the bot side, but they need a good matchup. Because if you give Upset and Mickey a good matchup, they're going to run away with the game.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they did here, right? And it kind of goes back to our point earlier today that we made when it comes to these keys of victory. Try and shut down that top lane. They tried to do that, didn't necessarily work. Have Isma come through with some of that creativity, some of that flair, let him set up some of these plays. Also, trying to do that on the Pantheon didn't necessarily land, and then you have the priority on Senna to try and at least even out that bot lane. But again, it felt like GX had a plan coming into this, but maybe not necessarily able to execute it.
Yeah, I mean, well, I do want to say that I think Jackie's had a pretty good game in this game 1. I feel like I really felt his presence on that Ahri. He had a lot of good picks with those charms. It wasn't enough, and I would kind of want to see them next game really draft towards Isma and really give him more options, because he played his Pantheon. But when all your lanes are losing like this, I mean, sure, he had the winning top side, but mid was getting pushed in by Natalia, and his bot lane was just under fire constantly. He didn't really have that many options to really make himself known in the game.
What would you then like to see instead from Isma?
I would love to see either you draft a really strong bot lane with a Poppy, so you can look to invade and like pressure dives, or I would love to see him go back to the Nidalee. He's 2-0 on the Nidalee this split, and has not lost with it yet, and it is his most comfort champion.
Yeah, I think the key just lies in the lane matchups. To enable Isma to do his thing, he needs laners that can move first, that can be proactive, because otherwise Isma tries to do it on his own, and it just doesn't work.
Yeah, also Jackie's only got caught like, what, once on the side lane, so I feel like the branding is no longer branding from that side
and
around.
Humanoid got caught.
Yeah, right? So, I mean, Fnatic is locked in, but so is GX, but we're ready to head into the second game of the series. This is GX's chance to actually equalize this. Let's see if they can do it.
Thank you very much, Desk. We are going to see whether GX can find some recovery after that game 1, where the Kalista and eventually the Gwen began to run away with it. Fnatic coming back with a bit of a vengeance after their upper bracket stumble.
The upset Kalista was just so ridiculous once it started getting ahead in the game. And I completely agree with what Jack was saying. They need to have a better matchup in that bot side. I do think that Noah and Jun do have a lot of power to bring towards GX. I think particularly Jun, when he's on something like a Nico or a heavy engaged support, can make such a big difference. And they need to make sure they can survive through to the game where that can actually show up.
Tried with the Alistair, ended up being a little bit awkward, couldn't quite find the big engage he was looking for, and Fnatic were just ready for it. How many hostile takeovers stuffed those engages? mind the likes of the Gwen and the Kalista bringing down the back end of those fights. But still, draft now beginning. GX on blue side, banning away the Poppy and the Rumble. On the other side, that Yone will always be banned against Jackies. The Azir also off the table.
I think you have to ban out the Jax too. I just think that Lot's too good at the champion. If he even gets a match which is kind of playable for that champion, you should just get rid of it. Malachi, like we said, is a EU special, even though these teams are not necessarily the ones which play it as much. Still very much respected here within the region. Do Jax go towards that? No, they ban the Vi instead. So Lot, maybe it wouldn't be the early pick into it. The Varus a much better blind pick. We do need to question whether that Jax is going to be playable, and Oscar will have to keep that in mind for himself too.
Isma's win rate on the Jax is pretty formidable, by far his best looking champion. Still though, Fnatic have got that game to play with. Lock in an early Jhin here.
So Jhin, Varus, very strong in lane. Often when one's locked in lane, you reply with the other because they both have long range follow-up. They can both provide some CC from a long range for their team. Varus has a bit more flexibility in what he can do in terms of either on-hit tank shredding or of course going towards the poke as well. Isma is an Italy player and it's a genuine, you can go for the double poke here and look towards. Heck, I mean, it was the BDS thing where they went towards Varus, Jace, and Italy last split an awful lot.
Can try and make it work. The Nocturne being hovered. I'll note the Fury up and available as well, but they go towards the Nocturne and potentially make it a Knock Wave combo.
Nice, okay. So, Humanoid needs to lock in something that doesn't die easily. You need to, look, you need to lock in something that lanes well into the Orianna and doesn't die particularly easily to a Nocturne Orianna, because you already have the Jhin, who is immobile, and yes, he's long range. Nocturne doesn't care about that. Nocturne presses R and then lights go out and suddenly your HP bar hits 0. Humanoid, he has played this a little bit and he locks it in. Aurelion Sol for Humanoid. Rarely seen in the mid lane, but it is hovering around the fringe of things. Not what I would call unkillable for a Nocturne Orianna, but you can press the R button first sometimes.
And you can fly away and ignore all your problems. It's great. Of course, I believe Humanoid is probably a significant amount of the play rate of the Astral Dragon. He's 3 games so far.
Listening to Lenny Kravitz, I hear he had a song about that.
I'm not. You know, you nearly made me sing that. I nearly just went and started. It would have been a bad idea.
Think about that. So bot lane yet to be completed for either side. The Nico big for both of these guys. Worth noting. Both of these teams have long-range initiation comps. You have an Aurelion Sol that can fly into the play. You can lob in that ultimate. Also, what you can do with both of these comps too, and both teams need to be aware of this, is lock people in melee range if the engage fails or doesn't get all the targets that you want. Imagine you are the Nocturne, you fly into the Xin Zhao, if you can't quite get towards those carries, and then you get Jhin W'd, and then you get put into the Singularity from Aurelion Sol. You don't really get out of that play. So that's something that both of these teams are going to have to keep in mind. Do you have a way to not get caught into that meat grinder? Or of course, both teams, buy the other team into your own meat grinder.
Big mobility engage options banned out by the side of Fnatic in the Nico and that Rakan, 2 Jund specialties. It has been top lane tank options that GX have been getting rid of. And of course, they're kind of considering a Jax angle here, of course. Could, I suppose, be locked in here for Oscar Rinnan if you want. It's just, could be a bit risky to do that blind.
Leona banned away from Mickey. Again, that would have been quite nice in regards to the meat grinder because you can throw the ultimate from a long range away. Well, I believe Mickey's undefeated on this. I think he's 5-0 actually on the champion.
That's pretty good going.
He had a hell of a game on it versus G2. Locks it in. 6th game of spring, including playoffs and regular season. 5-0 on it so far. That Jax, which we said, hey, Lot, very, very good on this. I believe he's 4-1 on that champion. Would be another melee, which is, we've said there are dangers of it, but Jax, if he jumps into melee, often likes to finish the fight as he jumps in with a counter-strike too. So Jax and Fnatic both saying, all right, let's buy into the melees, let's jump into the meat grinder.
Debating a Gragas right now. It's just a hover, so I hold off on saying it's locked in, but the moment I talk about it, there it is locked for Jund.
I love that it's locked in for support for Jund, who has played a bit of it, but it's against Mickey X.
I know.
Before all of this other stuff he's been playing, he was that Gragas one trick who made a mess of solo queue for a little while. He's really good at that pick. So Jund locks that in, pretty good, again, dispersing people. And it's going to be the Cho'Gath locked in for Oscar Rinnan. Okay, so another kind of thing to lock you into that middle ground. Now if you dive in, you get hit by the Cho'Gath Q into the Singularity, into the Jhin W, you just never get to move. Both of these teams need to plan their engages very, very carefully, because when the fight starts, you better have a way to finish that fight, because if you don't get the kills you're looking for at the start of it, you are getting locked down. It's very hard if you're the melee player.
And look, you can't counter-strike the nom nom nom. You will just get eaten up as well. So, you know, because again, you got to call it outright. Like, you know that Lot will be looking for that Jax if you can get a hold of it. Fnatic clearly were trying to bait it out and feel like they have the answer there. The scaling Fnatic was when you have the likes of an Aurelion Sol, now the Cho'Gath with all of those fee stacks you can pick up. Pretty scary to manage. Getting ready to lock in and get ready for the Rift though. GX, the mid-game spike with a Orianna Nocturne combo. Pretty brutal, but Fnatic, they can get that Aurelion Sol online, that Cho'Gath with a few stacks. Not exactly easy to manage themselves.
The Stackosaurus Rex.
Is that the Latin name?
What is actually all good in Arena, which I miss very much, by the way, but definitely something which do need to keep an eye on.
By the way, because he mentioned that to you before.
Fnatic, strong game one, very good snowball, very good team fighting after that points. Can they match that again in the second game with a very different kind of composition? Onto the Rift we go.
Game 2 about to kick off. Fnatic got the Kalista the first time round and ran rampant this time. Very different look at the drafts. For GX's sake, they'll be hoping for a very different result. Again, with a little bit of a cinematic flyover there as everyone runs to lanes. And again, anything here at the level 1. Lot just roaming with Isma, who throws the thumbs up here on repeat. He's just a really thumbs-uppy guy.
Got a couple of players which like spamming that one, which is, hey, keeps your APM up, I hear, is the reason for that. We will need to, of course, keep an eye on this top lane matchup. Again, Oscar picking the Cho'Gath into the Jax, which was very likely to come through. Strike doing decent work here, but no, Cho'Gath with the E-start does do a decent amount of auto damage himself.
The Vorpal Spikes comes on down, very annoying. A little bit of a trade here over by the Raptors. No wards really put down though. Runes up on that. Nothing I'm seeing that looks super
No wards put
weird
down,
there.
besides that one which we just saw put down in the middle of the screen as you
at the
mentioned.
moment I said it.
Of course, this jungle tracking does matter an awful lot. Last game, the early level of jungle didn't do that much in terms of ganks. Having information, of course, changed the way you play around the game. Do they know that this ward is put down? I don't see any pings onto it from the side of Fnatic. They might not know that it's there. And so, Lot intercept Oscar on the way back to lane.
That counter-strike again at the level 1 gets another bit of a chunk, looking to build a few grass procs of his own here on the Jax. Outside. One of those interesting matchups. Upset holding that fourth shot, looking to see whether he can zone off Noah and Jun in the fight for level 2. Looks like it might well be. I say one by Upset and the rest of the crew, but they don't zone them off that much of the wave.
Xian and Varus, of course, both very good in the laning phase. So the supports often have to be the deal breaker between the two of them. Both AD carries do similar things, I suppose, to each other. Worth noting that this is going to be the on-hit Varus. You see a Cho'Gath on the other side, you see the Rel potentially jumping in front of you, and you think, okay, I do need some extra damage to kill those tanks. As Humanoid jumps forward in the mid lane, nice stacking.
Oh, the Astral Flight comes down and Jackie's eats a few procs, the Breath of Light. More like the Breath of Death very shortly after that.
Wow. Yeah, Aurelion Sol gets that bonus damage to the Q if you're mid-flight. So if you manage to get a roll, get a bit of a runway where you can walk at someone and channel that Q, it is really nasty. We haven't seen that many people play the Aurelion Sol. Humanoid's played it a bit. I know that Jojo's played it for MCOY as well. Razor forcing flash for flash. That's some good reactions there from Jackie's.
Now Jackie needs to be very wary, of course, for another one of those Astral Flight attempts as well. But early on, Jackie's put under a lot of pressure. First on the 1v1, and then Razor looking to get involved early on there, having cleared out his red side quadrant.
So, Razor making an impact there in the mid lane. See whether they can return to that, because that flash is going to be down now for the level 6 mark. So if Humanoid can get a good flight in, chances are that Jackie's being immobile, maybe could be under threat there. Razor, or Mickey, of course, loves to roam mid lane. Can hover near the lane.
Reset now from the Aurelion Sol. Nothing too much more there. We're looking probably for an early tier. Often is the way on those Aurelion Sols. See exactly what the build is. It's just going to be the Mana Crystal so far, so not quite the full Lost Chapter 4 tier. Nisma, though. Looking for a potential look at Oscarinin here, though. Lot silenced by the Feral Scream.
It needs to be a little bit careful here. It does have second winged Doran's shield ticking, but, you know, Cho'Gath auto attack reset hits a Q. A decent spot. Isma could tank the turret hit. See how it goes.
Counter-strike comes on down, just wide. The Feral Scream comes up bot side, the dive comes on down. Noah is in danger, and unfortunately the arc does not allow them to go 2x2. It's just one man standing in the bot lane.
And the AD carry dies, which means that they lose. Hang on a second, fight in the picture in top lane this time. So we switch over as the cross smack does come through. Kill on either side.
Cho'Gath at least takes Isma with him, but a lot does get to stay in the lane. Will be able to reset there himself and come back.
Oscar gets himself the kill. Sadly for Lot, he doesn't. Does, of course, stay alive. and he can farm the wave. On the other side, of course, Noah dies and he can't farm the wave. That's often one of the big things you look for in the dive. Who gets to stick around and pick up the XP? Important in the early game. Jun doesn't have vision inside that brush and will not be able to cancel the recall. So, activity in the early game, something that we didn't have as much of at this timestamp just before that point.
Have a look at this replay now as well. I suspect this will be the top lane dive that we saw kind of brewing before the bot lane one kicked off before it.
And now, the thing is, when you look at people on this HP, you think, okay, what's going to be the Jack settle dice? Somehow Ismush dies beforehand. Does he tank aggro? No, he doesn't. What happens is Oscar ends up keeping the ranged minions out of aggro, so Isma takes it just one shot earlier by clearing out Melimi's very close run stuff, but Oscar controlling the wave there to buy him an extra tower shot onto Isma.
Oscar did burn the flash. Of course, there's the rupture. Kind of buffers through the counter-strike well enough to match the CC. Shadowing strike bot side into the crash down and the deadly flourish. So Noah ends up losing a third or so of his HP bar there. A little bit frustrating for him, but does have a pot and a biscuit in inventory, so it shouldn't matter a huge amount here in the grand scheme of things.
Level 6 is about to get hit now. 2 Lot jumping forwards. It's a decent trade down there. Oscar not trading that badly back, though. Has a giant spell, so has a bit more HP to work with, which of course is nice. Because a lot of your stuff scales off the HP too. That ultimate, of course, the big one of it. Humanoid holding the wave in mid lane right now. As we said, hey, Jackie's doesn't have that flash. You're about to level up towards level 6 in mid lane. The fact that you could just pull Jackie's a little bit further away from turret, quite dangerous here for Jackie's. Humanoid making sure that Jackie's can't sit pretty, and that means Jun has to come over.
Still got a minute, 30 seconds or so on that flash timer, so trying to defend the Orianna while that's happening. Grubs spawned quite yet, a couple minutes on that. The Dragon is up, and GX are a team that does love those early objectives so they can get their hands on them. Didn't really get to do that much last game, as Mickey will face check Lot, and Lot will whack him with an empowered auto. The lamppost comes on down, and Mickey doesn't care too much, but there is the early Dragon startup by Fnatic.
Jackie's under tower. Isma putting in some deep wards in the enemy jungle, actually. This one just behind that red buff. Potentially looking to see if he can catch someone out on the way to top lane tower, as you look on that mini-map. Mickey is going to be shielding Oscar, and Oscar does have a decent amount of HP. Not easy to do that much, especially with the Nocturne not having level 6. Needs a little bit more for that. Dragon goes down. Oscar has Mickey supporting him.
A camp or so for that to happen. They see Mickey coming in, but now Jackie's in danger. Does have the flash nearly back, but not quite yet. Will self-shockwave there, and the Sombrero does a lot of work. Razzle flash for flash just up in time, and Jackie's gets away with it.
Fnatic had the idea to punish the flash cooldown, but they don't quite work it out in time. Jackie's gets a kill on the turret. Now he is very low HP and will have to recall quite soon, but that's a good amount of gold over towards the Orianna. And Razog missing that flash is definitely something which he'll would like to have for a future fight, because we're getting towards that point in the game with the one item mark when you do have Isma and Jackie's, the level 6s being very important here, and you don't have flash for moments like this now.
And there's the paranoia afterwards as well. Jump on top of him, he's fleeing, the body slam comes on down, you can make the win becomes lightning all you want, my friend. You're still going down into the dirt. Isma picks up the kill, nice weight around the round.
Exactly what we were saying. Razok losing the flash. Isma, nice micro there to get the other side of the shins out of fear and back in towards the support player, rather than letting him run away from him. Razok goes down and dies twice in about the same amount of minutes. Razok trying to be active here, but GX responding very well, and now they have the gold lead.
And look, Fnatic came into this series understandably favoured, but the Des did call out a few of those win cons, and I want to remind people of one of them, namely, let Isma play with resources, was point number 2 that Finn made, and what do you know, he's got some resources early.
He does, and he's gained them for himself. Good on him. He's self-sufficient. We like to see that at points. Isma, now, of course, didn't have his flash for that play. We'll have it coming up. His ultimate was used for a bit of the burst in that one. Mickey crashed down over the wall. Grubs have spawned.
He doesn't crash out over the wall, you know. He's not having a bad day. He's actually played quite well.
No, that comes later. Things go worse.
Fnatic playoffs, yeah.
Do Fnatic want to contest towards this? Probably not. Razor, again, no flash, makes it a little bit harder to walk down towards this. Upside could come down, though. Of course, he has the curtain call. Make things a bit interesting.
Look to play that lot there as well with the rest of the squad. The rest of Fnatic playing a little bit of Safari League of Legends, honestly. Are zoning off GX from the wave, though, importantly, as that has crashed into turret. Trying to find Jun here. Maybe get stunned up. Wards go down. They want to try and get a bit of a chunk here, but half the HP of the Gragas is what they get for their time in the river.
Fnatic, not really sure what they wanted to do in that last minute there. They get a chunk out of Jun, as you were saying, which helps in terms of getting control of this 2v2 positioned in the top side of the map. GX are completely happy with this early game now. The 3 grubs definitely helps, allows them to cross map a little better. Maybe allows Lot to get some advantage out of side lanes. Crash forwards.
Looking to jump onto Noah, who will cleanse Flash away. Humanoid was around. The Astral Flight was activated, but has to cancel it and head back home. Not enough fuel in the tank. Screen on the other side, throwing out some of those empowered autos, but in comes Isma with the paranoia. Flash away, breaks the tether, so no unspeakable horror required. Razzle waiting though, looking to give Isma a taste of his own medicine. Tries to audacious charge forward, Oscar in danger. Rupture into the 3 talents, try and knock him. Looking for the face, Flash is out of range. And Isma survives, but for how long as Razzle will look to hunt him down, or audacious charge comes on down, trying to get some damage back. Can't quite get the fear, can't donate the kill either as yet. Has got a spell shield. He will eventually fall, but still a 1-for-1.
So both junglers getting involved in the bottom side of the map. Razork hangs out of position, out of vision rather, in that brush. Now Humanoid has a pretty high HP, has his ultimate. Lot will have to pay respect to that. See that Isma really trying to be active on these globals. The Pantheon in that first game, the Nocturne in this second game, quick to respond towards these plays. I think one of the big things I've noticed about the meta across the world, particularly here in Europe as well, over this split, as people have realized, look, teleports take a long time to get places. By the time you've ended that channel, a lot of the time, fights have already ended. So everyone has started locking globals. We've seen a lot of Panther, we've seen a lot of Clear. Now, it helps that they're strong champions too, but it also means you can react very, very quickly to these plays. Seeing something like Isma on Nocturne, which has been something which I remember him playing at low in EMEA Masters down in the ERL level. Something he's pretty confident on. Having that ability to quickly start fights and quickly respond to fights is really good in the current meta.
It's earned him an early Hex Plate here as well to have more of those ultimates up and available. There's always been a little bit of a debate on what item you should go first on the Nocturne. Stride Break has been a thing, Hex Plate's been a thing. A little bit dependent on exactly what you want out of the champion.
Yeah, and you tend to only build one of the Stride Breaker or the Hex Plate. That'll do you. Then you can go towards something like either the Stabs or the Black Cleaver. It's that second item. Isma, good amount of gold ahead of Razork, of course. Want to make sure that doesn't get too out of hand. The Xin Zhao, in a game like this, if he falls behind, can be quite vulnerable. He needs to hold on to stuff like his flash not very well. He's not landing the combo there.
All of the skill shot CC does go wide. Dragon is about to spawn. That must be second for Fnatic, and they are interested in playing for it. One ward in the river there, not being swept out though, is giving GX a little bit of an idea about what's happening, even if Fnatic largely have serious command over the river. Have now spotted out that ward. Finish it off yet.
Humanoid not at the place. They don't have as much damage onto that dragon. Forced out of river, paying respect to GX.
He has 69 stacks towards the Sky's Descend though. In they go. Paranoia pop. Flash away from Razork, who has the Crescent Guard down. I apologize. Teleport in from Oscar Renan, who turns up. That should now secure Dragon. A few summoners blown, but nothing else.
It does, but the big thing is you blow the teleport from Oscar. Well, you have a 3 Grub Jax on the top side, who we said was going to benefit if he gets a little bit of time left onto that turret. He'll get himself another plate up towards that top side of the map. Yes, Humanoid could have potentially teleported up towards it, chooses not to. Lot gets himself individual advantage at the cost of the dragon.
Yeah, big swing in gold there for him. Razork does land that Whimper Comes Lightning and allows the extended audacious charge, but Jackie just shockwaves him. And Razork's gone too deep.
Razork is really being punished as the person who is most vulnerable on the side of Fnatic. We've said this right the way from the early picks of draft. If you're a melee in this game, it's really, really difficult. Lot gets himself some more gold. That is important. That'll help him later into the game as one of those aforementioned melees to maybe survive the meat grinder. Razork there, getting caught out by something like that Shockwave, getting caught out by, you know, the Varus potentially later into the game too. Needs to be very, very careful. You are not that survivable in a draft like this.
No, he's not, and especially if now with the Grubs win conditions somewhat on the line. Just a bit of an interrupt there on Lot. Counter-strike here. Is anyone coming up to support this? Look at the mini-map. In comes Isma. Doesn't quite have the paranoia. Continuing to jump at Lot, who does avoid the rupture. TP behind. Looking to make the play on this. Lot getting slowed down. Not quite going to get out. They'll TP in. And the Jax survives.
No chomp from Oscar. Otherwise, maybe a dead Jax. Lot makes it out alive. Oscar, I think it was a blind cancel on the Rusher, actually. Not sure he had awarded that, but Lot gets himself a bunch of gold from top lane. Very nearly dies before he can spend it. Goes back now and will buy himself a full Trinity Force and components towards his next item. 1k ahead. Lot very, very good stats on the Jax. Nice to see him not get punished there by Oscar. Very nearly clawed back some gold. Would have been quite important to do so. Now we're controlling this mid lane now. First item completed for both of our AD carries. This is the the point where both of them tend to just sit around in mid lane, wave clearing, trying to be as safe as possible. A little bit harder for Upset to do that in this game because there's the Noct and Orianna, which we haven't seen that combo actually be pulled just yet. It's just been Isma on his own. You do have to be aware of that. Sometimes you get a bit mind-gamed against combos like that where, so there's a Nocturne, I see his ult. Oh, the Shockwave. And you don't see them together for a while, and then it hits you once, and you think, oh yeah,
that's why it was a thing.
That's why they get picked together. Fnatic to be hyper aware of that later on. If Upset gets taken down easily, Humanoid, a lot of their damage goes with it. 3 growths from GX. If they can get any taps on this tap, needs a lot obviously, but Upset doing well at wave clearing safely for now.
Feats of strength were picked up by GX.
Oh,
Razork behind, looking to get onto Jackie's. When we start talking about the shockwave on the cell, might give Jackie's a moment, flash away, the shot hit, but he's still so fast! Phase Rush gets him out to safety. The Mundo stocks keep getting higher. Nice amount.
So he needs to pop the Seraph's shield, or rather his shield pops just about there. Herald now alive. Jackie's no shockwave, no flash. Can teleport back in and use his basic abilities, but Fnatic to at least buy one of the defensive measures from Jackie's if there's a fight for this.
Still though, GX are still up 2,500 gold, which is a solid amount at this point in the game. The Jax 1,200 of that should be pretty scary if you are a Fnatic fan. Going to try and get this Herald here too.
Good early game from GX so far. They fought well. They're heading kills 2,000 gold up at this timestamp. Getting good objectives down too with the Herald going on top of their grubs, which they had early. Coming into this matchup, I did think GX could give Fnatic a good game. If Fnatic was still for a second I just had to check. I've seen enough random... I've seen enough random arrow steals from Varus that even when it's on the same team, sometimes my brain has been wired to see what happens with it. Anyway,
I have yelled unnecessarily before at those.
It's completely fine. They do get themselves Herald. Minute and a half until Dragon is up and available again. Would be soul points to Fnatic with a Mountain Soul. Now that is definitely not something which GX would like to be giving over. Also worth noting as well, something that's happened in our inventories, we have the Catalyst sitting in the inventory of Humanoid. You do this because the Rod of Ages doesn't give you extra HP on completion now. You just get the 350 HP for it, so why not sit on Catalyst? Rylai is just a good item in terms of stats, and Humanoid can be someone that, again, just traps you into that melee area if you misstep. Humanoid quite tanky for this point in the game, but providing some utility at the expense, of course, some damage that you would have with something like a Blackfires or a Leandries.
So GX at this point looking to try and get some control of the mid lane wave, drop that Herald, use it to buy pressure into the river for that Dragon Spawn. Should just take down that tier 1 in mid lane. It's already more than low enough for the Herald to do it just by itself. Upset doesn't really have a lot to say about it. And there goes that mid tier 1. Fnatic will have to force their way into the river while Jackie's begins to clockwork wind up the turret. Just, you know, throwing some insults up at it.
He has 3 grubs to work with too, which are definitely more helpful. That front Shun, leaving a Q to keep some vision. Well, I think so, but Isma is off vision. See what they can do with it.
It's a Grand Stoffel. Isma's now very much on vision. Has to flash away. In they go, though. Paranoid is going to blow at least one person. The explosive gas comes on down, fleeing for the moment, but he's still alive. Upset finally falls as Lot TP's in, but it's already a lot of damage that Fnatic have managed to find onto the backside of the skies. Descended, and GX were caught under the crashing stars. Lot goes down as well. Razork has got a 3-talent strike waiting. Jackie sidestepped well, but he's hit with the breath of the light. It's just the light at the end of the tunnel. And Fnatic are the train waiting to bring Jackie's down. He buys a moment or two, but the Clockwork Ballerina dances no more.
GX pull the combo, but again, it doesn't involve the Shockwave. You need to have the Shockwave, I think, at this kind of timestamp to have the damage to kill the carry. You'll go back into the replay, and then one of the immediate things you'll notice is that Jackie's is still pushing bot lane. They pull the trigger too early. There is no Shockwave. Yes, the combo from Jun is pretty good, but if the Shockwave is here, you don't get the extra damage from Upset during that fight. You don't lose the flash early from Jax, and you have more tools to fight with later into it. I really think they have to pull the trigger while Jackie's was there. The missed communication, Fnatic pick up the pieces, quickly realize they have an opportunity, and they force them afterwards onto the flashless Orianna to pick up the last kill.
Great fight, that soul point. With the gold lead pretty much non-existent now for the side of GX, and what looked like a great game for them. Been left in a much more precarious position, 4 or so minutes, and Soul comes on down for something like a Cho'Gath, and you start to cry a bit about all of the shields and resistances in this massive tanky top lane.
Especially since you just can't get away from them after a while too, because, you know, there's going to be someone like an Aurelion Sol flying over your heads. Tower's going to go down on the bot side. Jackie's will finally get that, was working on that very heavily before that Dragon. That was why he was late to that last fight. Fnatic cutting the gold lead out a little bit. Of course, with the Soul, you don't care as much about that.
towards the mid lane. We look briefly, Noah there on the Varus. Has gone towards the on-hit Varus, by the way, worth noting. Of course, he is into things like the Cho'Gath, so it does make some sense that he wants a bit more tank-killing potential. Varus notoriously pretty good at maintaining control over that mid lane wave, and so shoves that one up pretty happily. Upset, though, quite at that second item, nearly there. Doing his best to be a scaling threat, so to speak, on the Jhin.
No, he's going towards the rapid fire second, which it makes sense against this kind of composition, which wants to punish you by throwing you into low range and then keeping you there. So he wants to use that rapid fire proc to keep himself out of that a little longer. So we come into a pause again.
And Fnatic once again, powered up. We know what it is.
Empowered.
Someone, you know, we've got to check up how they do this. What deal did they make to get the pause buff?
Wasn't it like Crappo and Froggen putting Ham in the servers
I
way back when?
remember that.
Pretty sure that was in one of the show matches ages ago for Earth. In fact, I'm pretty sure that Shox referenced that again. It makes me feel very old that that was a 10-year-old joke.
I don't want to believe
I don't
that.
want to believe that.
I'm trying to say, I'm realizing I played League of Legends, probably started playing like 12 years ago. That's
Yeah.
a long time. I put a lot of time into this game, folks.
Yeah, many of the players here have on stage here too. Hello, people waving at the crowd. I wave back to you. I hope you're having a good time here in Berlin. As we were saying earlier, a lot of people travel to the studio for the first time to watch the LEC in its home environment.
Glad to have
here.
you.
Glad to have you here, of course, as well. As we wait to work out the back end of this pause again, and we have a break to think about what's happened in this game, how it's been going so far. Of course, last fight, kind of a big one. GX were in a really good point. If they just had that shockwave in there, I feel like that could have kind of been the launch pad to get them into the next stage of the game. Because they didn't, I'm really quite worried now about Fnatic kind of coming back into it, the Aurelion Sol building up to a couple of items, the Aurelion Sol getting a lot of HP as well, which means that you can't one-shot him, then he puts the Rylai's on you, and you just can't really hit the targets that you want to. Yes, you have more damage on GX. You do have the Jax, you do have the Shockwave, which can do a lot of work too, but on the other side, it's really hard to get that damage down at some points.
Very much feels that way, and we saw like the massive lead for Lot Jax, this champion he's so confident on. He's got such a good win rate on, and yet at this point that 1200 gold lead has slipped away. Fnatic clearly came in ready for the champion. They had the Cho'Gath immediately locked in the moment they saw it. They were so ready to go, and they've done a fantastic job of kind of mitigating the Jax after he got a big lead. Humanoid's waving at us. Hi, Humanoids. Having a good time? He can't hear me. That's probably a good thing. He doesn't want to have to hear my words.
We wave wildly enough. Maybe they'll wave back. It's like, way! Is anyone going to notice?
No, they're not paying
they're really
attention.
locked in, believe it or not.
It is playoffs. I'd be more worried if they weren't.
Yeah. No. We try and buy time here, of course. See what's happening with the pause, and we'll get back into the game as soon as possible. But
what's your favorite pause content? Just throwing you under the bus.
Thanks,
so, you're welcome, by the way.
Well, normally I have fun facts to give you.
What's a fun fact?
Well, I gave a lot of them out last time.
Yeah, was that all the facts you have in life?
Not all of them. I have some. The fact that I told this one last time, but that a scorpion can breathe underwater.
That would be more useful for last game, though. We had a scorpion in that one, yeah, you know?
But they can breathe underwater for 12 days.
That's horrifying.
Yeah, apparently they blow a little bubble around themselves, and they can kind of survive in that for a while. I told the one about the Gimpy Gimpy tree from Australia.
That's a great
Hysterics, which is translated to the Pain tree. Don't use those. Don't use those leaves. They're very, very painful.
Those are fun facts. I don't know whether the Gimpy Gimpy one is strictly a fun fact. That feels like just a generally like that's an awful thing to have in the world.
Oh, what we are reduced to during a pause.
Tell you what.
Yeah.
Could we try to talk about the game? Is that something we can
Yeah, occasionally.
Are we allowed to do that? I don't know whether we are in a pause.
I believe we're even here for that.
Are you sure?
Occasionally, okay. I'm told so. Yeah, Giant X. Again, a decent play this game. It feels a little bit strange. If you went back to the start of this split, I don't think a lot of people would have believed people in the lead up to this series saying, hey, they can actually give them a good game. In fact, actually, there are ways that maybe they could win, question mark. GX have had some great games against top teams, both at Madrid and then post that too. Beat G2, of course, over in Madrid. And I think, considering that this team had a lot of players that were not on a great set of form. This is cheers. As we get ready towards getting back into the game as well.
Well, the arena's cheering. And I've got good news. Apparently, we're due back in a minute or so.
Wow.
So we're nearly back folks.
So get ready to get seated again. But yeah, no, GX with a lot of players that were on pretty poor form, I think, in last split and coming into this one, a lot of their players have really stepped up. I think that Isma, from start of split to now, has been one of the most improved players in the LEC. I think that Lot, after a weak start at the start of the split 2, has also leveled up an awful lot too, and we saw that from the Vladimir. Even in game 1, we are getting some ready checks back into it, and we'll be getting back into game.
That means we can get back into the action proper and start chatting a little bit more about those players again. And Isma started this game so strong. Actually, as we are about to log in, we've got ourselves a bit of action as we start. Isma pops the Paranoia, the man we were just speaking about. Problem is he's going up against Oscar, who is a mighty beast on this chokeout. Still has that feast to work with. Jun coming on over though, finds the body slam, and the piercing arrow will slay the mighty dragon of top lane.
Noah follows up with the arrow. Takes his first kill participation of the game. Ult used into that side lane with a Hex plate. It'll be a lower cooldown too. So Fnatic caught a little bit flat-footed coming out of the pause. Where's Atakan spawned? I do forget it can spawn on different spots. Sometimes it's on the bot side, so it's not like Fnatic are positioning for anything on the top side. GX not in position to use their 3 grubs anywhere right now.
Saw this a little bit last game as well, where you'd see GX maybe get a fight, a pick here or there, but not really be able to convert it into anything else. There wasn't a kill and a turret, a kill and an objective. And again, this game, that's a nice pick, but it hasn't necessarily gotten them anything else there. Still, a kill is a kill, and you'll take it, especially if you don't have to burn all that much in the grand scheme of things. Ult cooldowns at this point, especially with things like Hex plates, are pretty damn short. Be up well in time for the Soul fight, which Oscar Winner's flash will not be up for.
No, but Fnatic, all they have to do is survive the combo again like they did last time, and hopefully they can have the damage to clean up. GX, I think the next time you must have the Orianna as part of the combo. Fnatic, if they don't get the Shockwave and top at the same time, I think they'll be happy to look for what could even just come down to a smite fight. If they get that Mountain Soul, I think the conversation about the game changes quite a lot.
Yeah. I feel like it probably does. And again, you've still got to do it. It's not a Callista this time with the Rem, but you've still got the Cho'Gath Feast, which is a pretty good smite secure skill in and of its own. So that could still be hard to win against that weighted flip of the smite. Not that easy to go down, as GX, though, look to get some control over this bot side river, with the Atakan also being there. I suspect whoever wins that dragon fight may well also be getting the Atakan.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of stuff on the table then. Ante up. Let's see who comes out ahead of this. Slight gold lead to the side of GX, actually significant one. 2 items for both mid laners. Importantly, does Humanoid have his big old ultimate? We'll have to have a check for that one. Yes, he does. So he'll have the Sky's Descend for this fight. That'll apply the Rylai's and the Liandry's, which will then reapply the Rylai's after this. GX, again, their first combo has got to be good. Otherwise, they're going to get slowed down, and champions like the Jax, the Nocturne are all going to really suffer after that point.
GX looking to start putting down some vision, getting control over the river. The last fight wasn't great for them, but as Al noted, pretty good gold lead right now. But it's mostly in jungle and top, the frontliners. The damage carries. And that means things like the Cerulean Soul, things like this Jhin are well within touching distance. Liandry's now completely humanoid. The rapid fire dump for upset. It's pretty good news for Fnatic in terms of their ability to make another fight happen. They've got the shove in mid lane, looking for this tier 1. They're not even necessarily obligated for the fight. TP behind though. GX wanting to find the play. Here comes the Paranoia. Shockwave onto the backside. Flash away from Aurelion Sol, who does survive, has the Astral Flight available too. The cask doesn't really lead to all that much. A lot is just left in the middle of nowhere. Tries to get the counter strike, but he's split apart. In go the skies, and they descend on a number of people. Lot is feasted, and it is the tastiest thing that Oscar Ridden has ever had. Gonna try and get away now as the curtains were called. GX lose their top laner and find nothing with their attempted engage.
Humanoid is just way too tanky. The Catalyst, the Rylai's, the Liandry's all add up to each other to the point where the combo does very little to the Aurelion Sol. Dragon will go over to the side of Fnatic. Mountain Soul claims because GX's combo didn't really deliver on the promise that came through from Draft. They'll get towards that Atakan, both for the taking.
Start that one up as well. We said it would be something Soul secured. Atakan now very much on the table. No ult quite up for Isma, but he's going to come over and try and contest anyway. Dustbringer was used for a bit of extra speed over. Oscar Ridden clearing out that bot side wave. 3,000 HP, and Isma, I don't think is going to be allowed anywhere near the Atakan. Paranoia gets in nearly there in time. They'll get a kill. What happens in the rest of this fight is Isma just goes in a 1-for-1. The rest of Fnatic continue hunting forward. Upset, blows up the Gragas, overcomes the Dragon. Will die to Noah, who gets to continue altering. The problem is Razor gets to Audacious Charge, and Jackie's is broken apart again. Lot left splitting up as Noah will try to bring down Oscar Ridden, and will do so. Not bad from the AD carry of GX, but it is Small mercies, he's caught on a captive audience. And captive he is, as Upset looks to show him exactly how an AD carry does damage.
Fnatic get the Dragon, they get the Soul, they get the Atacana, and they get a bunch of kills off the back of both of those fights. So, it's a pick onto Mickey in the brush, use the Paranoid to try and cut off vision through that brush. It's a very powerful tool to make sure they can't auto-attack beyond it. And then Isma goes too far. This is the problem again. You're into the grinder at that point. You're slowed. Your combo has not killed the carries it needs to. Fnatic can keep walking forwards. Now, at least Varus is pretty happy with people slowly walking towards him. He gets a kill or two back, but even then, a lot of damage is dealt. Noah blends his flash at the back end of this. That's definitely a tool he would have liked to have for a future fight. Uses it to get a kill here. I wonder whether that'll come back to bite him, actually, in the next few minutes, especially since he dies on the back end of this too.
Caught out by that Jhin trap. And ends up giving another kill over to Upset, who's now well and truly in this game as well. The gold lead is still strictly there for GX, but I think in the grand scheme of things, that 1,000 gold or so means very little in the face of the Mountain Soul and the scaling that's beginning to come on through.
Exactly. If you already weren't one-shotting, you're not one-shotting even harder now because of the extra resist.
You're like 10-shotting.
Yeah.
Very different thing. That's like a campaign now.
Yeah,
that's not a one-night thing.
Exactly. You've got to book in lots of sessions and that'd be horror as other tabletop players. As Fnatic in a really good position now. I really think that Fnatic have absorbed the combos very well, chased back again, especially after a difficult early game where I think Razork in particular underestimated how quickly GX could punish him and how well they could punish him without flash, but credit to him, he's stabilized, he's done a very good job of running down the back end of fights.
Congratulations to Humanoid there as well, 25.5 minutes in, getting Fnatic's first turret of the game.
Yay! Demolitionists they are, Razork jumping forwards, W clicks.
That'll be the cleanse force, the curtains are also called, and GX are going to be forced to take a bow! Singularity comes on down, and there's no escaping that event horizon. Mid lane turret goes down, and they've doubled their turret takes in a matter of moments.
Oh, there's been a drive-by in mid lane, and there's been two victims. GX's bot lane, of course, used to be under the halls of Fnatic. Shown no mercy there, though. Baron started up as Fnatic moved from one side of the map to the other. Looks to take the objective.
On to the Baron they go. Oscar in there with the feast, and there is going to be no way they get to contest in the picture-in-picture. At the very least, Locke gets a tier 2. That will have to be the silver lining. It's not going to be meaning all that much. Oscar in and gets to feast for 1,300 and picks up a 10th stack of the game. This Cho'Gath turning into a bit of a Godzilla here. Kaiju mode activated.
Has an extra bunch of HP as well from the Heartsteel. Currently has 1,111 HP from that item, which is all very, very nice and alliterative, I guess. So, Wind Becomes Lightning is actually what sets up for the Jhin W. Very rare is that skill which leads to it. The cleanse comes in a little bit late. Maybe Noah was surprised to get hit by that one. The follow-up damage is absurd from the side of Fnatic. 2 quick kills. Tara, they're going again.
That they are. When a Fnatic ever not going at this point in the game, they'll try and turn it around. The Knockwave combo comes in, but it does no damage. They lost the shield on Upset, and that is it. Isma gets to run away, and Razork's pretty deep, but a knock-up from the Rupture. Donates another kill over to Humanoid, who picks in a double. Continue to hunt for more. Knocked up into the air, and they'll give another to Oscar in. 3 men down, and GX with 2 surviving have to do something about defending the base, but I think Fnatic have at least an inhibitor in their eyes.
I'm not sure there's much they can do about that whole defending thing if they can't kill the champions. They can't kill the Baron buff on top of it. Humanoid jumps forward again.
The Breath of Light comes on down, and Upset with the curtain call. Make sure Noah takes a more permanent bow. John, the support alone on the Gragas. He did it into Mickey X, and Mickey not pleased about it. Throws out a cast. Does get Oscar onto the mountain. But he gets feasted on the way down. Not bad for a death row meal. And Fnatic will make it 2-0 in the series. Dominating in the mid-game.
Fnatic move to match point. GX have been obliterated in this second game. Yes, a couple of kills come from the fountain.
But it doesn't look like it changes anything. Toying with their food, very apt with a Cho'Gath in the game. And they make sure they bring us to series point.
Fnatic move to match points. GX, well fought in the early game, just could not get themselves that big combo later on.
No, they couldn't, and we started to see it, right? The shockwaves would come in, it wasn't quite coordinated with the team, and they weren't one-shotting the Jhin. They weren't one-shotting the Aurelion Sol, and at that point, you're into all the scaling, the Mountain Souls come on through. What do you do at that point as GX?
Not that much, really. I mean, we saw them, they tried to pull it before, but we have an interview with Ginny, waiting alongside Razork.
All right, Razork 2-0 so far. Only 1 game away for you to go on to the next stage. Any words of encouragement to the fans who are watching this and absolutely hyped up?
Yeah, I don't know. We are looking, I guess. We're starting to play a bit better. Hopefully we can keep going with the same level for today. And if we win today, on Monday against KC, hopefully.
All right, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much. I'm going to let you go. But for those of you at home that are watching, players like Elyoya, Flackhead, and Supa, they've got their start in Spain's Circuito Tormenta. So it's where the path for a lot of these rising stars has begun. Make sure that you join so you can compete and also chase your dreams.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light against the lies. We'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. We become the light against the lies. We'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through
Actually, guys, you guys see how they celebrated after winning one game?
Don't say this, he's so
They're going to, I'm tapping too.
I ulted him out. Knock, 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 knock. Kill knock.
I'm dead.
Knock is dead. Kill the Jax after. I'm in Gragas.
Jax flashed on me. Jax flashed on me. No, nothing. Jax. Go Jax. Go Jax.
Yeah.
He wants to jump out.
I can fight this. I can fight this.
Yeah, keep going. No flash Ori. Keep going. You kill all of them. I can get a reset. Can the combo. Careful. Backline. There go backline.
I'm going on the Varus.
They get cooked, I think.
Varus is 1 HP, guys.
I'm 1 Jax in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
1 second.
I'm fine. Varus 1 HP, okay?
CC.
I'm coming. Nice, guys.
Welcome back to the LEC, where Fnatic find themselves 2-0 in the lead in this best-of-5 series against GX, who, as per quoting Humanoid on the mic check, is getting cooked, I think.
They are getting cooked, and they are making me sad to watch.
Aw.
Because I just feel like they have so much more going for them than what they're showing here. They're able to create leads, they're able to punish Oscar, they're able to do things, but then they just throw it all away.
Okay, Prestige Cadril. I want to talk about what Fnatic is doing good.
What?
I love the Renaissance pick from Humanoid. I feel like he kind of figured out and solved the league. He's like picking up Renaissance and he keeps winning with it. 4-0 on the champion, 8 KDA and 800 DPM on the champion. I think those are insane stats. And he just keeps popping off every single team fight when he has that big one. I don't know what it's called, honestly.
Okay, but let's see some of these team fights. Because we bring up the 17-minute team fight.
That's so specific.
We are playing Nocturne Orianna, and my Orianna is pushing bot. So why is my Nocturne ulting in? He has no ball!
I mean, content, but also I can kind of maybe potentially understand the fact that you already had your Jax on upset, so you think, oh, I can follow up, maybe we can one-shot the Jhin, but that just wasn't the case.
It just feels like they're trying to do way too much all the time, and you see this in the next fight as well. It's just...
Yeah, but it really feels like GX has one mode, and it's to click forward and go in. I feel like they always try to overreach, and the drafted content kind of wants to do that, but I really didn't see them execute the Orianna Nocturne combo successfully one single time. They tried to go on the Real Assault, but it just flashes out, and then here the massacre comes. The big ult is gonna land, and everyone is just gonna fall. Like, Jax tries to go in, but he's alone. He doesn't have any backup because they're all knocked
not
out.
there. It's like Nocturne goes in 1 by 1, and then the Jax is TPing in 1 by 1. And you'd think with a comp like this, it should be super easy. You just send it all at the same time. but they can't do it. And then it makes me question, like, if you can't pull off this comp, this easy-to-play team fights, how are you going to win this series?
I don't know. That's a really good question that I'm going to have to throw back at you once we get to that point. Because first, I would like to check in with Gyoto because you spoke to him 10 minutes in-game in the Marriott Bonvoy check-in. So let's have a look at what Gyoto had to say.
It's Jack here, and I'm joined by Gyoto in the middle of the second game. I just want to ask, how are you feeling? Do you feel like you're prepared to try to take Fnatic down?
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic was probably the opponent that we were expecting to play the least when it started, but we had a good week, so more than preparing against Fnatic, we are kind of in a trajectory where we focus on ourselves. So that's kind of what we did, and yeah.
It looks like a bit you guys have been targeting Oscar. Is that something you went into game with, or it's just kind of been the nature of the drafts?
No, it's just the nature of the drafts. They are giving us the ability to target him, so we are exploring it a bit. The Vlad-Gwen matchup, I think he got solo killed first, but then he played good on the 1v2. So it's not really something specific against Oscar or the series that they had against G2. It's just how the drafts have been played out.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. And good
thank
luck.
you.
Targeting Oscar in the top lane was a key victory that we've discussed that GX needed to go for. And it felt like they have, but it's not working. So as Jack asked earlier, what can they do to lock this in? Because going out 3-0 in your first game in playoffs is a little sad.
Okay, let's bring it back to the keys of victory, because the keys are dangling, but the victory is not there. Like, let's be real, they tried to shut down Oscarinian, but both Game 1 and Game 2, there has been an instance where they attack Oscar and he manages to trade a 1-for-1 kill, meanwhile his bot lane is getting demolished under their own tower. And I feel like either GX needs to learn that they need to protect their bot lane, or they need to execute the cross map a little bit better.
Yeah, it feels like they need to bring some stability to this bot lane, because Noah is just, he's not there, he's invincible. No. Invincible, I wish he's invisible in all of the games. And that's why we really need to see them actually either play towards this bot lane or draft in a way that they actually have a winning matchup. Because so far, it's the upset show all around.
I mean, we've also talked about Jun specifically going on some of these engaged champions, and even though we've seen that in the Alistar, it doesn't feel like we're actually seeing him being able to replicate the success on these champions here against Fnatic.
Yeah, I feel like he's just behind every single game from the laning phase, and when you're that behind, it's really hard to actually go in and find those engages. I would love to see GX enter a mid game around even, and Jun then be on an engaged champion. The Nautilus is still up and available, the Leona is still up and available. There are still champions that he has shown great potential on, and I would like to see them draft them with a strong AD carry.
But the worry I have, to be frank, is right, they picked this Gragas. It's a lane counter towards the Rel. You're aiming to win the lane. You're not outscaling the Rel with this Gragas pick. And you have Varus, which is like the strongest early game ADC in the game alongside Kalista, and they still got demolished. So it's really hard for me to say that they can just draft better. They might need to play a bit better too.
Oof. Whoa, you just like drop the mic, draft better, play better, everything's better. But at the end of the day, that is a situation that they are currently in, because this game is genuinely for them do or die. This is the lower bracket. There is no second chances. There is no opportunity to make it to MSI or to be in the final unless they lock in right now. Because if they lose this game here, Finn, it's a 3-0 for them in their first game in playoffs, and they're going home bye-bye until summer.
Yeah, it's a tough one, and it has to start in draft. We need to see them have a little bit more proactivity, because it feels like they've been dancing to Fnatic's little fiddle the entire series right now. And I want to see what they can do, because they have chosen blue side. They're looking to target the Poppy. I want to see if they go for some kind of skirmish-heavy jungle for Isma, or maybe like a little dashy champion for Lots.
I mean, it feels like Fnatic kind of has it figured out. They've been banning Yone, Zir, Nico all 3 games, and I'm not sure what I think. Jun on Nico would really be the key that Giant X needs to both have a winning matchup and be able to have those crazy engages later on. But when that's out, I'm not sure what he can go for. I think maybe you just want to go for a hyper carry for Noah and say we are going to lose the early game a little bit, but a lot of those lane bullies are out, so we can just scale up pretty easily.
But is that going to be enough? Like, do you want to go here for some of the Isma picks as well that you mentioned earlier on, Finn, or do you think the bot lane is
It's going to be a Rumble. It's going to be a Rumble really early, because they banned the Galli for it, so the Rumble is going to come in. And when you pick Rumble, I would love to see some kind of ability that Rumble can follow up on. Because when Rumble has to initiate first with his equalizer, it can be kind of easy to kind of step out of it. But if you have like a Nautilus R that like follows the AD carry and Rumble then puts the ult on, that makes it so much easier for him.
And especially when you're into the Lucian as well, right? You really want something to lock that down. But I'm also curious, like, what bot lanes do you have here? You could try to go for something like the Zeri Lulu.
Nico is open.
Oh, Nico is open actually, yeah.
They
banned
targeted the Vi because
yeah.
they don't want to give him the Vi Rumble combo. But by banning the Vi, Nico has now been left up and available for Jun, so he could look to take it there if he wants to.
The only problem is, okay, I guess if you go Corki Nico here, it could be a pretty good bot matchup if Fnatic decides to go for Lucian Nami.
Yeah, the danger of falling into by picking Nico here is that the enemy can now take a jungle on free and then ban out even more junglers. So maybe Isma is a little bit scared of getting pinched in that jungle position, but I think that Nico is such a power pick, they have to take it for Jun here.
Yeah, and especially when you have to lock in an AD jungler because you have the Rumble already, there's not many AD picks on mid. I think maybe they have to go AD jungler, they're definitely thinking about it.
Sejuani. I'm not sure if I like that.
How are you feeling about prioritizing the Sejuani over the Nico?
I feel like the Sejuani doesn't really... I mean, it gives them engage, sure.
Yes.
It gives them a go button, which is nice when you're struggling as a team.
But they had it last game as well. They had the go button.
But that was a two-way street, and I don't think Isma and Jackus executed that well together. Now Isma has more individual agency to start the fights that he wants to. But I feel like you're also getting really, really forced to go an AD mid laner here, because if you have a Rumble, a Sejuani, and a Mage in the mid lane against an Ornn Maokai topside, the magic resist value is just so potent, and it gets really hard for them to output damage in the mid to late game.
And I'm happy to see Fnatic don't tunnel too much on the Lucian Nami. We've been seeing Lucian a ton over in the LCK, and most of the time they're choosing to pair it up with stuff like Braum, Nautilus, Rakan, and skipping out on the Nami instead, just how weak the champion is. And I really like that they just prioritize the Maokai. Now they have a really strong front to back here with this Lucian, and they can also then choose to ban out even more setup for Giant X, kind of lock them into only having Sejuani as their only engage.
It's really tough for Giant X here, because now you see Fnatic are really targeting these good engage supports that work well with the Rumble. The Nautilus already being taken away will also help them if they want to be the ones picking Nico. I don't really know how Nico Lucian works together. It's not really a combo that speaks to me that heavily, but you could take it if you really believe that's a high value pick.
Does Fnatic want that go button as well, considering the comp that they have?
I think when you already have like the Maokai and the Ornn ultimate, you already have the nice little non-committal engage from them. So that's the nice flexibility that is in Fnatic's draft here. You can kind of choose to pick whatever support that's best for the matchup and whatever mid is best for his own matchup as well. While I feel like GX, they really want some more sort of setup, but now with Nico and Nautilus being banned out, I'm not sure what they can really look for. Maybe a Rakan, but that feels pretty bad into the Lucian.
It's gonna be a Rakan or Leona. They even banned the Rakan themselves. I think now for Fnatic, you really need like a high damage champion, because you have the Maokai, you have the Ornn. The Lucian, while being high damage, doesn't have that same consistent damage. The Milio pick is really nice into the Sejuani. I know Jack Spectre always talks about the Milio, and it's really nice because now Sejuani suddenly doesn't have that easy engage if Milio is behind the target she wants to engage.
Yeah, I think Milio is just kind of a lot of times better Nami, because provides a lot more scaling towards the Lucian with that bonus range, with the CC ultimate cleansing, and just provides so much damage both in the early phases as well. So I love this Milio pick. Looks like a Yorick.
It's a Yorick Locky, so that means that Rumble will be going either to the mid lane or the support role. That's a support Rumble. Wow, that's very interesting.
Thoughts, opinions, feelings here?
I have no idea. I remember support Rumble with Comet. Emax was a thing. You try to poke the enemy out. But into the Lucian Milio, I have a hard time seeing it really working here.
Yeah.
But it's a crazy pick.
I mean, they really baited out the Ornn, and now Lot has the counter pick. Yorick into Ornn is a great matchup. You are winning from level 1 to 18, and you have constant pressure on that lane. So they really, I mean, they pivoted Fnatic's draft into a situation where now their top laner is going to have so much pressure, but it really depends. Is it worth it? Because if this Rumble doesn't work out, that might have cost them the game as well.
Yeah, but so far as well, we have seen a lot of issues in the bot lane, so put all the eggs in the top lane basket.
Yeah, I like it. I think it has a much higher chance of winning than the other drafts. You can also buy a ton of MR, because they ended up looking in the Sylas. Now the Ornn, Maokai, and the Sylas, so much magic damage. I think this could go to the side of Giant X.
Some pretty crates drafts that we're seeing here from the side of GX, because this is their chance to try and keep their skin in the game. 2-0 so far for Fnatic. Can they close it out, or will GX give them a run for their money? Let's head into the third game of the series with our casters.
That is the million-dollar question, Ginny. I absolutely agree. GX have pulled a fast one. They've thrown that Rumble into the support role. We saw it a little bit last year. See whether they can make it work here again. Corky Rumble was not what I had on my bucket list for a bot lane.
Well, me neither, but you know, last time that I saw GX on the Rift, they were playing the Sion mid. They were flexing things around a little bit. They have been chefs, and on the whole, it's not been too bad from them. The Rumble and support lane bully. You know, the Milio can't exactly stop the Rumble E hitting you. Dogs out on life in the LPL. Loved that bot lane last year amongst a couple of us. We've only seen one game of Rumble support, I believe, in this split so far in the major regions. It's a rare seen thing. GX using it to potentially keep themselves in.
They have got this final game to prove themselves, or they are going home early. That'll be it for their playoffs. Fnatic win one more game, and they'll move forward to face the winner of tomorrow. Of course, is Karmine Corps versus Heretics. That'll be whole thing in and of itself. Do tune in tomorrow for that one, because that'll be spicy in its own right. But for now, Fnatic need to manage the sudden shift in game state from that draft.
Last pick of that Sylas, though, of course, overshadowed by the Rumble that was locked in before it. Because it's a support Rumble who's, you know, they have the Comet, they have the lane bully runes where you go towards Scorch and Comet, you hit an E, you max it, you can reduce some magic resist, and of course with the Rumble, the Corky doing that with the Gatling gun as well. Get surprising amount of magic damage shred across the enemy team. Yes, it's good. However, you are still a support with support income. You know, you're not sat there with, you know, like your crazy salaries. Humanoid could steal the equalizer and do a better job with it in this game. Now, that's not the only AoE ultimate he has. You can also go towards the Chaos Storm as well from the Victor, which can be oh so powerful as well. Humanoid, with that last pick, Sylas is actually very happy, I think, with his choice of ultimates this game.
There's some great ones to work with there, for sure. Equalizers and Arcane Storms and I was going to say Daisies, but actually it's Peaches, because of course he's not got Daisy, that is Yorick's.
Our favorite one for Ivan. Yeah, you know what? I have to say, I haven't seen Sylas taking the Yorick ultimate. If that happens, I will be learning alongside you in chat as well. Locke going towards anti-tank split push top laner in that Yorick. If he gets an individual advantage, can be an absolute pain in a macro sense. Now, Yorick is better at team fighting than he was in the past, but still struggles in that, especially compared to someone like the Ornn who can just dump an ult across a team fight. Looking to pick something for an individual advantage, which is one of the win conditions which we thought they might go towards today.
Level 2 was hit there by GX first, understandable considering how potentially dangerous that Rumble could be early, throwing out a lot of poke there with the Electro Harpoons. Upset Dodos now hit level 2. Dashes on forwards with the Cozy Camp Bar on top of him and does chunk out Noah very well there. Nice work from the Fnatic bot.
They still have the heal and barrier to work with. Upset know that he's the one to jump forwards, has the barrier, can put the heal on top of him from Mickey after that point. Very strong CVT. Humanoid in the grab fields. Jack has to take a good trade here.
Let's get a good chunk, and we see a bit of contest in the enemy jungle already. GX looking to shield their bot lane by having Isma go in and fight Razorg over things like this blue buff. Blast Cone available. People already looking to try and collapse in on that blue buff.
Now, the fact that Jun and Noah can hold this tri-brush does mean that Upset and Mickey find it hard to contest, though.
Blue buff secured there, now looking to turn this around. Jun in the middle of everyone there, throwing down a flame spitter or two. Just trying to get some value back as Razorg losing out to Isma on the other side, but Jun now split off a little bit from his team. Bit of an odd choice in pathing. Well, now need to back away, gets twisted advanced onto Upset for relentless pursuit forwards. Flash over the wall keeps Jun alive, but that was a little bit messy in terms of the pathing. Overcome Jackies though. Still wanting to play this one as Razorg's low.
A couple of key skill shots I think it just about ended up missing there. I think that Noah missed a Foss bomb, which of course in the early levels can be very high damage. So I believe that is a camp takeaway from Isma. It's a bit hard to track actually amongst all the cows. So I think it's a camp takeaway. But Fnatic very close to getting some kills on the other side of it. Force Isma back without any kills gained from GX either.
Noah does go for the early reset himself, picks himself up that cull. Let's be real, this bot lane in general was always going to be a spicy one. These guys are mighty dangerous indeed.
Now, the thing is, we've had such a spicy top lane matchup. It's hard to remember that it is. Of course, Noah and Jun versus their old team, which Fnatic found a lot of success with. Has some of the stats, of course, on there too, just to, you know, look at them. On the whole, Mickey and Upset have done a very, very good job. Of course, Upset walking away with our regular split MVP. But Noah and Jun, with a point to prove, sadly, have been under the boot of Fnatic's huge early game pressure and the matchups which they've had. Dest asked about it. Well, he basically gave the question to them. Can you find yourselves a winning matchup? Can you get yourself into mid-game on even footing? Early game had a bit of a back and forth, but we haven't found the answers to that in our third game. But it is oh so important to GX.
See whether that Rumble support will be able to manage it, because on the other side, Upset on a Lucian, Mickey X looking to empower it with Amelia. We've seen how dangerous Lucians can be at the very top end of League of Legends. Still remember the likes of Elk dancing around on it last year on BLG. See whether Fnatic's bot lane can prove their MVP status a little bit more with that kind of play. Nice little relentless pursuit forward, gets another chunk. He'll back up with that cozy campfire and some warm hugs, and that's all you need to feel yourself better as Upset.
The magic sponge comes out from Mickey to try and help Upset regen a little bit of
When is that going to become a skin?
A magic sponge? Not exactly sure who that would apply to.
It's just like Milio, it's like that. Just give me the magic sponge comes out.
Car wash Milio or something like that. Come here. Can get your. I'm trying to think what else you'd use it for.
You've got the kind of cleaning.
Hey, and honestly,
the Janeth and Thresh.
Yeah, we have Janeth and Thresh. It needs to be part of this same skin line. You know, Jackie's doing okay. Hang on a second, out of Fog of War here. Marco heading towards bot side.
Try and get involved here. Noah still got the Valkyrie and the flash.
Oh!
Raz took a long, long way. And the kill's picked up by Noah. Does eventually get traded. But over comes Isma, looking to get involved himself. Jun is no slouch in terms of the damage right now, but unfortunately for Noah, can't quite survive. Kill ended up going towards the Milio, so there is that, whereas Noah did pick up the kill of his own.
He did lose both summoners, which will be a bit annoying, especially since we get the, you know, those summoners will be, particularly that flash down for the level 6 mark from the Lucian, which is of course one of the strongest points in the game. Isma heads towards the Dragon. We'll be looking to secure that one. Go back to a replay of what happened here. Razok finds a moment where his bot lane have pinned the wave towards their turret, force the enemy to overextend, but gets dragged under that turret with a lot of mobility coming out. Makes it a 1-for-1.
Flash Valkyrie does go quite a long way in the end of it.
It's the Vi Marco problem, where you click on a target and you realize, oh no, they're going to end up a very long way from the point I clicked them on. So it takes a bit longer trip than he previously thought. A long commute towards the grey screen.
Exactly. There you go. See whether he got his frequent flyer miles. Is going towards the early phase dashes here as well as got the Scorch Claw as the jungle item of choice. So going towards, at least at the beginning of the game, a slightly more damage heavy Maokai.
I think basically when Maokai's in jungle, he struggles to be as hyper tanky. Obviously in the olden days, Maokai was so good at that. But in the jungle, if you get that one dip towards the Liandry's, even with the nerf to Liandry's in terms of the AP, just the damage from it makes you significant at controlling space by applying that burn off the bush saplings around objectives. Razok Farmwell spotted on the top side of the map. Does that leave an opening towards Isma? Potentially.
It's got level 6, the Glacial Prison available. Dragon was taken initially by GX. Upset though, trading forwards. Noah very low, Glacial Prison just wide. Upset glides out.
The fact that they get out of that play just using a barrier is absurd to me. That is a no level 6 Milio. This is your last chance to hit that ultimate onto the bot lane before the cleanse becomes available from the ultimate of that Milio. So an opportunity missed there from Isma.
Tried lucking and Upset just faster to get away. Hijacks the Arcane Storm. Certainly will have some storm fronts colliding in the mid lane. Jackie's trading up well with Humanoid again. Silas still farming just well, uses the stolen ult to farm the wave out.
Okay, so we do have Grubs coming up. That's a very doing ult where you just drop the ult on the wave. It's always his favorite thing to do on the Victor there. You do it as tempo. Humanoid doesn't have the teleport, so won't be available for the Grubs fight. It means that it's harder. Hang on a second, Razor.
Does get a nice little twisted advance into Bramble Smash combo on top of the sapling he put down in the bush. Isma though is already on the Grubs, and GX will happily pick up a lot of those early objectives. Dragons and Grubs both secured.
So, GX, game 1, hang on a second, Razork does have ult on the bot side of the map. If there's going to be an overstay from Jun here, Razork could potentially get a kill angle. No, spot in that Triburst, so he'll back up safely. This time, Noah and Jun, they're the ones with the bot lane control. Of course, like when you look at stuff like the mini-map here, right? If your wave is here, you're safe, because the Maokai doesn't have that ability to kind of like pin you with the ultimate against the part of the lane that they were in earlier. So them having bot wave control, that does of course make a huge difference. Razork did look for any kind of opportunity, but quickly found himself out of options.
Cull picked up for now. He's up a little bit of gold there, despite the CS discrepancy, because he picked up the early kill. It's not really changed all that. Humanoid, though, now being sent down towards this bot lane. They're wanting to send their mid laner towards the bot lane a little bit earlier than sometimes standards.
See that Lot, hang on a second, Oscar's not got that much HP to work with, actually. Lot pins him in the baby cage.
Throws down that Dark Procession, and Adjus gets to keep walking. He's got the Maid and the Mist looking. And Oscar left on about 10% HP. Lot, though, took a couple turret shots, so it evens up the trade a bit more than it might otherwise have been. Jackie steps on forward with the Siphon Power and the Death Ray. We'll leave that one there.
Yeah, the top lane matchup, again, it's one that we've seen a little bit more coming out of EU now. We hadn't seen it as much during the split. It was really just consigned towards the LPL, where we know what LPL top lane is going to be like. They do like themselves a bit of a split push threat. We saw Adam play it a little bit. I believe it was Broken Blade played the other game off. It's not been that common, but it's so good to like deal with tanks in that top lane and potentially force them so far behind an individual matchup that it causes macro issues. Because typically stuff like Sion, Ornn, much better in a team fight setting because they have great engage ultimates and they can throw that front line. If they are deprived of a lot of gold and they're not able to get to the fight because they give up so many towers, then that value starts to diminish.
And he's already got 3 grubs, which means a lot for this Yorick as well in terms of that ability to really threaten and become a side lane win condition. Keep our eyes on it. Lot. Of course, the Jax game wasn't a win, but a Yorick could certainly look to try and repeal that favor. Goes back and buys all the components of a Trinity Force, even if he doesn't manage to get the completion quite yet. In a good spot so far this game. Rest of the map, a little quiet so far, even if, as we said, GX have been the one that managed to get most of the objectives in the early game.
Fnatic, close towards that one item spike on the Lucian. Of course, when your support hits one item as well, it tends to be the really big thing for Lucian lanes. Particularly with an army something like the Imperial Mandate, the Millia doesn't tend to do that as much, but jumping forwards with the 1-2 item, with the Lucian getting buffed up with the Vigilance passive, pretty nasty that. So Mickey will look to get as much value out of that as possible. We're just hanging around mid lane. Again, the level 6 being hit from the Millia means that the options are limited now.
30 seconds on the next Dragon, fighting over that mid lane priority. GX will be the ones to head to the river first. Bot side though, Jackie's in danger. Out comes the ult from the Maokai. Bramble Smash comes on. Humanoid trapped under the turret. It's a 1-for-1.
1-for-1. Lot comes in a little too late to save his mid laner, but he might be able to avenge him. Razzle kicked by the Morning Mist.
And indeed, it might well be some last rites for the tree. Lumberjack down the Dark Procession comes on through. That means it's a traffic jam in the jungle. Loggers win the day.
Yeah, you're really annoying in that kind of space. Your cage is big enough to just block off an entire area of the jungle and those slim choke points. Lot gets a kill. Jackie's gets a kill. Oscar does get himself some plates on the other side of the map, but a little bit worrying that Lot is also getting more resources to him on a champion that can use them very well in an individual manner.
All the while, Isma's onto the Dragons. That'll be second Dragon then for GX as well. They've already gotten the first 3 kills, so I believe that will be the feat of strength once this goes down. There's no one really able to come and contest it. Early smite, but we won't judge him too hard for that, and they pick up the Chemtech Dragon.
Isma helping his team get complete objective dominance again in this early game, something which GX have really tried to focus on since their mid-split. Lot's going to go back, finish off his Trinity Force and get back out onto the map, and Fnatic need to be a little bit worried about this kind of play, giving too much gold up to the solo laners GX. I think Jackie's makes a good decision here to say, look, I've just got to obliterate this wave, make sure that there's no way that they can play around that. Just get extra damage through. Ends up losing his flash, which will make him a little more vulnerable after that. Meant to hear the, I'm not sure if I didn't hear the comments.
I didn't.
I
didn't hear anything, so we can try and make it up. What do you think he said?
He said, wow, you guys are smurfing, wonderful, and that's a great couple of kills.
These casters, they're amazing. I've decided that's what he said.
That's wonderful. Yeah, take every chance. No one else will take it for you. Mickey's spot on the top side. Isma could look to get a decent, could get the Heartsteel problems in. Not that threatening is a Sejuani in a brush like that.
Well, Super Mega Fire Kick came out. Leaves that one alone, but Lot gets to walk towards his bot side turret, picks up another plate for himself. He's got a Trinity Force now completed.
There's no Milio here.
Looking for it. That means there's no one to keep Upset alive. Milio now coming on down, and the Glacier Prison going wide means that Isma, unfortunately for him, is about to get culled. Not quite dead. Oh my days, he's getting away. Where's he going to run to though? Mickey's hunting, and Oscar's there. He can throw out as many flails as he likes, beginning to charge away. Can he execute? Not quite. And Oscar Ridden has donated the kill.
Gives the kill over towards the Ornn instead of the Lucian. I guess you got to give it over to someone. Isma found out Mickey in the enemy jungle and thought, hey, there's a great option to get that ultimate onto Upset. Doesn't manage to land the skill shot. sadly for him, he ends up paying the price for it. Jackie's on the other side of the map, using the 3 grubs to take some damage off of this tower. The plate's now full.
Throws out the Hex Tech Storm, and Humanoid flashes away, afraid of a potential combo with the Siphon Power. Jun zoning off absolutely everyone, but there's a flash on forward. Equalizer comes on down. Jun in danger. Super Mega Blaze Kick into the Nature's Grasp. And Humanoid slides on forwards, and with some Petricite bursts and a bit of King Slaying, down goes the former bot lane of Fnatic.
Fnatic doing a good job of, again, collapsing on the play first, by and large. You know, Jackie's did a good job on the individual matchup, but there were more members from Fnatic coming towards that play. So Fnatic get the best out of that. Lots not able to accelerate this lead as much as he would have liked. The charge does destroy the terrain, mind you. Worth knowing that about the Ornn Yorick matchup. Lauder seeing his enemy top laner get gifted a kill. Bit annoying for him, but he'll still probably take the turret anyway.
That turret is gone. Now Oscar needs to be really afraid as the Morning Mist comes on down. The little army comes on through. The ghouls all over him. Another Dark Procession. The last right's not quite enough. Oscar will away. The Morning Mist is well wide, and Oscar in walks it off.
Swing and a miss. Fancy feat from Oscar and see him out to survive. That Morning Mist would have killed. Important that he doesn't die in situations like that, denying some of the gold which could be taken from Lot in such an important individual matchup. Herald on the top side of the map. Both top laners could teleport into it. If Oscar can teleport with him full HP, he will be much more useful in the 5v5.
That he will be. Has the Call of the Forge got to work with hijacked Sejuani ult? The Glacial Prison can be turned around. Lands it onto Sejuani. Isn't that ironic? Taste of her own medicine, and the bacon is cooked.
Sent to the dark cells of bit of isolation there. Solitary confinement for the jungler, the only one to go down. GX tried to contest a little too hard. Oscar did indeed teleport in, could have gone a little bit further, but that's just one of the examples of this Sylas being really powerful with the array of ultimates he has to throw from GX's champions back at them. And GX, much like we saw in that last game, have some good moments of playmaking, but on the whole, Fnatic are still coming out a little bit ahead in terms of these mid-game plays.
And we've not really talked about Humanoid this series. It's not really been about him. We've seen Oscar in and have some great games on the Gwen. We've talked about the
His ASOT was pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. His ASOT was fantastic. I give you that.
So I think we did talk about it a little bit.
Okay, you want that point. You know what? I take
Carry
it,
on, brother,
I take it
carry
somewhat
on.
back.
So what would you like to talk about Humanoid now,
I was about to say the Humanoid's 3-1.
Now I've thrown you under the bus.
Yeah.
Yes. Wow, Humanoid's 3-1. Anything else you want to add to that? Look, I think he's been great.
My leg's in a lot of pain from the wheels of the bus.
I think Humanoid's been really good in the last couple of games, and you know, now 3-0 on a champion with so many tools available to him. Potentially we can see him determine the course of the next few fights. We do have Dragon up in 30 seconds, of course. That'll be a big moment for that. Fnatic largely coming into their own now down this 1-2 item mark. GX had the early item, the early objective priority rather, but potentially Fnatic can stop the stacking of the dragons.
Lot, Artifay found out, throws out some Morning Mist. Razork's also coming on over. That Nature's Grasp is likely going to be pretty wide here, so Lot just avoids it, but it's kept him in danger. Out comes the Herald, maybe used as an escape tool, but the Call of the Forge got it started. Razork's in damage. He will use that Herald to try and get on out of here. And they'll be able to drive right around with the kill successfully picked up by Oscar Rin.
We have seen more and more of this. The Herald is not just a tool for breaking towers. As Grund hits the tower, it can also be a getaway vehicle. Razork, knowing he's actually in danger at that point. Good that he doesn't disrespect that. Hang on a second, he might have disrespected the overstep. It's going to be a teleport back in from Jackie's here. They might think they've overstayed.
On the dawn of the third game, look to the bot lane, overcomes the rest of Fnatic. He's going to try and take the turret, but he's surely dead. And with the jungler going down, that's probably going to be soul point to GX as well. I'm not sure about that. We'll not even get that turret. So Razork, that one's a goof.
You're absolutely right. He's gonna die, and the dragon's gonna go over the side. They're teleporting in to try and salvage this situation, but Humanoid, I don't think he can do much against Jackie's here with Isma warding off.
Upset and Mickey are coming though. I think the violence is about to continue. The Humanoid goes on in, lands the abduction, but there's an equalizer after. And Fnatic, the decision making is perplexing.
As soon as Razork got behind the wheel of that goddamn Herald, everything went a little bit awry.
He's fast and furious. We should have known. We should have known.
You know, they do end up getting a load of damage onto the bot lane out of turret, but look, we'll go, look, show us whatever you want to show in the replay. We'll figure out what happens after this point. They try and shut down the Yorick in the side lane. Yorick is really powerful against two lower damage champions compared to some other champions you can find in these two roles. Gets a lot of healing from the last rights. Humanoid is caught down as well. But if the Herald was not put in here, there is a decent chance that actually that the Maokai could have fallen. Use it as a pseudo getaway vehicle. Actually, all he ends up doing is put himself right behind enemy lines. Goes down. As you rightfully said, it is actually going to be soul point earned from GX. Fnatic a feel-good moment, but the substance of the play goes to GX.
Well, it is. Little note here from Jackie as well. Got a second item. Went towards the Bloodletter's Curse on the Victor here as well to get a bit more of that individual side lane damage.
I did see he went for the double back spell on the guy. Yes, Jackie's back in the Masquerade Ball as he did the triple mass build, of course, on the Dekali a little while ago. But hey, this is pretty decent builds in terms of kind of shred, being a little bit tankier whilst you still get some extra DPS. It can help you against some of the tankier members, of course, when you can shred that magic resist. Potentially even for the Rumble as well, worth noting. So we'll see if he can get some value there. Humanoid takes the top lane out of turret.
John also now with the Realm Spike in the Leandries is actually not exactly a small threat either. We've not really seen the Lucian and Milio get involved over the last little minute, and when you're running a Lucian plus Enchanter bot lane, you do want to start getting some value at this point in the game, especially now down a potential Soul. Got 4 minutes until that's option, and now GX just take the opportunity to run through mid, claim that turret. They've got the 3 grubs. That's not a hard task there for the Corki. Waits a moment or two and then takes that turret.
GX are in a good spot.
Yeah,
they're in a good spot. No, suddenly you look at a bot lane which has, for the first time, had a decent gold lead heading into mid lane. That is a big amount of gold to be up against a Lucian, which typically tends to spike around the 1 to 2 item mark. Tower falls in favor of Fnatic, no one around for the local gold, I believe. Yeah, these objective stats come from their recent games since week 5. GX on the whole do get themselves those early dragons on the whole, but they tend to roll them early. Later on into the game, Fnatic with their mid games have typically picked up more Barons and the likes there, but GX have really showed a lot of that objective prior. We'll see whether they can capitalize on that to get a soul a little bit further into the future.
Well, if you're looking for indicators that GX were going to win a game, those were a lot of those metrics that go towards that happening. Already looking for a bit of a pick here or there. The Glacier Vision did just go wide. Yeah, he's not actually hit all that many in this game, it has to be said.
No, I will say, this is actually the kind of game where the Sejuani ultimate can be a bit decorative, where you're just using it to buy the Milio ultimate.
Yeah.
However, you would still like to hit the ultimate in the first place, particularly the early ones where it was before, while Mickey was away from the carry or before he was level 6, they were a little more important. Hit upset, trying to use that 2-item spike. You see the Corki trading well.
Equalizer comes on down, but there's still a Maokai ult to work with the Nature Scratcher. There's no reason. Danger is dead! Humanoid abducts his life bar, and they turn it around onto the Rumble as well. There's nothing equal about that. Isma caught under the turret but gets to back away.
Humanoid flash predicts his old AD carry and sends the huge gold lead into the sepia screen. Insane from the mid laner of Fnatic.
Oh, he said it might be about the Silas, it might be about Humanoid. It is now. What a moment!
I'm telling you now, that one's going in the montage. That's going to buy them the Atakan. And it takes the Corki off of the field when he's in such a moment of power. Good moment here from Fnatic, but the Yorick is in the side lane.
Yorick's just turning on that turret, needs to back away a little bit, but the ghouls go on forwards and Silas not enjoying that all that much right now. And again, a feel-good moment. It neutralizes the gold lead on the whole.
I demand a replay of this. We're gonna get it. It's a fight in the mid lane. The Corki feels strong and absolutely has every right to. Humanoid gets the flash predict onto Noah. Oh, that feels so satisfying to watch. Humanoid comes in and turns the tables.
Oh, Noah meet Arc. That one's rough. He's set on a journey. That one hurts.
Well, there's currently a scoreline is 2-2. So
So
GX, they are trying to fight for this soul point in a minute and a half. Any kind of advantage they could have in the lead up to help towards setup would have helped an awful lot. But because they end up losing that top side fight and the Atakan, Ward's now lit to the bot side from Fnatic, and GX will have to set up the vision control a little bit late towards the play. They still have a minute to do so, but Fnatic using that play not just to feel good, wow, we got a really cool kill and that'll be an old montages for the next couple of days, but also it'll give them the vision advantage for what could be the determining fight, the fight which GX desperately need now.
Worth noting, though, that of course you've still got the 2-item spike now on this Corki button towards a 3rd item. You've got 2.5 items on the Victor, who's not that far off level 16. This Yorick is still scaring. I don't want to say that GX don't have ways to win. Honestly, they can afford to give up some dragons and look to allow this Yorick to be a problem in the side lane if they want.
Yeah, That is actually true, very true. Potentially they can give up a dragon or something like that. But my worry is the longer it goes into the game, the harder objective fights are to play against an Ornn and a Maokai, which is so strong at kind of keeping you away from the team, getting that long-range firepower, especially with Humanoid now picking up some items as well. What happens if he starts throwing some of your ultimates back at you? 20 seconds till the dragon. We are getting a contest from the looks of it. Teleport in from Jackie's.
Lot still has his, going to try and get as much done topside before he's forced to leave the split push and join the team. Isma walk down the river and Arctic Assault's back over the wall. It is Fnatic now looking to wrest control of the river.
So Yorick will get the top lane in a turret. That's gold over towards him. We'll see whether he has time to recall, spend some of that gold and come back into it. Dragon start up by Fnatic. Do they give it? Looks like.
They might just look to split Fnatic off from getting back towards the mid lane. They're happy to allow this Yorick to throw down again as they have to TP in, because this Yorick is such a problem. But if he's TPing away, what about the 4v4? Isma in danger, gets caught up, mid lane Arctic Assault, and he's charged on down. The Forge Guard is called, the answers with death. Upset needs to run away, but John dies for it. It's a double to the mid MVP. Jackies and Noah now forced to retreat. All the while, though, look in the picture-in-picture. Locke gets the inhibitor.
The teleport back towards the top lane does leave an opening for GX, but they don't necessarily know how to plan around it. They're now going to go towards the Yorick in the side lane. He has flashed a decent amount of HP. I don't think they win as a 2v2. They need someone else to come in.
Warning Miss Slow comes on down. There's the Dark Procession, prevents Oscarinin getting over too easily. Humanoid still roaming down here. Razork, no ult, no flash. I think
he's
Yorick
just
gets
out.
to walk
Look,
away.
he's just out. Like, the Ornn and the Maokai have precious fuel tools as a top jungle 2v2 to deal with the Yorick. You need someone else to come into that play. So, Soul is not secured for GX. Fnatic add a little bit of time onto that timer. Also, they get themselves a really good fight afterwards, which means that Fnatic, you know, they do lose the inhibitor, but I think they were likely to do that in that kind of macro situation anyway, where they chose to leave that Yorick on the side lanes. GX, what can they do now with a 3-item Yorick?
2,500 gold ahead of this Ornn. Is a bit of a menace. He's also 70 CS up as well. Not quite at the flame horizon, but he's edging towards it. The sky is getting mighty light.
Yeah, that is really, really scary. Now the question is, because I don't think Silas beats out Yorick at all in a side lane either. There are too many ways to block the E with the ghouls and the maidens. You rarely get a clean E onto him. Often you want to E out of a play anyway. If you're stuck in melee with a Yorick by and large wins, especially at these kind of items. So Fnatic need to be very, very wary of how much of a leash they give Locke on the top lane. How much are they willing to give up? It's okay to deny a soul, but you can only do that so many times before your base is gone.
Still, Ornn has taken a lot of his teammates to the jewelry shop and started to give them some nice ornaments. Note that Upset has that Essence Reaver upgraded, so for all he's down 300 or so gold, that extra amount of stats is pretty valuable here, and a 3-item Lucian with the Milio behind is still a bit of a nightmare. Ran over that last fight, picked up his first couple kills in the game, so can definitely look to turn this around and look in the mid lane. Jackie's potentially in danger, doesn't quite find it. Oscarinin though, looking on the lot. He is caught under turret. Dark Procession comes on down, the knock-up comes on through. He's trying to turn around with the last right healing. Culling comes on down as Jackie's also threatened out. Humanoid napped away. That Arcane Storm isn't nicked for it. Gets away with that little bit of theft. Oscarinin, though, now getting turned around on the extended trades. Much better for the Yorick.
Yeah, if he ends up getting hit by that Dark Procession, probably has to blow the flash too. Again, if you don't kill the Yorick, tends to regen a lot back. Does kill the Maiden. That is important. It's a long cooldown for the Yorick. Fnatic don't find the fight that they're looking for in the mid lane.
Very tense here. Feels like every time we get a fight with the 4, the 1v1 goes full all in as well, understandably so. GX, you know what their win condition is. It's named locked. It's on the Yorick. On the other side, Fnatic are beginning to get to a point where these Ornn items are becoming problematic. The team fight's so much harder to execute for GX when their CC is limited. The Breath of Life's come on through, and these Call of the Forge Gods and Maokai Nature's Grasps are proving very difficult to manage for GX, it feels like.
Fnatic falling so far behind in the objectives has been a real issue for them. GX, as we said before around the last dragon, they can give up a dragon. Now, they can look for the fight if they have to, but as long as they don't lose too much in it, they don't lose a Baron over a botched dragon fight, GX are very happy playing this out. Fnatic have a lot of dragons to go until they get towards Sol. I don't really think Fnatic want to send too many members over towards Lot's side of the map, especially with the items. He's going towards most likely a Cyrilda's Grudge coming in on 4th item as well, which is just disgusting, pinning people into the fight. That's a Grudgeon, as, yeah, Lot has been facilitated well by his team. Is we're going to walk into this whilst jungle, find both tanks there, and both of them will leave the play. But so often when I see Yorick, and again, this is mostly from in the LPL, really, the teams which succeed with it are the ones which actually support their top laner on a macro sense. Dragon is up now in a minute. They have another choice to say, okay, how much do we give to the Yorick? He is pushing up away from that top side. How much time can GX buy him in a top side? Or, if they do look for the fight, what angle do they choose to bring the Yorick into the play with such a big gold lead?
Well, they'll have to do their best, put up that catch-22 and ask Fnatic to choose one or the other. Dragon wouldn't be that valuable, but losing the inhibitor down again could be problematic.
Yeah, so Fnatic trying to buy some space and vision. Sejuani misses. Stolen.
Away, yeah.
Level 16 from Silas means you get them up pretty quickly, and now Yorick is going towards the exposed Nexus. There is no inhibitor in that top side, remember.
Very, very scary. What can the Ornn do to stop it? Hit by that Morning Mist, taking a lot of incidental chip damage at this point. Onto the Dragon they go. Fnatic trying to rush this down, but GX looking to contest. Humanoid on a flank angle. Nature Scratch comes on through and will zone GX off. That will earn them the Dragon, pretty guaranteed here. All the while, the lot ended up taking a bit too much damage as the Equalizer comes on down, trying to buy some time on the retreat. Is Malo, though. Humanoid looking for the abduction, can't quite find it. Dark Possession lands. Will look to back away. The inhibitor respawns topside.
So that is going to be another Dragon given over to Fnatic for a chance for Lot to go towards the Nexus. He's pushed up quite far, but I think he'll be safe again to walk out of this. From what I was seeing, just looking at Lot's point of view on the other side of this, Lot took too many tower shots to really go for a clean take. He ended up kind of dipping in and out of the tower range on the Nexus itself, meaning that, yes, he did end up, taking a lot of HP off of that first turret. Doesn't end up threatening the end of the game. Blew their Starks quite easily. Fnatic breathe a sigh of release. That's one of their, I guess, their macro pop quizzer to say, okay, catch this, what are you doing with the Yorick? One of those tests has been passed.
The gold lead, nominal at this point. 1,000 gold lead just under that at 30 minutes means not all that much. And we've seen GX get that kind of gold lead pretty much every game. But it has felt like Fnatic, as I go for a full sentence, have been better in those team fight scenarios, have ended up in those mid and late stages just being better team fighters and often scalers. And you can see that a lot of that gold really for GX is in that top side. And the Ornn at this point is providing lots of value elsewhere. That's an upgraded Leandries for the Maokai, an upgraded Rocket Bell for the Silas. There's value is coming in.
The overall gold lead is not that much. The things which are not gold are dragons on one side, right, where you have them, but then you have the Ornn items being built up on the other side, almost all of them being gifted over to teammates by Oscar and that adds some factors which don't show in the gold itself. If GX get the soul, they are very, very happy. At that point, the Yorick is very, very, very hard to deal with. Fnatic on the other side, they really need to get a Baron, I think. If they get themselves the Baron, I think that if GX mess up enough for them to go towards that, that's their way to really break open the map, stop the Yorick taking over. If they can kill the Yorick, of course, in the play too, that opens up things a lot easier. If they get this, it gives them so much more room to play with, because they're struggling to get the clean fights that they need to stop GX playing the macro around the Yorick. And here they go for it.
Was GX who were initially in the river. Leave it. Yorick going to start split pushing. Has to teleport. So does Oscar Rinnin. Begins to join the play. Thank you for the big picture. But it's another Maokai ult. In comes the Equalizer. Glacial Prison comes on down. But there's a breath of life. Into the pit. Though goes Isma. GX find their moment. Lot on the other side. Oscar Rinnin call the dark protection against the damage out of nowhere. Begins to unleash the fourth bomb lands. Jackie sidesteps the abduction. But Humanoid still lands. The Glacial Prison goes golden. They're still overdoing it. Humanoid is dead. Silence cannot break those giants and Lot will bring down the shovel. The Forge God meets the Maiden, and even gods can die.
Silas only the second biggest thief on the Rift as Isma steals the Baron that Fnatic would have needed to come back into the macro of this game. GX live to fight potentially for another game.
They can at least break the inhibitor here in mid lane. There's 30 seconds on pretty much everyone that's meaningful. It will not be the clean sweep. It will not be the 3-0, and GX will do their very best to end the game right here, right now, and bring us to a game 4.
The Oracle makes short work of the towers. We will not have a clean sweep. We will at least go to 4 games. GX, stay alive.
They refuse to bow out. They refuse to go quietly into the night. And a Baron fight, a Baron steal. And we're going to 4.
Fnatic came in pretty heavy favorites, but we said that GX potentially had a fight, and they've given them a fight in this game 3. We'll have game 4 coming up right after this break.
needs a map.
Wait, I'll take care of this.
Law, be careful. That thing belongs in a museum.
What is this?
Wow, that escalated quickly. What do we do now?
Let's have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
How do we get out?
Like this. Say it.
What about me?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Game 3, they are desperate. Let's not fall into the chaotic game, okay? The more chaotic it is, the worse for us. We're the better team.
Are we? I didn't know that we are.
And the little army comes on through, the ghouls all over him. Another dart protection, the last right's not quite enough! Oscar will away the morning miss!
Ulti me.
Look at the Seiyu or the
I will
Rumble.
ult. Karki is dead.
Rumble.
Yeah. Rumble Seiyu. I ult him. Look at me, Mickey.
Nice. Seiyu too.
On is 1 HP, on is 1 HP. No flash Lucian, no flash Lucian. No flash Silas. No flash Silas, no flash Silas. Lucian?
Lucian is dead.
Nice!
Go.
LEC teams and jinxing themselves on these mic checks. Name a more iconic duo. First, GX is like, oh, did you see how much they celebrated after they only won one game? They can't win against us. It's not like we've heard that before from like what? KC. And then don't fall into the chaos. It's game 3. They're desperate. Well, whoopsies.
They fell into the chaos, and it felt like it was a very back and forth game. It was a bit Thronation, just throwing it back and forth. So it was just chaos all around. But it was GX eventually that kind of thrived in it. I feel like this Yorick pick was just so genius. It generated so much pressure all across the map. I don't think Lotz was playing perfectly, but he just did so much work.
No, I feel like that quote that Broken Blade once said just keep rings true. Like, even if you're not like the best on your champion, if you pick those champions in a good spot, you will manage to have a good impact if you know the basics. And I think here Lot had a great game. I don't want to like say that he carried the game, because I think all of GX really stepped up in this game.
Yeah.
Especially their early dragon control, I think is what gave them this kind of dragon win condition, where they kind of had the Yorick split pushing while other people were pressuring the soul point. Didn't really end up working out for them, and in the end, it kind of went to this Baron. But in general, big kudos to GX. Nice comeback.
But that also forced Fnatic to have to play for Nash as a win con, because they didn't have that easy Drake win con, despite like GX gave over 2 Drakes to Fnatic, but they're still just sitting at 2 Ocean Drakes. You know, they're still so far from Soul. And that's kind of why I think Fnatic decided to go for this Baron Nashor, which eventually lost them the game.
Yeah, already touched upon the draft in terms of like that Yorick pick. And I mean, from all of our perspectives, we didn't actually expect Rumble to be the one going support here.
No, I don't think Fnatic did either. I think Rumble support is an LCK classic, so maybe Jun has some experience from that from last year when it actually was played in support. And I think he executed on it quite well. Usually when I see a support player play Rumble, I get really nervous because I feel like he's going to overheat with the wrong spell. But in general, really solid play by Jun.
We see this fight here. I mean, it's the Fnatic special. Start Nash, lose the game. And it just felt like they started this Nashor without really being quite on the same page. Oscar was really late on the TP. They weren't able to stop Sejuani from entering the pit, so the Nash was stolen. And it was just a full disaster for them in an otherwise pretty one game.
Yeah, but it's also really good from GX to be able to capitalize off of these opportunities and these mistakes that Fnatic does throw their way. Because again, like from the last 2 games, it felt very one-sided. It was like Fnatic continuously putting the pressure down on that bot lane, the top lane not necessarily being able to thrive as much as we wanted it to. And now they make a mistake and GX like, oh, okay, we're on to you.
Yeah, we were talking about Isma being resourceful. He was very resourceful with his smite button in that fight. Really crucial smite fight, or smite steal from Isma. I think really stepping up there in the clutch. But I like, as you said, I don't understand why Fnatic is starting this Baron, because there's no real threat to them. Maybe they're getting, I think this is maybe the Yorick pressure really getting to them, and them feeling like they have to kind of propel the game forward in another manner because they feel like their base is always under threat.
I think the thought process is that Yorick will push in bot, and if you try to then go towards the Yorick, then enemy team can pressure Nash. But if you pressure Nash yourself, then Yorick can't split push anymore. So I kind of get the idea, but just the execution was not it.
But it felt like from the get-go, Fnatic was like under pressure because we've seen them dive bot lane multiple times. It was how Noah was able to get that first blood as well, because you're seeing the gank coming through from Razork on the Maokai and he like flashes under tower. It's like, oops.
Yeah, I would love to bring up those replays because I feel like constantly Razork is looking for a place that, frankly, I don't think exists. He's going so deep here under the tower, and I don't think this is worth trading your life as a jungler and your flash just to get a trade kill.
It was
Tempo
flash
just
for
becomes,
flash.
Yeah, sure it was. But in the end, you were making a play there. Same thing here again. Razork goes in, but in the end, here, because of the build that Jackis has, he has so much HP and he manages to trade onto Humanoid. Really crucial, and maybe these masks are working in his favor.
Maybe, and it looked a bit personal there towards Noah in the first gank, and just Razork wanted him so damn bad. But, as you talked about, it's only one game away from GX getting eliminated.
Yeah.
But you know what's also crazy? It's 2 games away from Fnatic getting eliminated.
Wow,
Man,
that's like double. Okay, we get it. I mean, even looking at the gold specifically, GX was in the lead from the start, and I really feel like that
Jun did more damage than Noah.
Okay.
That's
well,
crazy.
there you go. Rumble support works.
This is a crazy good flex pick, and it just shows the value. It won top and it won bot, and kind of carried the game.
So we want to see that creativity continue from the side of GX, because if anything, if we weren't expecting it, I mean, Fnatic also didn't look like they were expecting that Rumble to be going support, so you're throwing a little bit of a spanner in the work, and I feel like that's exactly what GX needs to be able to continue this streak.
Yeah, I mean, looking ahead, I reckon we're gonna see Fnatic choose blue side, and I think they're gonna set up a solid draft where they either set up a first pick jungle or a first pick AD carry,
first pick
maybe
Vi, maybe NSC,
yeah,
something like that.
And I think they're gonna really simplify their draft and go back to what works, which makes it a lot harder for GX to kinda find those avenues. What is in their favor is that they now have red side, which is the counter pick side, so they could look for some crazy flex picks or some late game tops.
They actually did pick the blue side. So, considering you have that prediction correct, could you predict the outcome of the next game too, maybe?
Ooh, you're asking a lot for me. This is Fnatic we're talking about. Fnatic
Whoa!
loves doing this little play, and I'm gonna give it to you.
Is that like a Fnatic thing or just like an EU thing?
As a Baron throw, it's a classic Fnatic play. I
Aye.
mean, they've been around forever. I can't even like think about how many times they're from Baron, but I really need, as I said, they need to simplify their game plan. I think Rap said it so well that when the more chaos is in the game, the more it favors the team that is on paper worse.
Mhm.
And I think Fnatic sees themselves as the better team, and I think they have the results to back that up, and they really just want solid game plans.
Yeah, I'm thinking Fnatic's gonna win this game, despite how many leads.
You did say GX was going to win 2 games back-to-back, like last desk. So, you know, make up your mind.
I did not say that.
They did.
I don't think I said that. But I think Fnatic's gonna win because they look like the better team. Despite GX getting leads, I think Fnatic doesn't start this Nash. The game still looked pretty rough for them. Giant X gave over 2 Drakes back-to-back and weren't able to actually play off of the Yorick split push pressure as well as I would have wanted from a top team that can compete with Fnatic.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just as you say, like it's like GX got every single avenue they needed to get a win, and it almost felt like they barely went over the finish line. It was so difficult for them, and they like needed a throw from Fnatic even to just compete. And I really think that GX. I want to say, we haven't talked that much about Jackis, but he had a great game on the Victor.
Yeah.
He made this like kind of tank build with the Leandris, the Magic Pen Burn item, I forgot his name, and the Rift Maker.
Bloodletter's Curse, but you said you didn't like that.
Yeah, I didn't like that initially because the way I see mages is that when you have Bloodletter's Curse, the shred kind of comes after your first combo. So I would prefer if you have another AP threat damage, that champion buys the Bloodletter's Curse and then you buy the Void Staff. In the end though, he used the extra HP well, he was really tanky and hard to die for the Sylas, and he had a big impact.
Yeah, we've seen how that played out for their side. But it's also really important here to highlight once again that when we're looking at this best-of-5 series, it is the last best-of-5 for one of these 2 teams for spring. If whoever ends up losing this, whether it's GX or Fnatic, they're gonna be done for the rest of the season and they're gonna be going home and wait until summer, whereas whoever remains has a chance to qualify for MSI.
That would be a disaster for Fnatic, right?
Oh,
Especially
yeah.
right after Upset gets the MVP.
No!
Need to go home right after and he's done with the season. That would definitely not be a great reward for him. So I think they're the ones feeling the pressure.
Yeah.
So in that sense, GX has the advantage. But Fnatic, despite their mishaps and all their throws, they look like the better team.
We just want to see some cool-headed Fnatic gameplay, show us something that we can build upon, show us that you guys can overcome this challenge, and show us that you can come into this game 4 and let go of the demons of game 3.
While both of these teams are on the chopping block, and it's do or die specifically for GX here because they need to push this to a game 5 if they want to have a chance to stay in this lower bracket. But we're ready to head into the 4th game of this BO5. So casters, who do we think is going to take this one?
Well, that's a great question. Sam, look at all the light touches. All the light touches is Fnatic's.
Yeah. Well, what about the Baron Pit?
That's the Baron Pit, Sam. Never go there. So never go there. Fnatic not getting the clean sweep throughout this, through this series. Now, GX, I thought they'd give a good fight. The first 2 games gave me some worries. The Nocturne Orianna, it really just didn't work in the most important part of the game. Got outscaled with too much HP after that point. Game 1, Fnatic snowballed very well. Now we're getting to the point where GX have got that first win on the board. They've shown that they can get a win over Fnatic. They've done it on the red side. They'll now on the blue side. They'll need to now do it on the red side against Fnatic. And Fnatic on the other side of this, we heard Grabs, talking in the comms before that last game, saying, look, this is game 3. They're going to be chaotic. The more chaotic it gets, the better it is for them. Let's slow it down. And I think towards the late game, it did get a little bit more chaotic and felt like the Yorick provided so much value through that macro chaos. And now Fnatic have to go back a little bit to the drawing board. On blue side, though, which has been viewed very powerfully in the meta.
Very interesting to see how this draft plays out, because GX have had something unusual, it feels like, in pretty much every draft we've looked at, be that a Vladimir top or a Rumble support. They've certainly had a few things prepped and ready for Fnatic to try and catch them out with the curveballs. The Yorick surprise counterpick out of nowhere definitely hurt Oscarinen's Ornn fairly heavily as the game went on, even if the Ornn was still pretty scary in those team fights. Still a little problematic. Bans now largely completed. The Nico off the table. Remember, went basically through the ban phase last time around. Was not prioritized. Yeah, surprisingly.
Well, because GX had the Rumble flex, they didn't feel like snapping it up. Now, of course, with that still on the table, it is banned by Fnatic. What are our other power picks
in theory
left available? we haven't seen that much prior towards it, but hey, I mean, it has been decent in the past, of course. And that's actually going to be banned away by GX, thinking, okay, Razork does play a fair amount of that. Vi permanently banned throughout this series, and we're left asking, okay, what do you want to blind pick? Rise instant locked in for Humanoid. Strong champion right now. With the ability to get that point-and-click CC down.
I know it was a point you made a little earlier in the series saying, look, with teleports, particularly in the early and mid stages being so long, taking so long to get to their destinations, anyone with a global feels increasingly valuable, and Rise certainly can do that. We've seen a lot of scary Realm Warp plays around and about that ability to pull the trigger at any given moment. Pretty scary to manage.
I was thinking just Rise is very good at setting up different champions. You can set up a side laning, top laner, because you can teleport to their lane. You can set up high damage junglers by rooting someone in front of you. So Razork has some extra options potentially available to him too. We'll see what he wants to go towards, whether it might be something like a Wukong, something like that. He's played a little bit of that. Would be a good way to get on top of that Misfortune too. Which Noah is locked in. Very lane dominant. We've lost a lot of our lane dominant AD carries in the draft so far. And, blind pick of the Nah. I would have thought on red side with Lot really angling to take a bite out of Oscar in the 1v1. They would have saved counter pick for him, but they don't.
This is what you don't know. It's Jun's secret AP support now, of course.
Oh, wow. The AP Nah support. How could I possibly have known? GX, they flex a lot, but I'm not sure. They've learned quite enough from Flexius to go that far. Xayah locked in for upset alongside the Rakan. Love his duo. Good individual unit. Can sometimes fall a little bit prey to the Misfortune range of that bullet time. Now, the Rakan can cancel the MF quite well, but if the Rakan is locked up by something else, Xayah can sometimes feel a little bit bad in the individual 1v1. Jun, what does he go towards now? Do they want to lock in jungler now? Something that with the deaths we were talking about in the last champion slate. Junglers are starting to fall a little bit further down right now, so you could lock one of them in. Instead, go towards that Nautilus. It's been good into Rakan in the past because you can't hop away from a Nautilus ultimate, and it can protect the MF well, and of course set up very well for the bullet time.
With engaged supports getting a little thin on the ground, I can understand why Jun wants to go towards that. Good setup there, and good pairing potentially with a little bit more conditional CC of the Mega Gnar. Still waiting then on a jungle and mid laner for GX, whereas similar for Fnatic, but likely the top lane unless Oscar Renin wants to really throw us back to an EU special of Rise top from way back in, say, 2019.
True, man. It's been a while since that champion's been... Actually, no, there were some games of it into Kennen, weirdly.
Oh, yeah.
It was around a little bit, but not really that widespread a phenomenon. Jackie's going to get denied the Hui. Of course, mid laners for him potentially going to get targeted too. GX needs some magic damage somewhere. You could technically go in towards a magic damage jungler for Izmir, something like that, if Jackie's wanted to play something like the Tristana, which also does quite well into the Rise. He has played a couple of games of it. Poppy banned away by GX, so the anti-dash champion not available for Fnatic.
Very potent, it feels like right now, that Poppy. We've seen that kind of rise to priority around the world quite a lot right now. Flexible, dangerous in the jungle, understandable ban. See what GX want to lock in here. Are they going to want to lock the mid and save jungle for counter pick? If Isma's looking at something like a Nidalee or something a little bit unusual, I can see that being an angle here.
Yeah, who do you want to give the priority to? Okay, there you go. AP damage in the jungle. Nidalee comes through for Isma, a classic for him. Razork does have the ability to see the Nidalee and pick something that can at least survive it. Not many things beat out the Nidalee in terms of the individual clear and the dueling, but you can pick something that at least can farm well enough.
A lot of the standard champions that Razork's been playing now kind of off the table. Maybe something like a Zyra if he wants to match clear speed. With clear speed, played a couple games of that. Instead goes towards that Wukong. Bit more scaling, good team fight. And Fnatic, if they can get to those objective fights, have got a lot of CC and burst to work with.
Jackie's last pick on red side. Trying to counterpick a whole composition with this. The Rise Realm Warp potentially delivering Sion or Wukong into the backline. Pretty terrifying. Also pretty good at sniping out side lanes as well. Something like a Syndra's been hovered for a long time here. I'm not sure if it's actually going to get locked in. Used to be a classic matchup in the mid lane.
Okay.
There we go. A rare Syndra in the LEC and everywhere on the patch right now. Always been pretty good against the Rise, but I'm a little bit worried about the Wukong getting on top of two immobile backline threats. Three if you count the Nidalee more mobile, yes, but Razork and Mickey, if they find one of these people out of position, it's very quick to go down. Basically, very, very fragile from GX, but good range from GX on the other side of things too.
That will have to be the idea. If GX can land that initial bit of CC, but follow up with your bullet times and unleash powers and javelin tosses, will likely deplete the health bar whoever is unfortunate enough to be picked up by them. Fnatic, though, with a Scion, a Wukong, the Rakan, that frontline, that CC, the AoE in the team fights, can prove very deadly indeed. They need just one more win to advance further through this lower bracket. Giant X fighting for their playoffs lives. We've got ourselves at least one more to go, and GX would like to, with another bit of fun in the draft in that Syndra, make sure we go the full distance.
This is, I believe, only our 5th Syndra in major regions worldwide. So that's LEC, LCK, LTA, LCP, and the LPL are 5 of our major regions. It's only won 1 game globally this split in our top tier of play. Jackie's trying to make that a second one. Quite vulnerable though, Fnatic. That Wukong feels like it's very, very deadly if it gets into the right angle, and Razork has been known to do so before. Fnatic, see if they can close out the series, or if GX bring us to a decider.
Well, welcome to LEC Airlines. We're floating at a grand total of about 50 feet across there. Hope you enjoy your flight. Outside your portside windows, you'll see Fnatic and GX playing off here.
And based on the observer, we'll be cruising at an altitude of about 20 feet or something like that. I guess we're your captains, and oh, isn't that a terrifying...
Who's the co-pilot?
I'm not ready to decide that. Don't give me that kind of authority. So, are there any level 1s coming through from something like the Nautilus? Sometimes you do want to get involved with that Nidalee into early jungle clear. Of course, early jungler vision is very, very important against the Nidalee. Isma, even when he was on SK as well last split, pretty good at coming up with an initial plan to say, look, I want to be doing this with my pathing, bullying the enemy jungler out. And when I look at the Syndra who can get early, can get good level 2, level 3 wave control, see what Jackie's can do with that. Jackie's picking this matchup. If he knows his breakpoints well, perhaps Isma can use that to inform his early attacks.
Worth noting, of course, Isma, for all he's had some woes to deal with, his Nidalee has not been one of them. Picked it up a couple times and won both pretty handily.
No, he's been a good player of it. Played it well last split as well, as we were talking about. So it is going to be a late invade. We were asking for those level 1 plans. Goes in for a red buff steal. Razork going on to the Raptors. Starts with the Nimbus Strike. Will get himself safely to level 2, but without his red buff.
Razork will pick up that Raptor camp pretty happily. There was an invade coming on through, and the red buff stolen away on that level 1. Good work from Isma. Already starting off as he means to continue.
Yeah, so Isma, if he can get ahead of this matchup, obviously that makes things very difficult for Fnatic. We were saying, hey, actually, it has to be Razork and Mickey getting into the backline somehow. The Ryze is outranged, the Zaire is outranged. Syndra was always pretty good in Zaire. Even remember back in 2019, of course, when we had the Perk spot lane, Extravaganza, and everyone started playing the mage bot lanes. One of the big mages back then was the Syndra, which was very good into the likes of the Zaire, because even with a basic combo, if the Zaire disrespected and said, I don't need to use spells, but I want to use it for, say, I don't know, the Nautilus going in, you might just end up getting caught out of position from that. So, Upset, you know, he is our MVP. I think he's had a good series so far as well, largely demolishing. That was very good, sticking up for the way.
There's the hook, though. Mickey XD that time around.
Oh, it's an X-Mickey pushing up the daisies, gone to meet his makers. Beautiful plumage, but that's all about, you can say, beautiful about that play.
Don't think he's Norwegian, so it doesn't work as that particular breed of parrot. But there you go, Monty Python references abound. Unfortunate look in there from Mickey, and that's a little bit unfortunate.
But he was so close to stealing the Gromp. Imagine that. We were this close to greatness, this close. Almost stole that Gromp and got out. Kill goes over to Noah, who doesn't have to blow any of his summoners either. There was no flash follow needed because of the flash over the wall.
Jungle farming, a support of your talents.
This combo going in from Mickey, protects a little bit, but Upset needing to go a little bit longer now.
The pull comes on through. Noah avoids a few of them, so isn't rooted up. Tried for the double up, and Upset just out of range of that potential angle of attack.
Really important that Upset got those extra few auto attacks through. Lost that hard trade, that mid trade very, very hard. Isma coming in towards mid lane for stun lands.
Oh no, Humanoid, where on earth are you? Well, he just decides he's going to clear the wave, and Isma is donated a kill. GX off to a flying start here, flash away from John on the bot side. He'll also pop by Mickey.
What is happening in this early game from Fnatic? Now, Mickey going in, trying to get information on the jungle, goes a little too far. Now, Jackie's with the Syndra. provide setup for Isma on the Nidalee, who has always had a good plan A on the champion. Fnatic need to find a way to stabilize quite quickly. Razork doesn't have the red buff, taking a decent trade here, but you are against a Nidalee. You don't always win them.
Just lost your warrior Trickster. Isma needs to think about getting over the wall here. Does so. Primal Surge. Humanoid coming on down, forced to flash, but then Razork will step on forward with his own flash. And a Nimbus Strike. A flash on forward for the Rune Prison. Do not pass go. And give over a few hundred gods.
Really well noticed by Razork and Humanoid that they had the angled engine. Is looking to cancel the recall. There's no flash, but it'll stop the... So there was no real kill threat. It'll stop the reset coming through. Isma dying there stops the momentum a little bit. That's the kind of play which Fnatic desperately needed to stop this potentially spiraling out of control. Isma losing that flash, losing his life, giving a kill over towards Humanoid, which will get him towards his time-dependent items early, is really important.
A little over-eager there on the invade onto the Raptors. Thought with the Nimbus Strike and the Warrior Trickster down, he could look to fight that, and ended up being a little trickier than he appreciated. Still costs a flash off of Razork and of Humanoid, and being flashless into a Nidalee Syndra, we've already seen, could be a little bit dangerous for this Rise, especially if he doesn't get the Space Rush to run away.
No, you're completely right to mention that. Investing your flash for that does leave you vulnerable later. You know, Jackie's is heading towards the level 6 mark. Didn't actually see if he was running the triple tonic runes. I was too invested in watching the level 1s and stuff. But triple tonic was pretty popular on Syndra to give you kind of that level 6 all-in pressure with the elixir of, not the elixir of wrath. It's like the travel-sized ones, but you know what I mean. It gives you that
travel-sized elixir of wrath.
No, that's what Kleptomancer used to give you. That's what they used to.
You really call it? Oh,
no, that's not just me memeing. It was genuinely a thing. But yeah, Jackie's, if you have that, yes, he does have the triple tonic. You can see that as this little thing just in the inventory here. Gives you some adaptive force for a very short amount of time, which means that on that level 6 mark, and you look for that all-in on Syndra, can be really, really powerful, helping that first all-in.
Mickey goes in, is immediately rooted up as a result. Down goes Noah with the Make It Rain. Turns into a Meteorologist briefly, but Razork immediately steps on forward, and Noah, forced to barrier, stays alive. Isma coming on over, misses the Javelin toss, looking for an auto or two, won't really find it. Noah burns both the summoners, nice engage there. Razork looking to get a bit of vengeance for the early game.
Really well played by Fnatic's bot lane. So often when games go wrong for Fnatic, it is upset and Mickey is a 2v2, which see things right. I think the early trades and then coming into plays like this too to remove HP from Noah, which means that Jun is then locked in lane. It can give a platform for Fnatic. It's been so important when things go wrong.
And I remember in draft we were saying, look, Misfortune lane dominant. Ooh, Zyra can't, because sometimes have a difficult time into this. So far, up 10 or so CS, winning those trades, getting a load of those summoners. That's good work from the bot lane of Fnatic. MVP upset, and of course Mickey X as well. Doing a great job down there in that bot side. Certainly one of our most dangerous here in the LEC.
Lots. Blind pick Gnar. Sion picked up afterwards. So Sion picked for the team comp, really trying to wave clear a little later. Decent combo there. Of course, a reminder, for those of you who don't see that much Syndra anymore, has a stacking mechanic. You get a couple of splinters of Wrath every level that you level up. Then you get them for double hitting a champion, much like the center passive as well, on something like an 8-second cooldown or something like that. So hitting some those double stacks can help you get towards your ability upgrades a little quicker. Isma going to run into Razork.
Ooh, does he manage to steal away the red buff? No, he does now. Isma in danger, hit by the Cyclone, the level 6 meter. That's just a dead Nidalee. Turn around those Jackie, unleashes the power. Mixes the 1-for-1, Noah though in danger on the top side. As violence is everywhere you look. GX, I suppose the advantage being, they did get the feat of martial mastery off that.
The early pathing in the early game looked so good from GX, but suddenly Razork is ahead of the Nidalee, stops the red buff steal coming through, gets a kill. And yes, he does go down in the 1-for-1, but it's a bad sign for GX that the Nidalee snowball has not continued. GX, they would have really liked that to just be kind of like a one and done. Okay, we're ahead in terms of XP, in terms of gold. That's not the case now. Oh, no. Spots that out. Spidey senses are tingling.
I would not have done that, and I would have died a horrible, horrible death.
I think a great many people would have done. And Upset and Mickey getting themselves a kill on that top side. Again, continuing on. The stabilization which Fnatic needed to find. Things were getting scary for them. They managed to get themselves into the lead. They'll get themselves grubs. And GX will need to find another way to start the momentum again.
Last game, we pulled up a little graphic that said, hey, if you want a bit of a litmus test to see when GX is going to win the game, it's the early control of objectives. In fact, Fnatic getting those early grubs is great news for Fnatic. They will manage to get all three of them. Humanoid finds Isma, roots him up, and costs half the HP of the Shapeshifter.
It's really annoying. Scuttlecrab is going to be secured by GX anyway. Razork was singing to if he could sneak it away. Not able to do so.
Bot side, Lot turns into a really angry version of Gnar and starts yelling at Sion a lot. Gets gets shoved into the wall, and I think Osman would like to get that last minion. Actually needs to be a bit wary here. There's quite a lot of damage coming, but there's still a grasp, and he should be okay. And cookies.
These are nerf
do
cookies
chase
too.
that.
They are nerf cookies, but hey, they're still very, very useful. Lot, of course, on a good individual matchup, but Oscar will provide a lot of value to his team with that quick response tool of that ultimate. A lot of people kind of forget that Sion with that ultimate travels a long way on the map. Is kind of a semi-global in the way that we've talked about it before. If Fnatic can find an opening, you know, when we come around to this one item mark, when we come around to perhaps Herald spawning in the first dragon fight of the game, stuff like that Sion ult and the Ryze ult will very quickly put GX under pressure. And the longer this game goes, the more likely it is that GX will leave an opening for that to exploit.
John, potentially in danger, manages to dredge line to safety. Should be all right for now.
Interaction actually just reminded me of something which will be very important to keep track of. Wukong Rakan, really busted interaction by the way. They've got the Realm Bomb. See if they need it at all. Lot, Mini, all got a lot of HP to work with.
And there's just nothing to be done. And now there's an additional present for Fnatic to pick up. It's the middle of the year, and yet it looks like Christmas has come very early indeed. Dredgeline in, but Jackie's can't do it. I think he's calmed John up by the quickness. Triple Dredgeline knock, though, means John might well get one back, but Upset's dropped turret aggro. Doing the hop around, though. Isma now here. Where is Upset going? No way to escape. Javelin toss hits him. Dredgeline after. In comes Noah. Gets his own kill, and it's all getting turned around. Fnatic looking to play it out regardless. Noah continues to hop around. Razak can't get. And Noah survives. They lose 4.
I have no idea how that teleport under the turret somehow works out in a one fight for GX, but they end up locking up enough of Fnatic for long enough that the tower makes up the difference of their members stuck on the tower going down very easily. The Realm Walk comes through quick, play onto the side lane. We talked about that global being so important. Teleport comes in and we're thinking, oh no, he's just caught out completely out of position. He does have the orbs under tower. If that stun lands, I think actually this works out even further in their favor. Jackie's Eing behind him. Use that ult first to put those balls on the ground. But still, Jun on his own with that triple depth charge, as you were saying, getting so much CC, allows the fall to come through as Noah makes his own way, as weirdly, the flanking MF gets a huge amount of value.
In a 1v2, gets the kill and forces the flash out of the Ryze, and even survives to tell the tale.
Good job, my even to Narnia, and we won.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
Well, the Lion, the Witch, and I don't know whether the turret counts the wardrobe, but the Ryze ult certainly did.
Hey, well, Syndra fits the second article on that, Bill. Where's we've even got a Cougar. That's about it, Lion. We've got 2 of the 3. Who's the wardrobe?
Is Isma going to rename to Aslan? I'm just saying, rename to Aslan. It's a great player name.
Man, Jackie's at least still picks up some kill participation. Fnatic, that is the kind of play which I want to see them do more, though. They had that Ryze ultimate as that global ability to pull the trigger. It's very powerful, allowing Razork an extra flanking angle to do that. Hang on, Cheapo will find out Isma again. Anyone else roaming over? I mean, Razork is on the flank technically, but can't find a quick enough way to start a fight.
Does feel like Fnatic have been there every time Isma tries to even sniff it at a Fnatic camp. They fought over nearly all of them very, very hard, and Isma hasn't really won a lot of those invades in terms of getting the camps over the last few moments. Got a dragon spawning in a little while, so that's not going to be on the table. Herald is not up either, so no real objectives yet to contest for at least 2 minutes.
Can we just take a minute to appreciate how good this series? Okay. Yes, we can. Thank you. We can take a minute to appreciate how entertaining this series has been, given the number of the seedings, 2nd seed versus 5th seed in playoffs, and how that has continued on from what has been a very tight-knit regular season as well. Fnatic are getting pushed here by GX, which I think in other splits, potentially, you know, lower bracket teams starting in the lower bracket would not have been given that same amount of respect. GX is taking a really good chunk out of Razork there. GX making a good attempt at this so far, have themselves a slight gold lead. Of course, there's a very competitive game. It could, of course, all end here for GX and Fnatic go on from this game. But the fact that GX have had an early game like this and giving some sweat to Fnatic on this early game, it's a good sign for them.
And credit to Fnatic for coming back after what looked like a really nasty start to a snowball. They managed to stifle it for a moment or two. That turret dive, though, did change things around again. Noah on the misfortune gets towards the Bloodthirst, a slight lead. Isma as well picked up a lot of kills in that top side, managed to get a lot of advantages there. And those first items largely now getting completed across the board. Not really wanting to blow any cooldowns as yet. Do have a kind of window here before something like the dragon spawns if you do want to use an ultimate or a flash or something.
with a Realm Up on the table, there's always a chance to make a play. It's just setting up far enough in advance. Actually, with that in mind, let's have a look at some key things. You have a Realm Up, so having wards like this can be very, very important, just to make sure that there's no Wukong coming up there, so Humanoid doesn't just dip back out of vision. Put a Realm Warp down and then threaten you as you push up another lane, especially in moments like this. Jackies needs to be very careful.
Yeah. The scout of the week did not land, and Mickey is anything but that right now. Humanoid lands the Rune Prison, and this Syndra will once again be centered on. It flashes away, it survives!
Close stuff, the Realm Warp getting into retreat now. Mickey tanks the hook. We're just praising GX, saying you've got some vision to protect yourselves, but obviously, apparently not enough there. Jackies loses that flash. Losing flash on Syndra in a game like this is something which Fnatic will absolutely want to exploit. They do have flash on Mickey, they do have flash on Razor. The second Jackie sets a foot out of line, it's going to get stomped on.
Credit to Jun. Few plays now where Fnatic have tried to play very aggressively with the Rakan and the Rise, and the counterpunch from the Nautilus has been really nasty.
I know it's something which the desk has been bringing up to you, saying, hey, you know, the Rumble Flex last game really helped them get that advantage in bot lane to allow Jun to be a more creative playmaker. Here again, this was actually not about the flexibility XYZ, but they've given themselves a good matchup, and that good early fight which we just saw before this really helped Jun and Noah have a bit more of a platform after what was a difficult 2v2.
I appreciate Isma and Jackie's trying to be sneaky like getting into that tri-brush and didn't realize we were stood on the ward the entire time and then swept and went oops. But it's all sorted. All the while though, Razork throws down a control ball and begins to start up this Herald.
To GX once you commit members to this. Remember, flashless Syndra, a little bit risky to do so. Don't want to be walking into enemy vision too much. They do have some decent wards around the area. It's not like it's completely blacked out, but Razork going to get this one without a contest.
That'll be the third objective for Fnatic as well, so a mark towards the full feats of strength for them. First set of kills went to GX. All first three objectives went towards Fnatic, and that leaves us with both teams vying for that first turret to get those oh-so-swanky upgraded boots. Speaking of...
Keeping the wave on the turret, making sure denying as many minions as possible. Why not?
Keep going, Berlin. A bit louder. Louder. That's it. Come on. Hey!
We are so entertained by great work here. Berlin, woo, building. Zoska takes it down, but denies as much of the wave as possible before it goes down.
Fantastic, and there's the feat of strength of Fnatic, as we were calling out. Dragon spawns in 15 seconds, though. Be a second dragon for Fnatic, or a first for GX. Does look like GX want to fight for this.
Vision control, very, very important in moments like this. Trying to see if there's any wards behind GX right now. No, they do have a Realm Warp to Fnatic to try and open up an extra angle. Can they find a way to do so? Do they need it? Fighting over the rip control now, hook misses.
Does indeed. Control wall goes down to that banana bush, which means GX will have to fight and try and get control of it. Has been a pinch point and pain point for a lot of teams trying to fight for control of that. Jun lands the hook into the make it rain, uses the force to roll the blue buff. Razork in the backline though gets the double cyclone, and the Nidalee and the Misfortune live up to the namesake. Jackie tries to run, but to where? It's just down a short hole in a grave.
Razork gets the double ultimate in the backline, and the Wukong we thought could really deal with the immobile carries in the backline does just that. Fnatic walk away with a big fight. They'll get themselves the 2 dragons. And as we go into a replay, just look at how deadly a position Razork is in here. There's a combo we're going to talk about earlier, which is the fact that as a Rakan, you can actually clone onto the invisible Wukong. Doesn't even need to use it there. Either of them have great ways to get into that backline. Razork, massive ults.
Humanoid survives on about 5 HP, gets out. The heal from Mickey prevents the unleashed power from killing him as well. Jackie's was close to getting a couple back, but unfortunately for GX, Fnatic's backline engage was just a lot more deadly.
It's a really good angle from Razork. They didn't need the Realm Up to get that one. GX just didn't have the vision control to be pushing like that. Noah pulling that ult too close to the Fog of War, and GX have discovered one of the foibles of their comp. They're got that recall there. Yeah, very hard to keep your carries alive if Wukong gets within close range.
And now we're in a position where the game is no longer even. Fnatic 2.7k up. Humanoid looking for a chunk onto Jackie's from the bush. Gets some Spell Flux 3. Won't manage to find the Rune Prism. Happy enough with that chunk. Lot will at least claim the first turret of the game here for GX. And Fnatic, as I was beginning to say, a lot of the early objectives got the feat of strength up 2.3k gold. This is much more like that game 1, that game 2, feeling a lot more in control here again.
And particularly when the carries flashes are down, they feel like they can just walk to so many threatening spots that GXs have to fire back off. Now, Jackies, though, do have their flashes right now, so maybe they'll feel a little bit more brazen. But make a mistake like you did in that last fight again, you could be going home right here in this game. Giant X are on their last life. This is lower bracket. This is an elimination match. They could potentially push it to a game 5 versus Fnatic, but Fnatic with this kind of lead, making things a little bit more interesting. Hook lands.
The scan of the week, get a lot of damage onto Razzle, but don't manage to unleash the power particularly well. Turning it around now with the Cyclone. In comes Oscar in with the ult into the backline. Razzle still alive. Finally goes down, but he gets so many with him. Noah's forced to bullet time point blank as Upset picked up a triple all the while. Lot's doing his best to fight to Valley, but there's still a barrier. Now Isma's too deep. Doing to hunt for a lot more. Our Fnatic 3 members chasing after Oscar, and it's flashed on in. The decimating smash only a slow. And it's a little bit far there from the Scion, but he's feeling it, and I can't blame him.
Another huge cyclone from Razzle. GX find that the Wukong is their problem, but they can't quite close him down. Fnatic will get a ton of kills. They'll get themselves a tower. They can return to the side lanes and pick up more farm than GX during this too. It's not a bad idea to try and pick off someone like this. You have a bunch of chain CC, but the delaying action from Mickey X manages to buy enough time for Razzle to regain some cooldowns, get into the fight, get a ton of healing from Sundered Sky, and then of course run into the play with his Conqueror as well. Get a ton of damage before he goes down.
Lot tries at the back end of this, but it's a great ult from Upset to avoid that, and he stays alive.
Not the Sundered Sky, just Conqueror, by the way. I thought, wow, that's a lot of healing. It's got to be that. It's the Sundered Sky. Definitely helps. Not the Sundered Sky, the Conqueror. That one, oh, man, words all over the place. Just like GX were after that Cyclone hit. Mickey going forwards again.
Here we go again. The violence commences. Razzle looking to go forwards. Doesn't quite have the Cyclone up and available. Mickey X ignited. It's the clone that remains, and they get out to safety, but the wards have already been put down, and GX will need to clear them out shortly. Atacana spawned on the top side of the map, and the top side river is Fnatic's to command.
Very hard for GX to play the game because Fnatic are starting to choke hold out that vision as you were talking about. Anything they miss could genuinely just end the game at this point. We're getting towards the point where another lost fight will open up Soul Point potentially in the next few minutes, and Fnatic already have so much control. Lot trying to clear through the Herald, but they might even just send multiple members to this lane just to make sure they can take down the inner turret.
Certainly going to get a charge here. Whether it will be the full turret is a slightly different matter. Lot on Mini, which should be able to throw out a boomerang or two, picks that up. Wave not really there. Room press him down. Mickey will battle dance towards some safety. Now Fnatic have actually stayed quite a long time. No real water TP behind, no one really who'd want to do it, so Fnatic get to back away.
Yeah, gotta say, Syndra teleport versus this comp, bold.
Yeah.
And Lot didn't have his himself. Worth noting that Oscar is actually ahead of gold compared to that Gnar. Typically, Gnar does quite well into tanks in the side lane because you can just get mixed damage, percent HP. Not been able to open up an advantage, so GX don't have the split push advantage in the way that they would have wanted. Don't have the jungle advantage that they would have wanted either. Is a great start, but failed to continue on with that with 2 deaths in invades. One is on Raptor, one on red buff. Razzle has really been the story of the teamfight afterwards.
We've got ourselves Soul Point available for Fnatic in about 40 seconds. At the very least, GX will also be on 2 items. Fnatic yet to complete a 3rd. So as far as item parity, not a bad point to consider a fight. Clone there from Razzle to get out as Jun was looking to catch him before he got to press the Warrior Trickster.
Yeah, you know, if you had a load of gold on Syndra, you land that stun, maybe things change. GX maybe just want to buy time here. Just play things slowly. Wait for a good hook, wait for a good spear. Make sure that your backline isn't over-committing. Noah, Jackies must be very, very respectful of Fog of War coming into the next fights.
Oscar Renin was looking there to fish with a decimating smash. The javelin toss and lands on Owen. Human flashes forwards though and tries to pick off Lot. They're turning around. Mickey though got the lock. He stays alive. The bullet time is solid though. Gets a large HP chunk. No one's dead though. Decimating smash lands on the jump. Flash on forward for the Cyclone. Gets some value. Mickey looking for the flash on it with the quickness. And they're all brought down. A double kill to Upset, who is feeling pretty damn happy. His name is a bit of a lie right now. Isma gets out alive, but they've lost Jackies, they've lost Jun. And that's going to be Soul Point to Fnatic, no doubt about it.
GX's carries just can't stand and do the damage that they want to. Fnatic will find the kills, they'll find themselves Soul Point, and GX slide one step closer to the grave. This is such an important game for them as a team on a great run of form, but Fnatic, the team unexpectedly in the lower bracket after the regular season which they had, were the highest seed in their first round matchup in the upper bracket, looking to make amends. And plays like this from Razzle definitely help.
Look, we already said one of the problems that GX were going to run into is their backline carries are so immobile. Honestly, it looked like a decent start to GX to punish the attempted engage.
It did look like that at first, but then, you know, Oscar basically cancels the ult by threatening his own ult on top of MF. Razzle finds an opening. It's another easy set of kills, which Upset has been doing really, really well at following up from. It is very hard as a Xayah to follow up against such a deep diving team in some cases when the Wukongs go so far forward. Often the Xayah can't keep up. Upset has been doing that. He's 6-1 and 6. He's been doing a great job of following up on those kills, often committing his flash aggressively. Great to see Upset get involved in those plays.
4 flash burn for Fnatic, and they earn themselves quite a large prize from it now, nearly 5k up. In fact, as I speak, it ticks over to 5k. Soul point secured as well. This game, it has to be said, is theirs to lose right now.
Couple of minutes until GX will, I suppose, be forced to come to another objective fight. 4 minutes until the Dragon. This game, they don't have that early Dragon stack. Last game was such a big boon to them where they could drop a couple of Dragons, wait for a split push threat. In that game, it was the Yorick. In this game, they potentially would have liked to do that with the Gnar. Not been able to do that, sadly, because of the early jungle pathing going awry after a very, very good start. Fnatic are smoothly snowballing this game.
115 Splints of Wrath for Jackies. Only needs 5 more to get the full upgrade and get the Ascendance. I think that's what it's called. Ascended, something like that.
All I know is it gives you a mini death cap.
It gives you 15% extra AP, exactly.
It's humanoid, not gonna be able to catch him though. Rise, pretty good at keeping himself safe.
He sort of runs really fast.
Pretty good at that too. Gets the passive, gets the phase rush, gets a load of move speed, runs away. Jackie's on top side, having to be shepherded in by Jun. And Jackie's has decent damage, but it's just like, you never get to stand there and do it for the amount of time that you'd like to. Fnatic walk in, trying to steal a run.
Has at least now got the fully stacked Splints of Wrath, so that's something is the feathers. On the other hand, though, with a 3-item Xayah, do a hell of a lot of damage.
Ow! Yeah, I mean, that is a very fed Xayah. They try to steal the Raps as well. This is one of the other things about losing a game in terms of map pressure. You lose your jungle camps too, and each one of those is, you know, a couple of 100 gold each, whatever. Each time one of them goes, the enemy team is getting resources that they shouldn't have access to, and you start bleeding out. Ascon started by Fnatic. GX would have to push up so far into enemy vision to contest, unlikely to have anyone really go near it.
They don't want to touch it. Razork and Oscar in and starts as a 2-man. Upset comes on over and says, here, let me land you a hand, and suddenly the health bar depletes in rapid order. Throws some deadly plumage around, unlike the Norwegian blue from last game.
It was this game, sir.
Oh, it was. It was the beginning of this game. Oh, it is. Yes, it was.
No, that's how well this game is going. We've actually, I'm sorry to bring it up again for those people who had forgotten. We've actually forgotten largely about the fail flash in the early levels from Mickey. Wasn't necessarily, that didn't determine the game. They played well through that 2v2. They played well through getting that, hang on a second, objective bounty and the solo turret goes down for a lot. I was wondering if how far Oscar would take that, but not far enough. But yeah, it's not really been about that early game snafu from Fnatic. They've managed to recover remarkably well, and every one of their team fights has gotten onto the carries they've needed to.
And how's felt generally across the series at GX? Team fighting hasn't really been their win con. They have largely been second best in that to Fnatic. They've had to outplay in the skirmishes, in the macro, in the push and pull of the game. It worked in the last one. This game, feeling so easy.
Especially not from these gold disadvantages. As well, need we point out the fact that there is just a ridiculous amount of items on the Xayah, left alone the almost death cap on the side of Humanoid. One of the other problems coming into this too is, yes, your carries are behind, but also in the jungle, the Nidalee does want to be ahead. Very, very hard to play from gold deficits, or even as the Nidalee.
Eyes on the top right if you're Scream. 45 seconds until Hexol for Fnatic. If you get Hexol in this game, when you're already so far ahead, if it wasn't lights out, it certainly is there.
Yeah, observers, can we toggle up to GX Vision? Because I think that'll give a really good view of...
oh, no.
Yeah,
no.
Yeah, this is the dragon which you want to secure to stop the Hextech Soul. You have no way to secure that now. Jalot is just alone. They could be in any one of these brushes.
Survival horror.
Razor's crowding out of one of these brushes. Dragon's up in 20 seconds. GX, they have to go so methodically. If they misstep, that's a carry down, that's a flash down, and they can't afford to blow that HP or those flashes.
In the darkness of the river, no one can hear you scream. Certainly can't see it. Maybe there's an alien or something waiting out there. Xenomorphs abound. Fnatic, though, take the opportunity to shove up mid lane, cause GX to stand under the minuscule light of their own mid-tier. They left him! Oops! No! Well, you've now got a fight before, but they lose Hex Soul. Mickey X sells his life well for the price of Soul.
I don't know why they had to leave him. Not trying to force a fight now in the 4v5.
Yeah, we'll try, but all of the lightning begins to fly. Isma's going to throw a javelin toss or two, but they'll get out. I imagine Isma thinking about taking a javelin toss across, or a blast cone across, I apologize. In goes Lot, gets room prisoned up, but there's still a bit of a Mega Nod to work with. The bullet time is solid enough. Upset forced to flash, stays alive. Junk goes on in, can't quite get it. Scout of the Week lands, but no power to be unleashed anymore, and they only lose Mickey, and they get Hexol. Messy as that kind of was.
The fact that no one dies in the second part of that fight is beyond, it astounds me. It is beyond me how that happened. Fnatic will now leave with, yes, one dead, but the Hex Soul, which is widely regarded to be the most broken soul of them all. That slow is so ridiculous to play against. As, yeah, I don't really know why they had to leave Mickey there. Goes down. GX, I mean, what did GX do at this point? You must get yourself something. Fnatic, on the reset, they haven't got that full court press currently inbound. It would be a very difficult Baron to start, but what other options do they have? If Fnatic get on, yeah, if Fnatic go onto the map, it's so hard for GX to fight back. They might just have to force something around it anyway, despite it being such a low percentage play.
They've gone for the vision control instead rather than absolutely rushing it, so just get the wards down. They don't start up the big purple worm. Razork now around, looking to try and get the wave shoved down mid lane, all the while in picture-in-picture, or the mini-map rather. You can see the Rise shoving up onto the tier 2. Bit of CC onto Mickey. The rain is made by the Misfortune. Hook then lands onto Razork. A little bit of a chunk, but not all that much fire into Fnatic. Hold the mid tier 1, and Rise will pick up a tier 2.
Yeah, GX don't even start a proper fight. They don't force the teleport out of Humanoid, who is still split pushing. He'll have to back off, knowing that GX could move towards his side of the map. GX had a window of time where Fnatic were resetting. They haven't pushed out all of their lanes just yet, and I feel like they've just missed that window to do something. Again, it was a low percentage play to do something. They need to find a way back into this. Against Hexol, such a difficult thing to do.
Yeah, it might have been a low percentage play, but that's because there are no high percentage plays anymore, so you've got to choose the best of a bad bunch. Maybe you wait for Death Cap on Syndra, maybe that's a way. And you've got a third item on this Misfortune. You've got 3 on this Gnar, who is going to be a little bit annoying to manage in a side lane. The problem is if he goes against this Rise, I feel like the Rise wins right now, and he gets probably the entirety of this inhibitor turret. It's just taken by the minions.
Now to get another turret in their split pushing ventures. So GX, they recall, comes to the third item on the Nidalee. Third item on Jackie, does get that death cap now. Maybe that is the go button. Maybe it's a, okay, well, that's the item breakpoint we have for this point. Does it get better than this? I suppose if you hyperscale and Fnatic hit max items, you can make up the difference in the gold because they can't spend any more than that, but it's a long time to try and survive. Fnatic still have another item slot left to work with.
Very much do. QSS just got bought by Upset, FYI. Hasn't
really
run the cleanse, going to keep him in.
That's so important, because now if he loses the mind game and Jackie's does get the stuns, Jackie's, wow, wants to delete him but can't get half his HP.
There's still a locket, and he just doesn't take any damage. Celestial opposition on top of it all, and Mickey lost, what, 20% of his HP bar?
That is so low damage, and you've used your flash for that too. Again, you're forced into these desperate plays, but Fnatic, such a good job from them, choking out GX so much that they have to force these kind of plays.
Lot nearly at Mega. The bar is there, but where do you go? Scout of the Week goes wide. Tier 2 in mid lane falls, especially without the threat of the power being unleashed. Feels like a little bit low wattage. A javelin toss lands onto Upset, but a realm walk towards the Baron pit. Fnatic begin to rush it. Doesn't get anywhere near. Stole one last game, but already look who's waiting. Oscar in with the decimating smash, and that Baron is gone. No way to get in. Fnatic are clean with it.
Fnatic, quick Baron take with the Realm Warp. Always that X Factor allows you to very quickly reposition around the objectives. Did it for Soul, and this time they don't even kill Mickey for it as well. GX now staring down Hex Soul, Baron, an unkillable Scion, and a bunch of carries on their own team that are finding it very, very hard to deal with the Wukong Rakan combo. Razzle's going to jump towards Lot as well. Take his luck here.
Cyclone part 1 comes on down, but there's still a Nimbus Strike and a Warrior Trickster to work with. Gets the second knockup. Lot still got a Sterax to it, and I think Razzle has got a little deep here. Hang on, the Crushing Blow comes on down. Gets Mordo's Upset still around. Makes it a 1-for-1.
Solo kill in that scenario is not bad for Lot. Manages to take away Razzle, who of course is one of the big threats onto the carries of GX. Maybe Jackies and Noah can find themselves in a better situation now with that Cyclone not threatening.
Mickey still at half HP here. Jackie's has got his power available to be unleashed again, but the Hexol slow still very obnoxious. John eats most of his health bar from Rise casually pressing 2 buttons.
Deathcap Rise will do that to you. Fnatic, no Wukong, but apparently no problems taking down this top lane inhibitor turret.
Swiftly deleted. Continuing to try and find some damage here, but it's so hard to walk forward, so hard to threaten. Continuing to use the force of will, but it's a route onto Isma! And he's surely down. The bullet time is solid, but it really means very little at this point. Mickey will fall, but a flash will forward, but that's very fast. Jackies will scatter the weak, but he is weaker still. A blip in game 3, but Fnatic here in game 4 look to make sure that the run through lower bracket is ruthless and one-sided as it can be.
with the Sire with so much HP. I think Fnatic are done with this series. GX are done with playoffs.
They came in as the second seed. They fell down from the heavens of the upper bracket, but they will make sure that the climb is decisive. GX are going home. Fnatic advance.
Fnatic, clearly the better team on the day. Wonderful team fighting from them. Well stabilized after a difficult early game. This last one, a valiant attempt by GX, but clearly bested by Fnatic.
Well, you can make sure you can vote for your peer player of the series as well. It's a difficult choice today between Humanoid, Upset, or Mickey X. All valid options, I feel.
Well, that's difficult.
I know.
You know, I'm not even going to put a horse in this race. I maybe edge it towards Upset. I think that Kalista was absolutely absurd early on. Fnatic, a well-deserved victory. Looking to piece together their form from regular season. We saw them as that top two. They've often made these lower bracket runs, as highlighted earlier. Very much deserved the start of it here today.
The Fnatic fans in the audience in full voice, giving a bit of a shout out to that mid laner. Great game he had as well, some good choices there to work with. And Fnatic, again, we asked them to improve, to take some of the learnings from what happened to the upper bracket where they just didn't look like themselves. This is much more like it. Game 3 being a bit awkward, notwithstanding.
Of course, a sad end to what has been a good run from GX actually post-Madrid. Making it into playoffs, I think, against the expectations of some. I think there are some very much improved players in this roster, and I'd be excited to see them come back for summer, of course, as well. But Fnatic, you know, this team has a point to prove that they can once again make a lower bracket run, and this time make something more of it.
See that, and there's Giant X. Again, we have to give some credit where it's due, right? Because the improvements there, the creativity was there. You saw that the trajectory was pretty damn fantastic. Hello, folks, good to see you all. But it is Fnatic who just proved to be a little bit too high of a hurdle to jump.
For sure. I think that the way that they played out the macro when they were ahead of the game was so crushing. So hard for GX to breathe, and you can see in that last game, they managed to right the ship very, very well, even after a rough early start.
Yeah, and it was a frenetic early game, right? Like we saw that messy top lane dive that went quite wrong. They come back into it, and that's great news for them. And it means they're going on forwards. But again, we need to see who they're going up against, because it's not just them alone as big fish in a small pond in the lower bracket, so to speak, because there's KC versus Heretics tomorrow, but that is a conversation for another time. For now, we've got a conversation between Finn and Mickey X.
Thank you so much. I'm joined by the ever so handsome and the paragon of European sports, Mickey X, after that win against Giant X. And crowd loves you. You must be very proud. And as someone that has a lot of experience with eliminating GX and XL in the playoffs, how does it feel being in the winning side this time?
Feels pretty nice. I mean, I guess it was kind of expected, you know. This time they didn't really have a chance coming into the game. They didn't have Finn in the top lane, so sucks.
That guy sucks. We have some clips from that game that I would love to get your insight on, because obviously you played a great Rakan game. And if you look to the TV right there, I would love to see your insight on this clip right here. Talk me through it.
So here I wanted to steal the Grump, and it didn't quite pan out. Then my flash was bugged, and so I died.
And is this a conventional play to go to steal Grump as the Rakan?
No, I was actually trying to sabotage our MVP to see how well he does, like, from behind, but he was unstoppable.
And boy, he was good from behind. He really popped off that game. Upset had a great performance on the Saya. Looking forward, you are playing against the winner of tomorrow's game, Heretics versus KC. Do you have an opinion on that matchup? And who do you think is going to come out on top?
Well, I believe KC will take this one quite handily, but that's what I was taught against Koi. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Wait and see? Is that a little hint for a potential way in the game?
I don't know.
Ooh, we love the hints there. Looking into the finals, obviously, you guys had some questionable drafts regarding the MF Lulu, the classic one. Going up against KC, do you guys think you have prepared for better drafts now? Or how is that situation in the team?
No, it's kind of similar. Grab's still on the team. I mean, we're saving the Volibear MF Lulu for game 5, if I make it there, of course. But yeah.
Yeah, but I hope you make it there. We have Upset sitting in the post-game lobby there. Do you have any words for your AD carry in the bot lane?
Well played. You passed the test.
Wow, thank you so much. We're now going to send it to PGL, where we have Upset joined with Ginny and Jack Spectra.
Thank you, Finn, for that wonderful interview with Mickey. Upset, thank you for joining as well. Congratulations on the win in the series, but also the MVP, and you passed the test.
What was the test?
Playing from behind, because he went to steal the Gromp, so he could see if you could do okay.
Oh yeah. This was kind of what we wanted to play for. Like we wanted to see, because we're winning bot in all the games, so we wanted to make sure that even if we start with Rakan dying and losing flash in a wall, that we can still make sure that we have a advantageous situation, and it worked out really well. Yeah.
Yeah, you played really well throughout the whole series. I was kind of surprised. I thought the Giant X bot lane would maybe put up more of a fight, but I feel like you guys had it really easy. Did it feel easy for you?
It felt quite easy. I think we had good drafts on bot. Obviously, me and Mickey play really well. I think some of the games, of course, it was also about their jungle decision making.
Yeah.
How the lane played out. Like we got a lot of dives off, right? But yeah, I felt pretty good about our performance today on bot lane. I think we played really well.
You did, and you know, you got the MVP already, you got the win for this series, and then you also got Kia Player of the Series on top of that. So W after W after W. How does that feel?
Yeah, feels great. Job is done. Like now it's just time
Job
to
is done.
Job is done. No way.
fourth place and call it a day. No, obviously it feels great. I'm very happy to get these the win today, and also the individual awards. Obviously, always a nice touch. But what's my most important thing in this team is that we are the best team at the end of the split, at the end of playoffs. So it all feels great right now. But if we lose, I'm still not gonna have a smile, right? So this is what I'm mainly focused on right now.
One step at a time, right? So this series looked really good. And Jack, I mean, we still have a couple more games here in the lower bracket, but before we do so, it would be really nice to have the MVP of the split being the AD carry and past washed AD carry player rank the AD carry players that are still
so we have an
in
ADC
playoffs.
tier list here on the Telestrator.
Okay.
So I was thinking you could walk me through it, and we can start off with, let's start off with you. Where would you put yourself?
Is it for regular season or like the whole year so far?
So
Playoffs?
it's just only playoffs ADCs. So like, who do you think is going to be the best ADC in playoffs, I guess?
So not based on performance now, just in general?
Go in general. I would like to know in general,
Okay,
yes.
so I think I'm S tier for
Yeah.
sure. I
Okay.
think Kalist is also in the same tier as me, and I
Okay.
think Hans as well.
Okay.
I think me and Kalist showed more in the regular season, but I think Hans played very well, and he's already in the final. And I think he's always a player that if he gets his champs, he can do very well. So I think this is very deserved. So it's just playoffs IDs?
Yeah, Supa and Flackid, since you knocked out Noah now.
I mean, I think Super had a pretty good series, but I think overall the way they play is much more mid-jungle support, and then Mirwin does something crazy. So it's harder to judge. Like if it was the last series, I would give him A tier, but overall I would probably give him like a B tier.
Okay, I put him in a B tier. That is your head again, but that is supposed to be Supa.
I'm an S and B tier.
Well, that's a bug on the Telestrator.
But there's an argument to be made that he could be A tier, right? It just
Okay.
depends how much different you think the skill level is, let's say.
Yeah.
And then I think Flackit, I would put him below Super probably, so he would be B or C tier basically.
B or C, you
Yeah,
choose.
so if Super is A, then Flackit would be B.
Where would you put Jack Spectra?
Jack Spectra.
Yeah.
Well, he got replaced by Flackit, right?
So
probably
in D, no?
I don't know. I think you were not that bad. I think maybe you are also C tier.
Okay.
Or B tier.
Okay.
Same as
C
Flackit,
tier.
I think.
Okay,
Same tier.
okay. Fair enough.
In your prime.
In my prime, okay.
Yeah.
Which was
Nice.
like when?
Well,
10
that would be
years ago?
2023.
When he was a-
2023.
when he was a pro player.
Yeah.
Back in the day, back in your day.
Back in my day.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Never say that again. Either way, thank you for the input. I mean, we have these AD carries left, but we also have those teams left. So looking at the bracket specifically and how we're going to be moving forward, I think the realistic question here from my end of things would be, when you're looking at the bracket and the way it's played out, did you expect KC to lose to MKOI, but also did you expect yourselves to maybe not be the ones to move on to that final?
I mean, that's kind of a leading question. Yeah, we for sure thought we were going to lose the moment G2 was drawn. It was just over. So we were sure we were going to be in losers bracket, but KC vs Koi, that was a big surprise for me. I was pretty sure KC was the favorite in this one, or like KC was the favorite, and that Koi showed like a lot of resilience and clutched it out in the game 5 speaks to their strength as a team. Even though I
You
would
think
say
that game 5 draft though was pretty
yeah,
stable?
yeah, for sure. It was
It gave Fnatic game 5 vibes.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Against the KC.
I mean, yeah, Grabs is known for his game 5 drafts. I will take no responsibility. I think Yeah, I think KC is for sure the better team, but Matt Koi showed up way better on the day, which makes our life a bit harder because we are going to have to face KC now, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to be a really close series against them, I think, because I think they're a very good team still.
So
I love how
there's no
you're
chance that
Yeah.
Heretics can...
Oh, yeah. I mean, Heretics is also in the playoffs still.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think they will win 3 games in the best of 5.
Fair enough.
All right. It was a really close series though during regular season between Heretics and KC. Maybe there is a chance with the resilience that we've seen from Heretics, but I feel like everyone that we've spoken to so far was Razork as well earlier today going, oh yeah, we're going to be going up against KC. It's just like, it feels like it's a given at this point. But I'm looking forward to how that's going to play out, Jack.
Yeah? Can I ask you completely off topic?
Okay.
What do I do with my hair?
No, Uzi.
Never mind.
Was Uzi a big inspiration for you? Are you really happy to see him in Hall of Legends?
Yeah, for sure. I think every AD carry, like growing up in that time, let's say, was watching Uzi's game. I think it's obviously like one of the greatest AD carry players of all time. So I'm very happy for him that he got such a nice accomplishment.
I completely agree. Are you getting the skin?
Depends, I guess, on Daddy Fnatic if they want to pay for it. It's like 5 million euros or something.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Right. Are you getting the skin?
Probably, yeah.
Really?
I mean, it looks so good.
Which one? The Kaisa?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
But not the most expensive one.
No?
No, that's too expensive.
No, too much?
That's too much. That's too much. That's too
All right. Well, good to know. Well, again, thank you for joining us. And congratulations on another win. You guys are still in this lower bracket, but we've seen you do it before. So we got hope. Do you have hope?
I have hope.
Yeah? Okay, good.
If you don't have hope, why are you
I mean,
even here?
our fans should not have any hope until we actually win the game, I think. Because I think it's probably the fans' fault that we lose because they have too much hope, you know? And it puts so much good
So you guys are like
hope
KT,
in the air. Yeah, we're
essentially.
basically KT. Like, do not believe in us and we will probably win.
Okay, well, that's good to know. Great message for the fans to end off on the day. Thank you guys all for tuning in. We're going to be back again tomorrow for the same thing. We have KC going up against Heretics, same time, same place. Loser goes home, winner goes up against Fnatic. So far, everybody's seeing that it's going to be KC. We're going to have to wait to figure it out. Take care of yourselves, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Trying to back away. I'm sure they're safe to the topside. Looking for the 1v1 Lord. Gets it! Transfusion! And Oscarinin is exsanguinated.
Don't press scanner. Don't press scanner. Go scanner, go scanner, go scanner. Go in the bush. Go in gun. Pregame. Yeah. Watch out, Dalia combo and you guys win. I will kill him, I will kill him. Yeah, nice! Nice, good.
I can E on the blood here. Look, Oski.
Yeah.
Blood dead, blood dead. Penta. We cannot end, guys.
Okay, get Soul and Ash.
Actually, guys, you guys see how they celebrated after winning one game?
Don't say this, he's so
They're going to I'm tapping too.
I ulted him out. Knock. Kill knock.
I'm dead.
Knock is dead. Kill the Jax after. I'm in Gragas.
Jax flashed on me. Jax flashed on me. No, nothing. Jax.
Go Jax, go Jax.
Yeah.
He wants to jump up.
I can fight this.
Yeah, keep going. No flash Ori. Keep going. You kill all of them.
I can get a reset. They get cooked, I think.
Varus is 1 HP, guys.
I'm 1 HP.
in 2 seconds. Yeah. 1 second.
I'm fine. Varus 1 HP, okay?
See him.
I'm coming. Nice, guys.
Game 3, they are desperate. Let's not fall into the chaotic game, okay? The more chaotic it is, the worse for us. We're the better team.
Are we?
I didn't know that.
We are.
And the little army comes on through, the ghouls all over him. Another dark protection, the last right's not quite enough! Oscar will away the morning mist!
Ulti me.
Look at the Seiyu or the Rumble.
Perk is that?
Rumble.
Yeah. Rumble Seiyu. I ult him.
Look at me, Mickey.
Nice. Seiyu too.
Only 1 HP. No flash Lucian. No flash Silas. No flash Silas. You stand?
Lucian is there.
Nice!
I sell a flash ult for an
Okay, an ulti. I got an ulti.
Look.
I can look here.
Go with me, Mickey.
Looks sketchy, I guess.
Oh no, it's fine. Kill him. Crystal.